The gods of Asgard could not return to the heavenly world, and they lost their composure as they looked for a way out of the illusory barrier. They could feel the aura of a being that was comparable to a supreme or conceptual god, which made them run around like headless chickens. They grew envious of Thor, who had already returned to the heavenly world. Sh*T, he's coming? When he saw the martial king moving their way, a god of Asgard screamed. All eyes turned in the same direction. You guys acted so tough and strong in front of me just a moment ago, right? Let me return the favor. Bang! The martial king lightly punched into the air with a smooth movement. The results were destructive, and space itself collapsed from the punch, forming cracks that spread out quickly to the area where the gods were gathered. Boom! 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 The martial king did not just collapse space. He collapsed everything within that space. The atmosphere, the particles, the laws, the existences, everything collapsed. If ordinary gods were parts of an idea, an emperor-level being could freely utilize those parts or break them. Ugh! This doesn't make sense? Half of Asgard's gods were swept away in one shot. It was initially unclear whether the gods were thrown back into the heavenly world or their existences had been permanently destroyed. The gods who remained only knew one thing for sure: they would only face a dog's death if they confronted the martial king. Run? Where are you running off to? Boom! 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 The martial king used a knife hand strike at the escaping gods. Those caught in the martial king's attack suffered humiliating deaths filled with screaming mixed with the sound of their bodies being torn apart. Then, their bodies exploded. Some gods tried to counterattack, but none of them could harm the martial king. None of them could contend with the martial king even before exuviation, and now that they were trapped in the great holy territory that the martial king had created, they were essentially fish in a barrel. In the end, as the gods exploded one after the other. Even if we die like this, we can come back to life. But for you, ugh! The last god, Heimdall, cursed at the martial king, breathing heavily and covered in blood. The god's true body was still in the heavenly world, which meant they would survive, even if they had to suffer a penalty. However, martial king would be completely consumed by Gaia's curse. However, Heimdall couldn't finish speaking since the martial king's hand suddenly grasped his throat. Heimdall struggled in the martial king's grasp, choking both from the tight grip and the martial king's aura and power. Heimdall turned pale and his spirit trembled. Heimdall was Asgard's strongest god after Thor and the sleeping Odin, but the unfathomable difference in power between himself and the martial king still overwhelmed him. Heimdall looked at the martial king with a face engulfed in fear. The martial king's eyes gleamed coldly through his unruly hair. Don't get me wrong. The martial king's voice was so cold that Heimdall wondered if his own spirit had frozen solid. I didn't attack you guys at the start because I was leaving that task for another person. My disciple will be visiting you guys soon, so just wait. Crack! The martial king crushed Heimdall's neck before the god could reply. SSS. The connection between Heimdall and his incarnation had been completely severed. Asgard's massive mobilization was over. Now, they would have to be on high alert and prepare for a wrathful Yeonwoo, who might appear in the heavenly world at any time. Because of the penalty they had incurred, they all suffered considerable damage to their powers, putting them at a disadvantage. Their days would be filled with anxiety and fear. This was the punishment that the martial king gave to them. Brother, Heimdall had used the spear god Flank's body as his incarnation, and as a brilliant light burst from the martial king, Flank closed his eyes appreciatively. He had looked up to the martial king from when he was a child, and he was happy that the last thing he would see was the martial king. Perhaps this was what he'd wanted to see all along. The martial king released Flank, and like the other vessels, he disintegrated before he even touched the ground. But there was no time for the martial king to rest. He didn't have much time left, and Nocturne, who had been watching the massacre from a distance, was now moving forward. Bam! Nocturne jumped out of the space he opened in front of the Martial King. His hand shot towards the Martial King, tearing space vertically. A beam of light soon followed. It was a power that could cut an existence, spirit, and all, in half. The energy of the strike was based on the tower's termination code. The Martial King controlled his consciousness and used his strength to retreat. Nocturne was learning how to use the tower's system code, and he was a difficult opponent for the Martial King despite the difference in their power levels. As he muttered to himself that this was the reason he needed the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword, the Martial King spun like a top, throwing out punch after punch. The rotating energy the Martial King imbued into his fists rained down on Nocturne. Boom! 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 Nocturne and the Martial King exchanged a tremendous number of strikes. Arms and shins collided, their attacks using the same positions, angles, forms, and techniques. They looked so similar that they seemed to be clones or a person fighting with their reflection in a mirror. The disciple and his master. No matter where he went, the Martial King always stated that Nocturne was his disciple. Was it because of the hierarchy between them? Nocturne's fury rose as he realized that he was doing the same martial arts as the Martial King. However, the power of Nocturne's strikes couldn't compare, and the Martial King had an overwhelming advantage. Whenever their arms collided, the impact tore Nocturne's arms, and whenever their shins collided, Nocturne's shins broke. When their fists collided, Nocturne's fists were shattered. However, whenever the Martial King pushed Nocturne into a corner, Nocturne used one of Alforoni's skills, Immortal, to quickly restore his body and counterattack. You? Nocturne's voice was full of anger. He had come because he wanted to completely cut off his past and get rid of the master who had treated him like a lab rat. He wanted to start anew, and this was his way of doing so. Nocturne could not imagine how he could continue living if he didn't do this. In fact, he had even contemplated suicide. However, as their battle continued, Nocturne discovered that the Martial King had a greater influence on him than he had thought. Each step, action, breath, and even his heartbeat, the Martial King read and understood them all, even the way Nocturne planned to deal with the Martial King. Although Nocturne deliberately tried to use Alforoni's skills and powers, they had a more supplementary role, and Nocturne instinctively fell back on what was familiar to him. Everything he had accomplished was thanks to the Martial King, and it was impossible to get rid of the Martial King's influence on him. As the fight with the Martial King continued, Nocturne slowly came to the realization that even if he defeated the Martial King here, he would never escape the Martial King's influence. It would follow him like a shadow. Nocturne felt as though he were suffocating. However, the thing that bothered him the most was that the Martial King was treating him like a lab rat until the very end. Didn't the Martial King tell his youngest disciple to watch the fight? At the moment, the Martial King was using clean, powerful, and fundamental strikes rather than flashy and more powerful movements. Furthermore, the Martial King was forcing Nocturne to use everything he had in his arsenal. The Martial King was doing all of this to help his disciple, telling Yanwu to reach for the stars while stomping on Nocturne's pride. Until the end? Nocturne realized that the master he trusted was toying with him even now. This brought even more pain to Nocturne. A sense of inferiority reared its ugly head within Nocturne's chest. It seemed to howl. The Martial King casually swept past Nocturne's defenses and hit Nocturne's chest with his elbow. With a bang, a hole the size of his head appeared on Nocturne's chest. Nocturne sucked in air as he flew back, his eyes still burning fiercely. Stupid! When he saw Nocturne's burning gaze, the Martial King clucked his tongue and gently scolded Nocturne, as if he were asking a young child why it was acting so foolishly. That attitude made Nocturne even angrier. You still don't know? What do you mean? I've raised 3 disciples and had dozens of children, the Martial King said as his eyes narrowed. Only one of them is worthy of being called my best disciple. For some reason, Nocturne felt like he was choking back rising emotion. That's you. Chapter 623, Martial King, 17. Chapter 623, Martial King, 17. Best disciple. Nocturne hesitated for the first time when he heard this, and without missing a beat, the Martial King threw out a series of strikes. Bam! 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 Nocturne came to his senses and tried to shield himself with his arms, but the strikes blew his arms away once more. Fortunately for Nocturne, he could restore his arms through his power, but his face grew twisted, not because of the pain but because he thought that the Martial King was making fun of him. That doesn't make any sense? Why do you think it makes no sense? The Martial King said in a biting tone. What? Look. Nocturne automatically looked down at the spot on his body the Martial King was pointing to, and he stopped hesitating and counterattacked. Their arms collided, and their feet shifted to find a way to close the gap between them. Even during the brief moments when their eyes met, they didn't stop using the 8 extreme fists against each other, as though they were exchanging chess moves. You copy me well. The Martial King said without moving his mouth. You're the only one of my disciples who has reached this level. Nocturne felt silent. He wanted to tell the Martial King to stop speaking so much nonsense, but he couldn't get those words to come out. It's been like that from the beginning. From the moment you first opened your eyes and became aware. You instinctively imitated my breathing and my habits. At first, I was dumbfounded that someone could do that. The Martial King smiled as he recalled that time. Nocturne's actions were like those of a baby duck newly hatched from its shell and seeing the world for the first time, imprinting on the first being it saw. The duckling would follow its mother and learn survival skills to live in the world. It would learn how to flap its wings, paddle in the water, and snatch prey with its beak. Then, it would become an independent adult. One day, it would find a mate, build a nest, and lay eggs, just like its mother. For the Martial King, Nocturne was just like a duckling. Since he didn't have any memories, Nocturne instinctively wanted to learn everything from the Martial King, perhaps as a defensive strategy. At first, the Martial King was bothered by Nocturne's actions, but over time, the Martial King started looking at Nocturne and his actions differently. As time passed, Nocturne truly started resembling the Martial King, first in simple habits, then martial arts, until the establishment of Nocturne's understanding and style of martial arts. The pace of Nocturne's development was so surprisingly fast that even the head elder, who had encountered many talented students throughout his life, could not help marveling. Even if some of that could be chalked up to the basic power of being Alforoni's simulation, it was still mind-boggling how fast Nocturne absorbed what he learned. Martial King couldn't help developing a fondness for his disciple, the child who accepted him as a master and imitated everything about him. No teacher would dislike a student who devoted himself to becoming like his teacher. The only difference between them was their personalities. Unlike the Martial King, who was very arrogant and self-assured, Nocturne was calm like Alforoni. Still, he was a carbon copy of the Martial King in every other way, as the battle between them proved. Bang! Bang! As the Martial King and Nocturne's strikes constantly clashed, an increasingly hot whirlwind started raging. SSS. The Martial King's right arm shattered like a sand castle. Particles of light poured into the spot where his arm had been. Your transcendence has reached a critical point. Gaia's curse has grown out of control. The process of deterioration is accelerating. Though his transcendence was moving ahead at full speed, the Martial King did not pay it much mind. It was more important for the Martial King to talk with his disciple and clear up any misunderstandings. Obviously, I initially brought you with me because of my greed. You were like a lifeline that I needed to overcome my stagnant development. I was crazy about overcoming my limitations. The Martial King acknowledged his mistake. When he looked back on that period, the Martial King also felt that he had acted crazily, perhaps even beyond madness. At that time, the Martial King's reputation as a walking disaster had grown, and he would stomp on anyone who criticized him for fooling around or blow away someone's house for starting rumors. He did things in the extreme because of his frustration that he wouldn't be able to overcome his enemy, Alforoni, no matter how much he tried. Around then, Marshal King started thinking of other, non-traditional measures. If he could not beat Alforoni through normal means, perhaps there was an unconventional method. The Marshal King thought of taking out Alforoni's simulation on the 21st floor and studying it to find a way to defeat Alforoni. It hadn't been as difficult to pull off as he'd expected. He took advantage of the tower system's blind spots, and he managed to achieve it after controlling his thoughts and using up all the karma he had acquired up to that point. I'm not sure if you'll believe me, but you who saved me from myself. Nocturne wanted to shout at the Marshal King to stop spewing nonsense. He also wanted to shout that he did not believe what the Marshal King was saying. He wanted to shout that everything the Marshal King had done for him was based on a lie. However, Nocturne remained silent because the Marshal King's mischievous yet gentle smile and impression he got from the Marshal King's attacks made him realize that every word the Marshal King uttered was the truth. I thought you were a simple simulation, but you're an individual who possesses an ego. Furthermore, you followed me around like a little duckling, calling me master. Even though I'm crazy about improving, I'm not that crazy to treat a student like a lab rat. That's why, whenever I saw you trying so hard to remember your past, even though I wanted to tell you, I did nothing. I just could not find the heart to say anything. The Marshal King's left foot crumbled, but he continued moving quickly without losing his balance. Nocturne had been so single-minded that he didn't even realize that the Marshal King was deteriorating. You can't just erase your past sins by saying that? No, I can't. My intentions were impure, and I hid the facts from you. So. I'm sorry. Those words landed heavily in Nocturne's chest. The Marshal King had never uttered anything like that before. You need to understand, the corners of the Marshal King's eyes wrinkled as he smiled. No matter what anyone says, you are my disciple. Boom. Half of the halo that enveloped Nocturne disappeared with the Marshal King's blow. Whoosh! The whirlwind produced by impact blew towards the sky. Nocturne did not even let out a cry of pain. Every word that the Marshal King uttered had shaken his heart, and he could finally see things clearly. SSS. When a gust of wind blew past, the entire right side of the Marshal King crumbled into tiny particles like sand, revealing condensed light dispersion inside his body. Nocturne's eyes flickered for the first time. He knew that the Marshal King was deteriorating, and even though he had hoped for the Marshal King's death, now that it was imminent, Nocturne felt a knot tightening in his chest. However, the Marshal King laughed jokingly. You're not Alforoni. You're not Vivasvat's simulation. You may have originated from him, and even if you were originally a simulation created by the tower's system, you've lived your own life. Isn't that right? Nocturne's fists trembled. Boom! The Marshal King did not miss the opportunity and lunged forward. Let me ask you something. Did you live under the control of Alforoni? Were you a doll controlled by me? Are the memories you possess right now yours or Alforoni's? And what about your current thoughts? Your ego? Aren't you self-aware? Bam! The Marshal King's left hand wrapped around Nocturne's right hand. Nocturne tried to shake off the Marshal King's grasp, but the Marshal King narrowed the distance between them and tightly bound Nocturne. Don't waver. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid. What is there to be afraid of? You're living your life, so don't create stress from things that don't matter to you. Also. For a moment, Nocturne could feel his body stiffen. Strangely, he could not even budge. Then, Nocturne realized why. He realized what the Marshal King was holding. It was his source code. How the hell did the Marshal King recognize and read his source code? As long as the Marshal King was part of the system, he shouldn't have the power to do this. Though it had not been long since the Marshal King initiated his exuviation and transcendence, the Marshal King had already reached Alforoni's power level. This meant that the Marshal King could also utilize the tower's code like Alforoni, something that even the top administrator could not easily touch. Since you're my disciple, you should show some guts and pride, you wimp. The Martial King swiped Nocturne's stomach with his hand. Boom! At that moment, Nocturne slightly bounced upwards as the halo of light that surrounded him was torn apart, revealing his true form. Nocturne's eyes were full of astonishment and confusion. Nocturne's transcendence, which was based on the tower system, had been aborted. System error. System error. Transcendence has been aborted. Player Nocturne will be downgraded. The system cannot interfere. The system cannot interfere. System error. All system attributes applied to the player Nocturne will be suspended. Despite this unbelievable act, the Martial King laughed as if it were no big deal. More than half of his torso had deteriorated, and his vision was already blurring. He forced his eyes open and looked straight into his disciple's face. "I'm happy we could clash like this. Before, you were just a duckling who only knew how to imitate me. Now, you can flap your wings and fly. Haven't you found your own path? Your adolescence was pretty long, no? Adolescence. Before children became adults, they worried about their identities, what they would do in the future, and how they could establish who they were." To the Martial King, Nocturne was just like an adolescent. Nocturne pretended to be mature, but it was only now that he had gotten rid of his dependence and rebelled against the Martial King. Once Nocturne overcame this period, he would be reborn as a wonderful, unique duck. However, even if you're going through puberty, doing something wrong still means it's wrong. You should expect an appropriate punishment for your mistakes, right? Bam! The Martial King smiled as he moved. He was truly enjoying this moment. Because that's what a teacher, a parent, and an adult should do for you. Nocturne closed his eyes tightly. He did not know what the Martial King planned to do, but since the system was shut down and no longer providing him with power, he could not do anything. Even if the Martial King sneezed on him, he would have no choice but to die. Nocturne could no longer resist. "Master?" Nocturne was tense, expecting a huge blow, when he felt a warm touch on his head instead of pain. His eyes popped open to see the Martial King smiling at him warmly. The Martial King looked proudly at his mature disciple as he gently stroked Nocturne's head. "I'm proud of you." Plop! Nocturne sat on the ground and burst into tears. "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" Boom! 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 Yanwu swung the grid wildly, trying to break the barrier down in any way possible. At Yanwu's command, the ghost giants and the dragon of death bombarded the barrier with their attacks, but the barrier did not budge. They could not even scratch it. Yanwu's anxiety and anger grew, his eyes burning with fury. It was just like his goddamned master to do this to him. Why did the Martial King want to commit to such an absurd act? What did he want Yanwu to see? What the hell did the Martial King mean about mortality and immortality? Once one died, none of those things mattered. Why was the Martial King acting so flippantly? There were many things Yanwu wanted to say, but he could not verbalize them. As Yanwu struggled with himself, the Martial King, still shimmering with light, overwhelmed Nocturne. Now that he'd lost his own halo of light, Nocturne crumbled to the ground and dropped his head while shedding tears of regret. Yanwu stopped without even realizing. The Martial King turned his head to Yanwu. His body had deteriorated so much that the missing parts outnumbered the remaining ones. More than half of his face was missing. The Martial King was probably trying to hold onto it just so he could leave his last words. The Martial King was like a candle flame shining brightly right before being extinguished. His eyes were dazzling. "Did you observe everything?" Yanwu wanted to say something. However, those words were not appropriate for this moment. It was his master's last moment. It would be silly for Yanwu to cry or be angry at his master's smiling, fading face. Thus, Yanwu forced himself to smile and nod while tears rolled down his face. And though it was difficult to move his lips, Yanwu quietly eked out, "Yes. That's it then." The Martial King nodded as if satisfied with this last lesson. After looking at his two disciples, the martial king moved his gaze to his son, who was looking sadly from afar, and his tribe members. If I had known this would happen, I would have had a drink every now and then instead of just fighting around with my students and children. How unfortunate! The martial king clucked his tongue and quietly disappeared. Chapter 624, Martial King, 18. Chapter 624, Martial King, 18. A deep silence followed after the martial king's disappearance. No one even thought about speaking. The incredible reverberation of power that had shaken the tower and the great holy territory that extended far up into the sky both disappeared in an instant. The forces that shook all four corners of the land completely disappeared as if nothing had happened. However, the agitation that everyone felt didn't vanish. The impact that the martial king had on every one of them was great, from the head elder and the Baixian family members to the tribesmen, the ghost giants, and dragons of death, even Cronus, Cha Zhongwu, Yanwu, and Nocturne, as well those looking down from the heavenly world. The godly society Malak is silent. The godly society Deva is silent. The godly society Chan sect is silent. The demonic society El Infernal is silent. No one knew how to react to the martial king's sudden disappearance. In one moment, they'd seen the birth of an emperor-level being, an entity that many had only heard about. And then, in the next moment, the martial king had disintegrated. Who would dare speak in such a somber atmosphere, especially after such a shocking scene? Summon of the dead. After a moment, Yanwu spoke with trembling lips, his voice choked with emotion. Whoosh! Everyone else was as stiff as stone as the three parts of the cast of the Black King trembled to carry out Yanwu's will. Summon of the dead has been activated. Who do you want to summon? Neu. The summoned target could not be found. A cold, unemotional message appeared. However, the words did not register in Yanwu's eyes. Summon of the dead. Summon of the dead has been activated. Who do you want to summon? Neu. The summoned target could not be found. Yanwu called out summon of the dead several times. Summon of the dead has been activated. Who do you want to summon? Neu. Yanwu repeated the same words over and over. However, the messages he received in return did not change. The being you are attempting to summon cannot be found. The being you are attempting to summon cannot be found. The being you are attempting to summon cannot be found. After a detailed investigation, it has been confirmed that the being has been deleted from all universes, including this one. No further searches for this being are possible. Error, existence deleted. Error, existence deleted. Your ability cannot be applied to the being. Once Yanwu read the message that the martial king's name and existence had been permanently deleted from the tower's system, he grew angry. Achieving exoviation and transcendence meant one freedom from the cycle of reincarnation. When transcendent beings died, it meant total annihilation. Death was not a simple matter of going into the underworld anymore, since the transcendent being's soul was deleted. In other words, someone who ascended to the emperor level and suffered the disruption of Gaia's curse would never have a chance to reincarnate. The martial king's situation was different from Cha Zhongwu's, whose soul had crossed over to the darkness. Therefore, no matter how great the power of the Black King was, it was impossible to call back a deleted existence. It was only now that Yanwu became fully aware of this, and his thoughts were consumed with tearing apart the person who had planned the martial king's death. Rumble! Rumble! Black flames flickered around Yanwu. Yanwu raised Vigrid and gathered sword thunder. Nocturne was still, as if he were in shock, and even though it was clear that Yanwu's sword thunder strike would hit him, Nocturne didn't resist. It seemed that he was prepared to die. Right before the moment of impact, the head elder shouted urgently, "Grab him!" The one-horned tribe members and Fanti had been waiting for his order, and they rushed towards Yanwu at the same time. Normally, most of them would have been blown away by Yanwu's sword thunder strike, but the sword thunder strike faded and disappeared. While Yanwu was momentarily stunned, Fanti and the one-horned tribe members grabbed and held down his limbs, making it impossible for him to move. "Let go of me! Let go!" Raising his magic energy level, Yanwu tried shaking them off, but his magic was quickly extinguished, just like his sword thunder. The same force also bound him as Cronus, who understood the head elder's intention, moved to bind Yanwu's movements through their unity. However, it was not easy to contain the power that Yanwu had built up himself, and it was difficult to hold him back. It was possible that Yanwu could push them away at any moment. Luckily, Yanwu had expended an enormous amount of power trying to break through the barrier, so he was already in a weakened state. Even the head elder used his powers to suppress Yanwu. The head elder yelled at Nocturne, who was still in a daze, "Leave! Hurry!" In an instant, Nocturne's eyes focused. "Why are you trying to save me?" His trembling eyes filled with confusion as he looked at the head elder and the one-horned tribe members holding Yanwu down. "To you, I shouldn't be anything more than the person who helped assassinate your king. Right? If I were true to my feelings, I'd have your head already." Though the head elder was known to be an even-tempered, calm person, his face was already bright red with suppressed anger that was as overwhelming as Yanwu's. "But why?" "Because that's what the martial king wanted." Nocturne couldn't reply. That damn bastard was so worried about his surviving disciples. "Both you and Cain. This is what he wanted, so should I go against his will and finish you off? Nonsense! I can't fail his last will." Nocturne was speechless. The words that the martial king left before his disappearance were still stamped in his heart. "You're not Alforoni. You're not Vivasvat's simulation. You may have originated from him, and even if you were originally a simulation created by the tower system, you've lived your own life. Isn't that right? Don't waver. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid. What is there to be afraid of? You're living your life, so don't create stress from things that don't matter to you. Your adolescence was pretty long, no?" Nocturne's heart pounded loudly. "Because that's what a teacher, a parent, and an adult should do for you. I'm proud of you." Nocturne felt like the martial king was still around. He felt as though he could still feel his master's hand gently stroking his head. The martial king had reacted the same way when Nocturne first opened his eyes. The martial king had stayed by Nocturne's side and taught him many things. The martial king would often pat Nocturne's head and say Nocturne had done well after doing something difficult, giving him words of encouragement whenever Nocturne fell into depression after another unsuccessful bout of recalling his lost memories. At the thought of that warm hand, Nocturne clenched his teeth. Forcing down his rising emotions, he got up, determined to continue living. It was the only thought in his mind, the thing his master had wanted for Nocturne. "All right, go and never let me see you again. This will be the last and only chance my tribe will give you." The next time we meet, seeing Nocturne get up, the head elder revealed his savage intent. "I might tear off your head with my own hands." After placing his clenched hands on the ground and bowing, a traditional one-horned tribe farewell, Nocturne left. Nocturne had shown to the head elder the proper respect and gratitude of a disciple for his master's close relation. The head elder did not take his eyes off Nocturne until Nocturne was gone. He wanted to make sure that he had fully carried out the martial king's final will. The martial king had said that he would attain his own immortality and stay by his disciples, but the head elder had no idea how the martial king planned to achieve this feat. The unwritten stories of the future did not belong to old people, the head elder thought, but to people like Yanwu and Nocturne. There was nothing the head elder could do but help them write these stories. "Let go! Let me go!" Meanwhile, Yanwu was still struggling against everyone pinning him down. At some point, the ghost giants, dragons of death, Shannon, Rebecca, and many others also appeared to hold Yanwu down. The wise Cronus looked at his son with a complicated expression. The head elder quietly watched the scene before walking up to the struggling Yanwu and slapping him across the face. Bam! The loud slap was so strong that it left a red handprint on Yanwu's cheek. Cronus' eyes widened, and the ghost giants and dragons of death all looked in bewilderment at the head elder. Fanti looked terrified, worried that Yanwu would shift his anger to the head elder. However, unexpectedly, Yanwu only calmed down and stopped struggling. The head elder looked at Yanwu and asked with a solemn expression, "Have you regained your wits?" "I was out of line." After a while, Yanwu finally came to his senses. Fanti and the others who were struggling to hold him down looked at each other before slowly stepping away. Fortunately, Yanwu no longer showed any signs of wanting to chase after Nocturne. He remained seated on the ground. "I'm sorry. You're probably the one feeling the largest heartache. Like an irresponsible child, I was only thinking about myself." Yanwu bowed to Fanti. For a moment, Fanti's eyes flickered, but he started speaking nonsense as if nothing serious had happened. "Hey? Maybe it's because I've been fighting for a while, but I seem to have misheard something? There's no way Temperhyung would say sorry to me, his junior, right?" Yanwu smiled at Fanti's response, but his smile quickly turned bitter. After observing Yanwu, the head elder left, followed by Cronus, Fanti, and the others. It looked as though Yanwu needed some time to gather his thoughts. "I'm sorry," the head elder said as he bowed to Cronus. It was only natural for the head elder to apologize since he had raised his hand to someone in front of his own parent. Of course, Cronus didn't care at all. No. That kid doesn't know how the world works and does whatever he wants. He needs to get some sense knocked into him from time to time. If you see him going astray again, please don't hold back and scold him harshly." Only after hearing Cronus' words did the head elder feel peace of mind. The head elder put on a gentle smile. "I see that you're passing on your work as a parent to someone else. Ha ha ha. Educating my own children hasn't been my strong suit. However, I'm glad that Yanwu has adults around him." The two briefly exchanged a few pleasantries. Then, his smile dropping a little, Cronus asked, "What do you plan to do next? We just experienced a lot of unexpected things. It seems like it will take some time for the whole tribe to regain our bearings. We'll probably sort things out after some time passes. It's important for you to keep a sharp eye out in times like this. If an adult doesn't act as a pillar, everything might come tumbling down." Cronus offered some sincere advice based on his own experiences. The head elder nodded and agreed as he adjusted his glasses. Although their conversation was brief, it seemed that they understood each other deeply and could communicate well with each other. "The wind is quite cold." Even though the Martial King had caused a ruckus just a moment ago, the surroundings were already cooling down. The traces of the Martial King's presence were disappearing very quickly. The head elder quietly mumbled about their rapid disappearance to himself. It was around that time that Yanwu suddenly stood up despite not organizing all his thoughts. "I don't feel it." Parrying. There was no news from Han Ryong, whom Yanwu had sent to find Eudora. Since Yanwu had focused all his energy on what was happening to the Martial King, he hadn't had a chance to ask Han Ryong how things were progressing. Han Ryong also did not contact Yanwu. Possibly, the fight was not over yet. Chapter 625, Martial King, 19. Chapter 625, Martial King, 19. Bam! 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 The ground shook with each explosion. Although the noise bombarded her ears and the black flames blinded her eyes, ha, ugh, ha. As she propped herself up with divine evil, Eudora breathed heavily. As one of the top martial artists in her tribe and the daughter of the current psychic medium, Eudora possessed a vast amount of inner energy in addition to her innate ability to recover quickly. However, the damage that she sustained had accumulated to the point that it was difficult for her to even stand. "Hey, no matter how hard you try, you know you can't win, right? Even if you are close to becoming a divine being, I'm not a pushover myself. Han Ryeong blocked Laplace's path. The sight of Han Ryeong dancing with his 9 swords stuck in various places was both beautiful yet pitiful. Han Ryeong was trying with all his might to stop Laplace from reaching the psychic medium and Eudora. Of course, it was next to impossible for Han Ryeong to defeat a king of the demonic sea. Han Ryeong could only endure to the best of his ability, and even that. Clang! Every time Han Ryeong's blade collided with Laplace's divine power, Han Ryeong's sword blade shattered like hard candy. The sense of danger only grew for Han Ryeong and those behind him. However, unlike them, Laplace was as relaxed as if he were out for a leisurely walk. Laplace threw his fist out and connected with Han Ryeong's right arm, which instantly crumbled and dissipated into the air. My mother's eyes! I have to protect them no matter what. No one had to ask Laplace or his companions what they wanted in the chaos. It was clear that they wanted to take the psychic medium's inner eye. Children born with the qualities of the psychic medium like Eudora could utilize insight if they worked hard to develop the ability. Insight was an ability that could deconstruct and clear away any illusions, enabling the user to see the essence of things. The roots of the ability came from ideas. However, possessing insight was only one of the qualifications necessary to become a psychic medium. Another condition was spirit contact. The psychic medium was a shaman who preached and exacted the will of Shea Haojintian, the creator and guardian god of the one-horned tribe. She had to be able to use the unique communication method known as spirit contact to speak to Shea Haojintian. And as that contact with Shea Haojintian developed and she continued to carry out Shea Haojintian's will, the spirit contact would evolve into divine contact. Once she attained divine contact, she could unleash Shea Haojintian's power on his behalf since Shea Haojintian refrained from appearing in the world. Once she attained this level, insight would evolve to become inner eye. Through Shea Haojintian's protection, she could observe ideas and peer into all corners of the world. She could even make prophecies and tell fortunes. Thus, divine contact was also called the spirit's eye or divine eye. Divine contact was also the reason why even though the one-horned tribe had abandoned their qualifications as a transcendent species, they enjoyed a reputation as the strongest race in the tower for thousands of years. Of course, it was not easy to obtain both divine contact and inner eye. In fact, during the long history of the one-horned tribe, they had more years without a psychic medium than with one. Furthermore, even if the tribe was fortunate enough to have a psychic medium, the psychic medium often had short tenures. However, the psychic medium of this generation was different. She rose to the position around the same time that the martial king had taken the throne. This confluence of events led to a long period of stability which helped the one-horned tribe establish a firm foundation bolstered by the head elder's leadership and sage council. For a long period of time, the one-horned tribe had the martial king, one of the most powerful martial artists in the world, and a psychic medium who could see into the darkest corners of the world. With those two leading the tribe, how could the tribe fall into trouble? They also had solid potential successors. Fanti had the martial king's martial arts and bloodline, and he was already at the level that the martial king had been at his age. Eudora had almost fully evolved her spirit contact to divine contact. Thus, no one doubted the tribe's continued success and dominance. Now, a being had appeared, intent on taking the inner eye Laplace. Once, Laplace had been the Central Bureau's top administrator, but somehow, Laplace managed the incredible feat of obtaining the role of a player, as a divine being. No one knew exactly how Laplace planned to take the inner eye. The recent attack had temporarily cut off all channels with Shea Haojintian after the destruction of the village's barrier and the large damage that the spirit pond sustained. No matter how much Shea Haojintian supported and welcomed the psychic medium, it was not an easy task for the psychic medium to constantly exert her powers and observe the world without a break. Therefore, the psychic medium rarely left her holy territory or the spirit pond. This was also the reason why Yeonwoo had never met the psychic medium in person even though they had been acquainted ever since Yeonwoo started visiting the one-horned tribe's village. The psychic medium was in a state of shock and unable to move due to the destruction of the spirit pond. Eudora tried to protect her mother, but she could not put up a fight against Laplace with only her insight, which had not yet developed into the inner eye. A little bit more, somehow. Still, Eudora clenched her teeth. She firmly believed the struggle for the throne would end soon and that Faceless's plan would stand no chance against her mighty father, the Martial King. If Eudora could hold on a little longer, she was sure that the Martial King would arrive, sweep their enemies away, and save her mother. Yanwu would be there as well. Before they arrived, Eudora saw an opportunity to use the Yang sword. Thanks to Han Ryong buying her some time, Eudora could focus on her recovery, and if she regained a bit more of her energy, Eudora felt she could successfully strike Laplace. However, Dora. Eudora's heavy breathing stopped at the sound of her mother's sobbing voice, and she quickly turned to her mother. The psychic medium was feeling so much pain in her eyes that tears were dripping through the spaces between her fingers as she covered her eyes with her hands. For a moment, Eudora felt her heart sink. Even though the psychic medium did not say anything, Eudora felt like something was about to burst out of her chest. Eudora could not even breathe. For some reason, with a growing sense of urgency, Eudora felt that she shouldn't listen to the words that would come. However, "Your father is gone." The psychic medium wiped her face with her hands. The corners of her eyes were moist, and her eyes were unfocused, as though she were staring into the distance. Eudora felt that her mother's eyes looked strange. Such an awful person. I told him to be careful. Even in the end, he joked around with my words. Mother, what do you mean? Eudora stopped gathering her energy and looked at her mother. Bam! Ugh! At that moment, a tattered Han Ryong landed in front of Eudora after a large explosion. Han Ryong tried to prop himself up with his sword, but it shattered into pieces. Han Ryong fell to the ground once more. His limbs were shattered so badly that his body was unrecognizable. No, no, no! You shouldn't do that! Han Ryong, you were a player that I've cheered on and supported ever since I was an administrator. Furthermore, you're a familiar of my benefactor number, so I continued to play with you. But if you keep getting in my way, there's nothing else left for me to do but destroy you. Laplace appeared in front of Han Ryong and wagged his finger while speaking. Laplace had already transferred the eyes through code hacking. All that was left was the complete deletion of the original data source. After all, what was the point in letting others get a chance to obtain such a wonderful thing? Laplace felt a little sorry for his benefactor Yanwu, but he was sure that his actions would benefit Yanwu in the future. I apologize, but I'm going to have to be a nuisance a little while longer? Han Ryong's words made Laplace instinctively pull back. Boom! Black-red lightning bolts fell from the sky one after another, all aiming at Laplace. Boom! 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 Rumble! I almost got myself into serious trouble. Laplace smiled awkwardly when he saw that the spot where he'd been was completely destroyed. Cold sweat ran down his cheeks, and his stiff expression clearly showed how tense he was. SSS. As if it were chasing Laplace, emptiness suddenly opened next to him. Yanwu appeared with an expressionless face, swinging Vigrid fiercely. Since Yanwu was still united with Vigrid, the force behind his sword thunder strike was immense. Boom! 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 With a yelp, Laplace jumped back while activating his powers one after another. The divine power that he scattered all over the area started moving, turning everything around them into a mess. Various bizarre beings appeared, and tentacles started shooting out of random places. Even though he was a player, Laplace also wielded the powers of an otherworld god as one of the kings of the demonic sea. Using illusory change, Laplace twisted and messed around with the physical laws of the space. However, no matter how many beings and tentacles appeared, they were helpless against Yanwu's overwhelming firepower. Yanwu reached Laplace and rained down a barrage of sword thunder strikes immediately. Sixth Extreme. Boom! Slice. With an overwhelming amount of power, the grid cut through Laplace's neck in an instant. A copper-colored bald head with rabbit ears bounced into the air. Laplace's torso turned into ash immediately. His head spun up like a top and only stopped once it reached a high point. Rib. A long, diagonal line formed in the sky above his head, peeling back to create a huge emptiness. In fact, it was much deeper than ordinary emptiness, and there were countless souls flowing in a river and twinkling like starlight. Yanwu had been to this place a long time ago, the abyss. Inside was an unfathomably large dragon as big as the planet-sized crawling chaos. The last dragon, Harmonia, showed part of her face. Since you've already achieved your objective, why don't you stop fooling around, Laplace? Harmonia, the leader of the Sea of Time, exuded an aura and a presence that could not be expressed in words. All beings were completely overwhelmed, their expressions hardening. Her aura was overbearing enough to make everyone collapse onto the ground, but fortunately, everyone regained their composure. Yanwu unleashed a similar force, driving away Harmonia's aura almost as soon as it arrived and protecting everyone. So sad. I finally came across a chance to reconnect with my benefactor and learn more about these eyes, but alas, even though he had lost his torso, Laplace's head spoke very casually. Harmonia frowned in disapproval and extended her claws to pull Laplace's head in. The emptiness began to close. Son? Yes. Don't worry. I won't be arrogant and foolhardy. At Cronus' anxious call, Yanwu nodded quietly. Yanwu didn't chase after Harmonia and Laplace as they disappeared into the emptiness. It now became clear that the culprit of all these recent events was the Sea of Time, and he had to check on the relationships of the demonic sea, the Bureau, and the Sea of Time. Not now. Even though Yanwu was seething with anger, he decided not to continue the fight. The Martial King had disappeared, and the psychic medium had suffered serious injuries. The One-Horned tribe was on the precipice of collapse, and there were many other things for Yanwu to deal with first. Many higher gods and creator gods had disappeared, and Alforoni was behaving erratically to boot. Yanwu intuitively felt that all these seemingly unrelated events were connected to the Sea of Time. They were clearly controlling everything from behind the scenes, and it was inevitable that he would encounter them once more. You've progressed and developed nicely as a vessel and successor. Very good. Whoosh. As if she could read Yanwu's thoughts, Harmonia raised an eyebrow. The emptiness was about to close shut when... Mom! Ananta hurriedly ran forward and shouted. Unlike what she remembered from her childhood, the figure in front of her was immense, but Ananta never forgot her mother's temperament and aura. Ananta cried out in amazement that her mother was still alive. However, Harmonia showed no signs of surprise, as if she'd known all along that Ananta was present. You've grown up well. That's fortunate. Boom. With a sound like a door slamming shut, the emptiness closed. Ananta lost her strength and flopped to the ground. Cha Zhongwu's spirit suddenly appeared beside her and patted her shoulder. So, what do you plan to do now? Cronus looked at the scene and asked Yanwu. When things were chaotic, one had to quickly decide on one's priorities. We should hold a requiem. But before that, Yanwu's eyes narrowed. We'll comfort the dead. How? We'll punish those who rebelled against us. We will establish a reign of terror so ruthless and great that no one will ever dare to even think of attacking us again. His first supreme command was issued to Olympus that day. Athena, invade Asgard now. Trample on and destroy everything in their holy territories. Eliminate everyone, even those who surrender. Their holy territory shall become a place where nothing can live, and the name of Asgard shall never rise again. If there are any societies or individuals who sympathize with Asgard, eliminate them. Chapter 626, Requiem, 1. Chapter 626, Requiem, 1. Damn it! How could I be this humiliated by mere mortals? Thor shouted in frustration. Fury bubbled in him, making it difficult to keep his temper in check. What he had suffered from the disciple and master pair Yanwu and the martial king was the most outrageous humiliation he experienced in his entire life. He couldn't believe he could be embarrassed by creatures who weren't even demigods. He wasn't the only one who'd suffered, even his entire society had been disgraced. However, the consequences of their actions were even worse. The godly society criticizes for negotiating in bad faith. The godly society looks down on. The godly society begins a discussion to take back territory lost to in the past. The demonic society prepares for war against. The demonic society responds negatively to being classified as a great society. Vimalasitra flatly dismisses, saying they are not worth dealing with. Sir Nunnos forgets about the existence of. The Allied forces hold responsible for breaking the negotiations and want the society to be penalized. Asgard had once been one of the key societies of the heavenly world, but they had lost this high regard, and their reputation plunged to the ground. Even the small societies that Asgard had ignored and disregarded questioned their power. Their subordinates were beginning to lose faith in them, and their past conflicts with Dilmun were rearing their heads again. Even their enemy, Niflheim, was searching for ways they could corner Asgard. The higher one was, the harder the fall. Asgard was already nothing more than a group of discredited losers. However, what angered Thor further was the fact that the societies of absolute good and evil were silent. The godly society defers their statement regarding this incident. The demonic society expresses discomfort with the rude actions of and does not make any statement. Malok and El Infernal usually acted as arbitrators and tried to interfere whenever there was trouble between the societies. In fact, at times, they meddled so much that it became annoying. They had been eager to get involved when the Allied forces and hostile forces were fighting, but now, they were deathly quiet. It wasn't that they didn't have a reason to stay away. Asgard was sure that a prolonged war after the takeover of Olympus wouldn't benefit them, and so they asked Malok and El Infernal to help them negotiate with the Allied forces. However, at the same time, Asgard secretly worked with the Sea of Time to influence the negotiations and attempted to take Yanwu's close friends as captives. This had enraged the Chan sect, who accused Asgard of negotiating in bad faith. However, Asgard's biggest headache was that they had failed. Now, Malok and El Infernal were furious to find that Asgard had used them and left the negotiations and turned their backs on Asgard. There was no one left to help. Asgard was reaping what they sowed, but Thor didn't see it that way and blamed it on Yanwu and the Allied forces' hostility to Asgard. From his perspective, the heavenly world was a place of idiots. How could they not be angered by the humiliation caused by this mortal and only plot ways to get on the mortal's good side? He didn't understand. Odin, where are you? It was during times like this that they needed a stronger being to defeat their enemies and stabilize the unnerved members of Asgard with powerful charisma. However, their supreme god was still missing. No. This is my chance. Thor decided to adjust his thinking. Sometimes, a crisis could lead to opportunity. What if he led Asgard through this threat? If he could show leadership as the new supreme god after steadying the wobbling Asgard? He could create a new legend, which meant he could be a new king. Yes. There's no reason for me to stay as second in command forever. Thor clenched his fists. Odin had already abandoned his duties as the supreme god. Now that they were in this situation, Asgard needed a new king, and there was no one more suited for the role than him. What did he need to do now? Even though the Allied forces were on the brink of declaring war on them, Thor thought the most important thing was to resolve Asgard's internal divisions. Humph. Whatever. They'll quiet down if I give them a few territories. No matter how displeased Malok and El Infernal were with Asgard, they couldn't allow the balance of the godly and demonic societies to be disrupted. Otherwise, the heavenly world would go up in flames. The two societies were busy trying to unite the heavenly world against Alforoni, and they had no choice but to protect Asgard in order to maintain the balance. All Asgard had to do was toss them a few societies they had no use for. They could take back those societies once they were done arranging their internal affairs. In the meantime, they could simply consider it as letting others temporarily manage their territories. Thor felt more at ease after coming up with a new plan. He was still furious at Yeonwoo, but there was a phrase the Chan sect and Ji sect used for this situation: it is never too late for a gentleman to take his revenge. Thor decided to think of it that way. He'd have the opportunity to pay back the humiliation later. First, I should go console those who are struggling because of the penalty. Thor slowly got up as he organized his thoughts. The penalty they received after their manifestations were interrupted was immense. His own divinity was unsteady, so he could only imagine what the other divine beings were feeling. He needed to soothe their indignation. But as he was about to leave the temple, he paused. Wait. What about Olympus? Why are they so quiet? The messages describing the reactions of the various societies were still updating. However, Thor didn't see anything from stupid Olympus, those idiots who decided to accept Yeonwoo as their supreme god. Suddenly, chills of anxiety ran down Thor's spine. The objective has been changed to the destruction of Asgard. Olympus' message immediately popped up. A society's objectives determined the course it would take. How had it changed to something so harsh? The Godly Society declares their new objective to all the societies of the heavenly world. They announce that they will disregard views that express concern about or object to their policy. They declare they will not allow anyone's interference in this war, and they will consider anyone who supports Asgard as an enemy. Has declared war on. The Allied forces expresses their support. The Allied forces expresses their support. The Allied forces declares they will participate actively. The Allied forces will send soldiers for support. The Godly Society announces they will not interfere in this incident. The Demonic Society asserts their detachment from this war. Thor could only think of one thing as he looked at the messages that appeared one after another: Asgard had been abandoned. The resistance from Olympus and the Allied forces was worse than he thought, and even Malok and El Infernal were deserting them. Thor was headed for the other divine beings when the great holy territory of Asgard shook with an explosion. Boom! Has invaded the great holy territory, third branch of Yggdrasil. ******. A message has arrived from the celestial scribe of Metatron. Message: we will not interfere in this situation. Although our usual policy is to mitigate large-scale events including those that involve destruction, leaving Asgard unpunished will compromise our authority. We have decided to sacrifice Asgard to prevent this from happening. A message has arrived from Metatron. Message: we only request that the battle not spread to other societies. A message has arrived from the head of Baal. Message: we have no reason to oppose the destruction of one of the pillars of the godly societies. However, we wish that this situation be contained in order to decrease the risk of new conflict. And as for Agar's, take care of that damned fool. This is a personal request. Metatron and Baal, the leaders of Malok and El Infernal, immediately sent messages as Yeonwoo declared war. Their point was simple: they didn't plan to interfere at all, but they wouldn't allow the chaos to spread to other societies. It was clear that they had decided to allow Asgard to be eliminated, but they didn't want the war to expand and increase Yeonwoo's influence. Since the purpose of this war was revenge, Yeonwoo didn't have any complaints. In fact, he was grateful that the Chan sect and Niflheim had sent soldiers, especially since the Chan sect was probably in a frenzy due to the Jade Emperor's disappearance. Despite this, they had offered to help. Athena led Olympus forces and invaded Asgard. Their mission was total destruction. It was an entirely different war from the one that Uranus had waged in the past. At the time, they had wished to annex new lands and gain more forces, but this time, they had no intention of leaving anyone in Asgard alive. Fighting this war wasn't going to bring back the Martial King, but Yeonwoo hoped it would be a source of entertaining distraction. In this way, the Martial King's funeral began. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Fwoosh. The one-horned tribe was represented by fire because their ancestor Sheahau Hintain was the sun god. Red fire signified the purification of souls and the brightening of a dark world. They believed cremation was the only way for an individual to return to Sheahau Hintain's side. The flames blazing in the center of the village burned for 3 days, accompanied by the sobs and wails of the tribe members, which eventually died down to silence. Yanwu entered the cave where the martial king had found enlightenment, cutting off all communication with the outside world to learn all the teachings the martial king had left behind and comprehend the Yin sword. Chapter 627, Requiem, 2. Chapter 627, Requiem, 2. Before Yanwu entered training, the psychic medium had summoned him privately to a small cottage located by the spirit pond. Usually, it was a forbidden location to everyone aside from the psychic medium or her successors. There was an impressive pole there that showed the solar tides, which represented Sheahau Hintain. The psychic medium was resting with Edora at her side. "I heard you called for me. It's the first time we're meeting face to face, isn't it?" The psychic medium lifted herself with Edora's help and smiled. Yanwu had only ever spoken to the psychic medium in his head. He thought her voice sounded quite young, but at the same time, it had a dignified tone that made people pay attention when she was speaking. The psychic medium's eyes were bandaged, and she'd stayed at the spirit pond to heal during the funeral. Normally, as the chief priestess, it was her responsibility to oversee the ceremony and pray for a soul to return to Sheahau Hintain's embrace. However, the heavy injuries she'd sustained from Laplace's attack had prevented her from doing so. Fortunately, Edora had performed the necessary tasks in her stead, so there weren't any problems. The psychic medium was smiling faintly as if she could see Yanwu's face. From what Yanwu had heard, the psychic medium was blind from birth. Her blindness was the reason why the Cheongram family hadn't expected anything from her even though she was born with the divine spirit. They didn't think she would be able to finish the training to become the psychic medium. However, the psychic medium hadn't given up, and she used her disability as an advantage. Since she couldn't see, she wasn't deterred by the deceptions of the world and sensed the truth beyond them. As a result, she was enlightened with the inner eye and was considered the psychic medium with the most divine spirit in history, becoming the youngest person to ever take up the position. Yanwu heard that this passion was what made the martial king propose to her. As soon as he sat on the throne, he had to marry the daughters of 50 or so families and produce children, but the only person he truly loved was the psychic medium. She also fell in love with his inner self and not his appearance, and they had a happy marriage. Perhaps it was only natural why their children, Fanti and Edora, could stand out among their many half-siblings. Even now, although Yanwu wasn't looking at the psychic medium's eyes, he felt that she was reading everything about him. These procedures usually made him feel discomfited, but the psychic medium's gaze was different. Was it because of its warmth? It reminded him of the gaze he'd already forgotten. Mother! A part of his heart throbbed. Yanwu contained his emotions and slowly said, "No, ma'am. It's the second." It wasn't the first time they'd met. The psychic medium's expression shifted slightly. "Ho ho! I don't remember. When was it?" Yanwu just smiled faintly without responding, and the psychic medium burst out laughing when she realized what he meant. How audacious! The first time he'd met her was when he'd rescued her from Laplace. It wasn't a topic that could be brought up casually, but Yanwu mentioned it out of mischief because it seemed she was on her way to recovery. It was the kind of statement shared by people with close relationships, and Yanwu closed the awkward distance between him and the psychic medium. "You're a lot like your master when it comes to these things, although you certainly don't look it." Yanwu bowed. "I apologize if I offended you." "Not at all. My husband said Nocturne resembled him the most, but I don't think that's true." "It's you." The psychic medium smiled faintly, and Edora, who was still supporting her, nodded in agreement. Yanwu felt his heart squeeze, but he didn't express it as he shook his head. I'm the one who should feel offended with that statement. What? Ho ho ho. Can you curse a widow's husband to her face like this? The psychic medium must agree with. Call me mistress. Mistress must know my master's personality as well. I probably suffered the most from it. Ho ho ho. He did have quite the temper. Yuanwu was impressed by the psychic medium since the martial king was so captivated by her, but he didn't mention this. How fun! I've always thought it's so amusing to talk to you. My only son is too arrogant, and it's annoying. My daughter is somewhat better, but she never listens and is so sensitive that there are times when I want to punch her in the face. But there's none of that with you. The smile on her face deepened. Do you have any plans of living here? We'd welcome a live-in son-in-law. I don't think my father would agree to that. The grid, which was on Yuanwu's back, vibrated in agreement. It is a bit too much, I guess. But he doesn't seem to dislike you becoming my son-in-law. Mother. Eudora gently pinched the psychic medium's arm with a flushed face. The psychic medium's teasing only became worse. Look at this. What kind of daughter would do this because her mom said something that embarrassed her? Eudora sulked. Yuanwu just silently watched the two. He'd heard the psychic medium had lost all strength and couldn't eat or drink while the funeral was happening in the village, but it seemed like he didn't need to be concerned anymore. It was clear that Eudora had taken good care of the psychic medium. Anyway, enough with the small talk. The psychic medium focused on the main topic with her warm voice. I called you here because I have something to give you. She had something to give him? Yuanwu cocked his head. His eyes widened when he saw what the psychic medium was handing him. It was an intricate key the size of his palm and made entirely of gold. This is. Ho ho. You've recognized it because you've entered one of them. You're right. It's the key to the Gold Tier Skill Archive. The One-Horned Tribe's skill archives were divided into Gold, Silver, Bronze, and Iron tiers, and Yuanwu had used the Iron and Bronze tiers in the past. He had created the Heaven Wing Mana control inside the skill archives, which had later transformed into the Atman system that faithfully supported his body. Now, she was allowing him into the location that was forbidden without the permission of the king? The throne is currently empty, and I am the regent. You deserve to be allowed in there. The psychic medium's voice was still gentle, but it was a bit sad. His wish was that you fulfill the tribe's mission. As you know, Eudora has already uncovered the secret of the Yang sword and improved it after divine contact. But, as you already know, that wasn't enough. Yuanwu nodded heavily. Although Eudora succeeded in protecting the psychic medium from Laplace, she couldn't do more than that. The Yang sword was lacking when compared to the potential of the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword. It's because it wasn't in harmony with its other half, the Yin sword. The Yang sword and Yin sword aren't special at all when they exist separately. They must be combined as one for their true appearances to shine through, only then can the curse of the system be repelled. Yuanwu was silent. And, as you know, we can't postpone the completion of the Yin sword any longer. Our tribe never forgets a grudge. They will follow you to avenge my husband, and we must finish the tribe's mission before that. The psychic medium paused to catch her breath and said in a solemn tone, Can you release it? Yuanwu didn't answer immediately and pondered. Images of the martial king's last moments against Nocturne flashed through his mind. It had already been a few days, but he could remember it like yesterday. Each movement, each breath, each trick, everything. Could he copy the martial king's abilities? If he couldn't copy him, could he follow after the martial king? No. Could he surpass the martial king? He contemplated each question and compared himself to the martial king, realizing that the martial king had influenced everything he'd learned. Not only that, the martial king's presence would continue to loom over the paths he would walk in the future. Yuanwu remembered that the martial king once talked about his immortality to the psychic medium. I will show you that your prophecy about his death is wrong because I will continue the master's legacy. Instead of replying with a simple yes or no, he thought this answer would be more appropriate. A smile spread across the psychic medium's face. Thank you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Back at the training ground again. I will continue my master's accomplishments, no, his legends. The martial king's footprints were already imprinted in the ground. Yanwu would carry on from where they ended and create new ones. He was worried that he might take the wrong path and divert from the one his master had taken great pains to tread, but regardless of this concern, he would continue to fulfill the martial king's dying wish. After visiting the skill archive, the history, secrets, and philosophies of the tribe were already burned in Yanwu's mind. Now, he would take apart everything the martial king had taught him and adjust it to fit himself and interpret the yin sword. In fact, he had to go beyond interpreting it. The yin sword might not have opened for me all this time because I wasn't suited for it. Because the one-horned tribe were representatives of the sun, the yang sword had opened to them after a long period. However, this was the same reason the yin sword couldn't open to them. It was the same situation for Yanwu. The yin sword likely wasn't opening for him because he wasn't suited to it. He needed to change himself for the sword or change the sword itself. Since Yanwu's soul was already mature, it was almost impossible to change his body. He'd have to overturn his foundation. However, he was ready to do so and risk losing everything he'd gained so far if it meant he could open the yin sword. I can recover them again. What's so hard about going down a path I've already taken? Time difference. In the slowed world of his conscious mind, Yanwu's eyes flashed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yang rises and spreads, so it's ideal Edora, who views the vast world with the inner eye, expanding to and synchronizing her consciousness with the natural world. Time flowed. On the other hand, yin clumps together and settles, so it doesn't suit the one-horned tribe, who release energy. The vast world needs to be condensed inside one's consciousness. It seemed like eternity. Even Yanwu didn't know how much time had passed. It's why the 8 extreme swords that Master left behind can approach the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword but can never be used to realize it. It's because even though the 8 extremes were meant to interpret yin and yang, they also limit these concepts. These need to be discarded so they aren't the 8 extremes anymore but fundamentals. He fell. And it isn't just the 8 extreme swords that must be discarded. It's everything I possess. My skills, powers, abilities, and even my ego. Everything. Deeper and deeper. Everything will be released then transformed into yin in order to gather together again. The yin will gather what's spread out into one. A place so deep that no one could reach him. The power underworld domain declaration has been deleted. The power purgatory furnace has been deleted. The power shadow domain has been deleted. The power Atman system has been deleted. Your divine level has fallen. Your divine position has been lost. Your legends have been released. Release is beginning. Your ego has been destroyed. The released energy attempts to change form according to the commands of the vestiges. Warning. It is not possible to calculate the amount of time necessary to change forms. Warning. The success rate is extremely low. Failure may lead to complete destruction. Warning. The system has sensed the strange phenomenon and designated you as a bug. The security system may attempt to eliminate you. Would you still like to proceed? Chapter 628, Requiem, 3. Chapter 628, Requiem, 3. You have chosen to proceed. The system will upload a patch to get rid of its bug. The transformations are taking place. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Anyone who has a problem with me taking over this position should step up now. Fanti shouted powerfully, using lion's roar. His voice was filled with fury and fighting spirit as if he were the king of beasts. Although a month had passed, the martial king's funeral was still ongoing in order to pay respect to all of his achievements and successes. Since everyone agreed that the throne couldn't be left empty, the new competition for the throne began. It would have normally been a festive and celebratory event, but no one was in high spirits this time. Rage rose up in the tribe members after their sadness faded away. They wanted to begin a war for revenge unlike the one they had against Red Dragon, and they wanted a new tribe leader who would be strong and charismatic enough to lead their tribe. They wouldn't allow just anyone to sit on the throne, and it was inevitable that Fanti would step up. Although he was also a member of Arthea, he didn't concern himself with it since he'd already left and even received Yeonwoo's permission to ally Arthea with the tribe. As soon as the race for the throne began, Fanti stepped up first and showcased his power. The ground shook, and blood-red lightning bolts rained down from the sky. The storm that began to whirl around him was so intense that it was difficult to stay rooted on the ground. The tribe members' eyes all widened. When they watched Fanti repel faceless attacks, they already knew that his martial abilities had improved vastly. However, they realized that his abilities were more outstanding than they'd initially thought. It was clear how much experience he had gained from combat and how much training he had received from the head elder. When the head elder said Fanti was as powerful as the young martial king, the tribe members believed that he was only trying to show his disciple in a good light. However, the head elder hadn't been exaggerating at all. The royal family members who wanted to become the new king became nervous. Both the martial king's brothers and Fanti's brothers had prepared to enter the competition, but Fanti already seemed like the clear winner. It was clear they wouldn't have a chance to stay in one piece after fighting with him. Everyone glanced anxiously at each other. No one. Crash, crash. The moment Fanti's fury and blood-red bolts lashed out, the entire village shook. A smile appeared on the head elder's face. A few of the contenders who had been glancing surreptitiously at each other squeezed their eyes together and stepped up. If they didn't join now, the tribe members wouldn't support them. Fanti grinned toothily. He didn't have any bad feelings toward them, and he saw them as a good way to demonstrate why he deserved to sit on the throne. Boom! The competition to decide on the new king began. *******. The patch is disrupting the user's transformation. The user is attempting to block the patch with a barrier. The user has failed. The user has failed. The barrier has been destroyed. The patch has successfully broken through. It is tracking the user's source code and deleting it. The user is attempting to activate a defense mechanism to resist the patch. A new source code is being created. The process has failed. The process has failed. The process has succeeded. A new virus has successfully deleted and extracted the patch. A barrier is preventing the approach of a new patch. Dad, Dad. Mr. Fanti is the new king. Really? He talked up a storm about it. Looks like he really did it. Cha Zhongwu's vestige body looked up from the newspaper he was reading and smiled at Shi, who had burst in through the door. He, Ananta, and Shi were staying in the cottage as they rested and restored their magic power, and Fanti occasionally visited them to keep them company. Cha Zhongwu and Fanti had become good friends quickly after finding common ground as victims of Yeonwoo's nasty temper. Fanti had confidently told Cha Zhongwu that he would follow his father's footsteps, and it seemed he had finally reached his goal. Then what do I call Mr. Fanti now? Mr. King Fanti. Cha Zhongwu stroked his adorable daughter's head. His vestige body was healing at a rapid rate, and he could physically touch things now. Why don't we call him Mr. King? Mr. King. She tilted her head, thinking it was a strange name, but she soon smiled after deciding that she liked the way it sounded. Okay. He. Mr. Fanti is now Mr. King. Cha Zhongwu wanted to see what Fanti's expression would be when he heard this. Just then, Ananta came up next to Cha Zhongwu with a basket full of fruit. What are you looking at? Stories of the outside world. What's going on? Nothing much. Things are all going as Hyung ordered. Cha Zhongwu's vestige body closed the newspaper and tossed it on the table. Arthea declares domination. The headline didn't beat around the bush declaring who the new master of the tower was. The long-standing rule of the 8 clans was over. The newspaper announced that the world now belonged to Arthea. The pacification of the 76th floor was successfully finished, and the surviving forces of White Dragon and the Dud Brethren had been eliminated. The 9 kings now had a new roster. Alforoni, Shadow King, Cha Yanwu, Bloodsword, Khan, Foxy Tail, Doyle, Martial King the Younger, Fanti, Demon Beauty, Edora, Head Bishop, Hug Hell, Sword Strategist, Leonhart, Moonchild. 5 of the 9 spots were taken up by Arthea members or people related to Arthea. Ananta felt strange when she looked at it. Arthea, the fallen clan that Zhongwu had founded, had risen again thanks to his brother, and all vengeance had been fulfilled. Other than Alforoni, no one could harass them in the lower world anymore. She knew that the world had changed when she opened her eyes again, but it was fascinating to see it for herself. The Sea of Time is still in the dark. Cha Zhongwu's vestige body frowned at the thorn in their side. They were the ones who had controlled everything from behind the scenes, and they were led by a person Ananta both loved and despised at the same time. Because it was impossible to know what their plans were, it was of utmost importance to find them. Anyway, how are you feeling? I'm fine. The head elder said my recovery was fast. That's a relief. After Ananta woke up, the head elder brought out a significant number of elixirs from the tribe's treasury and gave them to her. She managed to recover quickly after the other elders gave their permission to let her use the elixirs, and she was almost back at her peak strength. I've also replenished a lot of my magic power. Then, we should get started, hey? Ananta nodded solemnly. Hyung said to wait until he returns, but we can't push it back any longer. Yanwu was showing no signs of coming out of his training. However, there was still no news of Brahm, and their worries grew by the day. It was possible that he had disappeared while chasing after the Sea of Time, but it was just as likely that he had gone missing like Zeus and Odin since Brahm was Deva's creator god, Brahma. Although only those who were afflicted by the heavenly demon disease had disappeared, they needed to consider everything. They told Sha that they would be taking a short trip, and they asked Edora to take care of her while they were gone. If only the 2 of them were going on the journey, the danger would be great, but another person had agreed to come along, so they weren't too worried. Then let's go. Ananta nodded and picked up the ticking pocket watch from the table, putting it in her pocket. When they stepped outside, the head elder was already waiting for them, wiping his glasses. Are you ready? Just like Heavenwing, the blood-red philosopher who had once been a legend of the tower had come out of retirement. ******. The transformation process has increased its speed due to an unknown factor. It is reaching its final steps. The current percentage is 89%, 90%, 91%, 96%. The transformation is complete. Final percentage, 103.1%. The energy of Yin has been gathered together as one. Your existence has been created. Yanwu slowly opened his eyes. How much time has passed? Thanks to time difference, his mental processes had worked very quickly, and since his ego and consciousness had been cut off during the transformation, he had no memory of what had happened. He could have been deleted without a trace. But I succeeded. Yanwu could feel that his body had changed completely. His divine soul had been taken apart and reconstructed. All impurities had vanished, and he had taken on the nature of Yin. His soul had already matured, so his divine level wasn't too different, but it and his body had been reborn. A god of Thanatos looks at you with admiring eyes. A god of Osiris wishes to create a book of the dead for you. A god of the king of 7 hells, bows to you. A god of Nergal exclaims at your soul. A god of Ksatagarbha wishes to request something of you. A demon of hell wets her lips. She shudders in delight. Ismatova is sure that you are the worthy and true successor of the Black King. All gods of death wonder at you. All demons of death worship you. The spring of death has been fully restored. The spring of death has been strengthened and now fits into the cog of all the divine powers of death in the heavenly world. The concept of death is in your grasp. Yanwu named his soul Yin Soul. He had changed the very foundation of his soul to the qualities of Yin to awaken the Yin sword, and through this, his divine power of death had been strengthened. No being in the heavenly world could compare to his divine power, and it was only natural that the lofty gods and demons of death would lower themselves to him. If he exuviated now, his Yin soul would bloom and he would be reborn as a conceptual god with the power of death. All the divine powers of death would be at his feet. As if welcoming his awakening, Athena appeared from shadows. Whoosh! Shadow domain has been designated automatically. Your chief apostle is descending. Greetings to the supreme god of Olympus. I congratulate you on behalf of the lower gods. I have come to give a report on the progress of your instructions. Athena didn't dare lift her head. It wasn't that Yanwu's level had changed, but strangely, she felt as if her soul would freeze if she looked at him. The atmosphere around him had completely changed, and she even felt a bit fearful, so she quickly pulled out the 4 heads she had been keeping safe all this time. The heads had vivid expressions of shock, as if they had just died. They were the heads of Thor, Heimdall, and the other leaders of Asgard. Asgard has been completely destroyed, and their holy territory has been turned into a land of death as you commanded. Olympus and its allies are chasing after the groups that have escaped and are on guard against those wary of us after Asgard's destruction. Yanwu nodded without any response as if he had expected nothing less. Then, he brushed his hands together and crushed Thor's head, letting Athena absorb the dispersing holy power. Swoosh! Athena's eyes widened. The holy power of Thor and the other supreme gods of Asgard were remarkable, but Yanwu had given it to her so nonchalantly without taking any for himself. She was moved almost to tears. Yanwu had never doubted that Asgard would be destroyed, and anything less would have made him feel disappointed in Athena. However, there was something more important to him right now. How much time has passed since I began training? Athena bowed lower. Approximately 2 years. Chapter 629, Time, 1. Chapter 629, Time, 1. What a headache! If I had known it would be like this, I would have given the throne to Anak. Damn it! Every morning, Fanti would look at the pile of documents on his desk with frustration. He had already taken care of a mountain of documents the day before that, and so on, but it did not seem like the mountain of documents would grow smaller any time soon. Fanti thought being king meant wielding unbelievable power and authority. However, the reality was completely different. Whenever he thought of his father, Fanti could only remember his father doing whatever he pleased. If the martial king wanted to play, he would play. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. The martial king had enjoyed the ultimate lifestyle without any restrictions. Father also had so many wives. A harem. Isn't having a harem the ultimate fantasy of all men? It was for these reasons that Fanti had coveted the throne. Furthermore, Fanti could escape from the constant nagging of his mother, the psychic medium, and his sister, Edora. However, once Fanti sat on the throne, his lifestyle was opposite of what he expected. He was forced to follow a strict daily schedule as if everything had to be measured with a ruler. Fanti couldn't wake up late and had to be up at 5 in the morning. After a simple breakfast of porridge, he had to attend meetings with the elders and important figures starting from 6 o'clock. He had to listen to their reports, then discuss the progress of the younger generation with the older tribesmen. From noon, he had to review major issues regarding the tribe, and after 3 in the afternoon, Fanti had to carefully look over the various documents and reports flowing in from various floors of the tower. Once he was done, which was usually around 8 in the evening, Fanti would eat dinner. At 11, he would either go to bed or take some time to practice his martial arts. Fanti's daily routine was monitored regularly, and because he was told he had to have a healthy diet, he only ever saw a parade of green vegetables at most meals. Occasionally, Fanti would be given chicken breast or beef rump for protein. This schedule drove Fanti crazy since he never liked to be tied down to one place for very long. Fanti tried protesting a few times, but to no avail. "I'll tell on you." "To whom?" "To the head elder." "Damn it." Whenever Fanti tried to protest, the people he spoke to would threaten to tell the head elder about his irresponsibility. All Fanti could do was mumble insults under his breath and carry on. Since he'd been dragged around by the previous king, the head elder was committed to controlling the current king. Fanti had no choice but to live like a trapped mouse. He did not even dare to think of rebelling against the head elder. Fanti had yet to fully develop and master blood lightning. What could he do to the head elder? Wait, doesn't a king usually give orders and make decisions? Shouldn't my subordinates take care of all the trivial matters? However, after realizing that his father's freedom had only been a facade and that the martial king had been weighed down by his duties and as a response to the psychic medium's constant nagging, Fanti gave up resisting. His only outlet was to tussle with the occasional challengers who sought the throne. However, since everyone grew to acknowledge Fanti's skills and authority, there were less and less challengers. Ah! Fanti sighed out loud as he grabbed the document on top of the pile and read it. He often whined about quitting, but he never actually did it because he didn't want to disturb the stability of the tribe, which they'd only just restored. However, although Fanti's eyes were unfocused and weary, he noticed something flash in the corner of his eyes. Whoosh! Fanti quickly ducked and let go of the paper, swinging his fists at the assailant approaching from behind. Crackle! Bam! After training for the past 2 years, Fanti's blood lightning had evolved to the 8th level. The blood lightning spun violently and thundered loudly as though it would sweep his enemy in one blow. Slice! However, the blood lightning's violent force suddenly disappeared, and a sharp wind blew past Fanti's neck. SSS! Fanti's movements suddenly stopped when blood flowed from a superficial cut on his neck and he saw a familiar face smiling at him when he turned around. Pretty good. You're moving a lot faster. Can you apply your blood lightning speed to your martial art movements as well? Hyung! Fanti burst into laughter, its sound louder than his blood lightning. Are you out now? Yet. I was wondering whether to break through the training center and go inside to have a look. Ha ha ha. It's good to see that you're out. However, Fanti's happy mood sobered up and he looked Yeonwoo over. Has anything changed? The only thing I can sense is a slightly gloomier aura, no. Fanti thought that someone coming out of closed-door training would look drastically different. After all, wasn't that usually the case? Besides, the fact that Yeonwoo was out meant that he'd finally achieved the yin sword. Fanti cocked his head, his face full of curiosity. I can still beat you up, so don't get any ideas, Yeonwoo said with a smile. Unless he went through exuviation and transcendence, there was no way for Yeonwoo to develop further. He had spent time in closed-door training in order to change his physical foundation, and his status window could no longer display his elevated stats. It only showed one character in the attributes section, yin. Humph! I wouldn't be so sure. Fanti seemed displeased by Yeonwoo's words and shouted confidently. Yeonwoo wasn't the only one who had changed in the past 2 years. Oh yet. You never know, right? You might be the one calling me Hyung now. Bam! Yeonwoo moved quickly and swung Vigrid. Clang! Fanti blocked Vigrid with the edge of his hand. In the past, Fanti would not have been able to block such an attack, but now, it was fairly simple for him. Ha ha ha! Didn't I tell you? I'm not as simple as I used to be. Fanti's confident words were cut off when fists suddenly began flying at him from every direction. Bam! After Arthea consolidated its power in the lower world, there was a wide consensus that the tower would soon collapse. However, that brief period of panic soon subsided. Humans are creatures of adaptation, and those within the tower adapted to Arthea's rule. Of course, the tower contained many people and factions that sought greater power. There had been attempts to overthrow Arthea, but none had succeeded so far. As time passed, strange rumors started circulating among the rankers. The rankings of the 61st floor have begun to change after a long time. Anyone could look up the rankings, and up to the 60th floor, the top name had consistently been number, a name that was hidden. Of course, everyone knew that number was the Shadow King, the head of Arthea. However, many were confused why it hadn't been made public. All of a sudden, the name of number, which hadn't been seen in a while, began appearing at the top position of the rankings again. The difference between number's score and that of the person in second place was so huge that no one could even think of approaching number's score. However, what truly surprised people was the speed of the change in rankings from the 61st floor to the 76th floor. They were all changing in less than an hour. This is the 76th floor, the Gate of the 10 Knights. As the floor's name suggested, the stage contained 10 knights and was covered in darkness. The light of the moon and the countless stars illuminated the stage, but the moon wasn't like anything Yanwu had seen on Earth or on any of the other floors. The moon was so huge that Yanwu wondered if the planet was actually a satellite of the moon and not the other way around. The moon loomed so large in the horizon that it seemed like he could only see 30% of it, and its craters were all visible. It seemed like if one traveled to the moon, one could reach it in no time. Isn't it difficult for ordinary things to live here because of the difference in gravity? Yanwu suddenly thought, but he soon dismissed his question. What was impossible in a world with miracles and magic? As the starlight reflected in his eyes, Yanwu searched for Laputa and found the floating castle leisurely flying among the stars. Next to the moon, Laputa looked as tiny as a firefly, but its influence on the stage was beyond its size. It was the home of Arthea, who occupied the 76th floor in place of the now-defunct White Dragon. Yanwu folded his sky wings and quietly landed on Laputa. Doyle had already heard that Yanwu was coming and waited for him in the courtyard. It's been a while, Hyung. How are you? You know me. I'm always the same. Doyle had grown out of his baby face and looked dignified now. His physical features were sharper, and he seemed to have grown taller. I suppose he's taller than Khan now. Khan would have been angry if he'd heard Yanwu's thoughts. Any news about the Sea of Time? I knew you'd start off with that. I need to get rid of them as soon as possible. Ferocity glinted in Yanwu's eyes. The Martial King had told Yanwu to surpass Al-Foroni. And, of course, Yanwu was going to obey the Martial King's last words. However, that time was not yet right. Yanwu had to strike the Sea of Time first. They were responsible for the Martial King's death and had stolen the psychic medium's eyes. Yanwu was dead set on eliminating them first, especially when he considered the fact that someone was gathering up all the adamantine nova throughout the universe, that the gods had disappeared, and that the demonic sea was colluding with the Sea of Time. Also, Al-Foroni hasn't made a move despite the frequent occurrences of exuviation and transcendence. It's clear that the Sea of Time has done something to restrict him. There was no way Yanwu could forgive the Sea of Time for what they did to the Martial King. Brahm's whereabouts are still unknown as well. Also, no one can reach Zhongwu and the head elder. It was clear that Brahm was still alive because his link to Yanwu was still intact. However, something was blocking them from contacting each other, so Yanwu could not figure out what was going on. Still, from time to time, Yanwu could sense that Brahm hadn't been detained or injured. Yanwu speculated that Brahm and the others might have gone to a place completely separated from the outside world, like a hidden stage, as they pursued the Sea of Time. Fortunately, Yanwu and Arthea had not sat idly by. I saw the report you sent over the other day. Jianwu had instructed Fanti and Khan to continue pretending to fight over the second-in-command spot in Arthea. Fanti hasn't been around the base because he's been concentrating on the One-Horned tribe, so it's been easy for Khan to gather people around him. He's found a lot of weeds. Doyle handed Jianwu a summary of his report. Jianwu scanned the contents quickly and his eyes narrowed. He'd also read reports from Cha Zhongwu and the head elder that Fanti had passed to him. Jianwu's mind quickly organized the various pieces of information. It seems like quite a few people are involved. There are probably some fools among these people who don't even realize what they're involved in. Sort everything out soon. Will do. And in the meantime, Khan has gotten cozy with the other side, and he's currently on his way to attend a meeting in their area. The Sea of Time was everywhere. Khan was pretending to join them, and it seemed that his undercover efforts were about to bear fruit. Jianwu's eyes lit up. Where's the meeting place? Chapter 630, Time, 2. Chapter 630, Time, 2. This is the 66th floor, gate of the end of the Century City. Is this right? Jianwu raised his collar and protected his mouth from the sudden, desolate wind. This doesn't look like a good place to meet and plan something. Although he had already visited the floor's stage before, Jianwu hadn't paid too much attention since his main objective had been to quickly clear the stage. Thanks to his younger brother's diary, Jianwu knew the characteristics of each floor, and from what he remembered, the 66th floor was a stage without any special features. A city that was at the end of a century, as its name suggested, it was gloomy and apocalyptic. Collapsed skyscrapers covered in vines contributed to the eerie atmosphere. The asphalt road was ruined and vegetation grew among its cracks. Jianwu could see vehicles haphazardly strewn all over the area. Deflated rubber tires and rubbish were piled up near a rusted traffic sign. There was a dark, underground passage, most likely once a subway station entrance, and occasionally, a rat or a mole would pop out. Maybe that's the theme, is the remnants of a civilization completely destroyed by nuclear war. The setting was familiar since Jianwu often watched apocalyptic movies, such as zombie movies, back on Earth. Actually, Jianwu didn't even have to compare it to the movie. The scene in front of him was similar to the ones he'd seen in the war-torn areas of Africa and the Middle East. However, this place was even worse. It was difficult to find people, and radioactivity and harmful biological gases still lingered in the environment. Of course, these things did little to no damage to Jianwu since he had formless poison. However, all these features meant that the stage was not a good meeting place. But then, a place that's unsuitable for life and avoided by most might be the best place to hold a secret meeting and avoid prying eyes. Jianwu's eyes narrowed. Zhongwu and Ananta also said that they were coming here before we lost contact with them. After Fanti had alerted him about the 66th floor, Jianwu had planned on getting more information from Doyle before coming up with an action plan when they lost contact with Zhongwu and the others. When he heard that Khan was headed this way, he also decided to go. There was something about this stage. Jianwu was sure of it. He had disguised himself, and instead of his usual black coat, he wore a fancy, red-hooded cloak that protected him from the sandy winds and dyed his hair white. On top of that, he wore a mask of carved wood. He had placed Vigrid in his subspace and had a pair of spears, one long and one short, on his back instead. It would be impossible for anyone to identify him as the Shadow King, and since he was also adept at concealing his aura, only a being who was at the level of the 9 kings would have the power to see through his disguise. Jianwu headed to the place where Khan was supposed to have gone. It was a subway station not far away from Jianwu's current location. A nearby signboard with letters that even the tower's system could not read hung precariously as if it would fall off at any moment. There wasn't a single beam of light shining on the stairs that led down to the station, but Jianwu stepped forward without any hesitation. He had long ceased any dependence on light, and he followed along the wall down the stairs until he was inside the station. It was so dark and quiet that no one would appear, even by accident. There were players who searched every corner of a stage to find hidden pieces, but even they would just pass this place by. Yanwu continued forward, passing through the ticket gate, and reached the platform without any disturbance. Rusty railroad tracks were visible below. Yanwu wondered what would travel on them. Boom! After waiting for over 30 minutes, Yanwu heard the hair-raising screeching of metal as something began to approach the platform. A train is coming into the station. Please step behind the line. A public announcement filled with static rang out. The train seemed to be operating without any electricity or magic. Of course, this sort of train could not be normal. Once the train stopped at the platform, Yanwu got on. The train's doors closed behind him, and the train started moving. Is there anyone else aboard? Yanwu's eyes narrowed and he quietly walked through the train carriages. The train was a hidden piece that even his younger brother hadn't discovered, and without any information to guide him, he had to be on high alert. The train stopped and opened its doors whenever a station appeared. After a few seconds, the doors would close, and the train would leave the station. Each time, no one boarded the train. If there had been another passenger, Yanwu would have overwhelmed them and gotten information out of them. Unfortunately, nobody boarded the train, and Yanwu could only cluck his tongue in regret. He got off 20 stations after he boarded. The train platform and station were unlike any other he had ever seen. It didn't look anything like the theme of the end of the century, and instead, there were various neon signs illuminating the platform brightly. There was an arrow-shaped neon sign that pointed the way. Name. A player covered in a hooded cloak approached Yanwu. It was difficult for Yanwu to tell whether the approaching figure was a man or a woman because of the station's darkness. However, Yanwu could tell that this player was a ranker who had been tasked to get rid of unwanted visitors. Abel. I've never heard such a name. You sure sound like an idiot. Yanwu lightly snorted and rolled up his left sleeve. In an instant, the light from the ceiling illuminated his left forearm, which started to glow brightly. A bizarre-looking, glowing tattoo appeared. It was the mark that the Sea of Time used to identify members. Are there any members who reveal their real names? If there are idiots like that here, I'm going to leave right now and cut my losses. Before leaving for the 66th floor, Yanwu had interrogated a spy from the Sea of Time that Doyle had identified. The spy's convictions couldn't withstand the torture of the purgatory furnace, and thanks to his information, Yanwu carved the mark on his left forearm. The time mark varied according to the individual who bore it, however, they all shared distinctive features that made it easy to recognize fellow members. The mark alone made it easy to pass as a member, but what about the end times? Shit! There's some secret passphrase. Yanwu hadn't heard of anything like this when he interrogated the spy. Bam! In an instant, the gatekeeper began to lash out with a whip that was wrapped around his wrist like a bracelet. However, before the gatekeeper could attack, Yanwu's shadow rose up and engulfed the gatekeeper completely. Yin Spirit Arts, Spirituality. After creating his Yin spirit, Yanwu could now dominate all things that possessed the Yin property, such as the shadow. Yanwu could not only control his own shadow better but also the shadows of others. Of course, this power was limited to beings that were weaker than him. Still, it meant that he could control the body connected to the shadow to some extent. Yanwu faced little difficulty when it came to mortals' shadows. Once he took over the shadow and cleansed them. The gatekeeper's eyes under his hood turned hazy. Yanwu injected a large amount of spirit poison into the gatekeeper's body, and the gatekeeper's spirit became dormant. He was no more than a puppet now. So annoying. Should I have just done this from the start? Yanwu wanted the gatekeeper to stay where he was, but he didn't want anyone to notice that something was strange about him. Yanwu decided that implementing a light suggestion into the gatekeeper's mind would be enough. Yanwu flicked his fingers and the gatekeeper's eyes focused once more and he took a step back. Brother, welcome. I apologize for my doubts. The gatekeeper now believed that Yanwu not only produced the secret password but also possessed a high status, thanks to the thoughts that Yanwu had planted in his mind. Yanwu rolled down his sleeve and shook his head. No worries. Since the world is so chaotic these days, I understand many heretics are trying to disturb his word. In times like these, even among brethren and family, it is natural to pay attention to details. Thank you for your understanding. Have many already gone upstairs? It seems that more members than we initially expected have answered the call. It must be because we haven't had a gathering in a long time. Where should I go? Use the stairs and use the number 6 exit. Exit 6 on the 66th floor. That seems appropriate. Keep up the good work. After some pleasant banter, Yanwu headed towards the direction the gatekeeper had pointed to. The gatekeeper looked at Yanwu's back, wondering why he was having such a sudden onset headache. However, he pushed his concerns aside once the announcement that the next train was arriving and returned to his original position. They have tight security. Yanwu's eyes narrowed his eyes as he clucked his tongue. Before exiting the station, Yanwu was getting annoyed by the numerous gatekeepers who appeared at regular intervals within the station. Furthermore, there were people hiding in the shadows and corners of the station nearby each gatekeeper. The farther up Yanwu went, the more difficult it was to overwhelm the gatekeepers' shadows without attracting attention. There are quite a lot of people. There were 200 people in the plaza at the top of the station. Since this was the 66th floor, a place only rankers could enter, it was an outrageous number. The Sea of Time has this many members. Yanwu wasn't sure if everyone gathered was a member or had been roped into the group through some other means. However, it was clear that the Sea of Time was a much more powerful organization than they appeared. Moreover, this gathering is most likely for just one of its sub-organizations. Yanwu had planned to attack the people gathered at the meeting hall as soon as he arrived, put all their souls into the soul collection, and torture them to find the whereabouts of Brahm and the others. Shall I watch a little longer? Yanwu thought that he ought to observe for a little longer. The high-level members hadn't made their entrances yet, and there was a possibility that he would gain useful information once the meeting started. The attendees were very solemn, and everyone wore a mask. They avoided talking to each other as much as possible and only milled about, waiting for the organizers to appear. Yanwu thought he could identify Khan. Even though he was wearing a mask and cloak, Khan could not completely change his unique temperament and aura. He was quietly discussing something with a few attendees. Perhaps they were the ones who had convinced him to attend. Yanwu also recalled that Khan had to jump through a lot of hoops just to create a relationship with the Sea of Time. Feeling a gaze upon him, Khan turned his head and met Yanwu's eyes. Just as Yanwu recognized Khan at once, Khan seemed to immediately recognize Yanwu as well. Look ahead. However, after receiving Yanwu's message, Khan quickly turned his gaze to another place and acted as if nothing had happened. The person next to Khan cocked his head. Is there someone here you recognize? Ha ha ha. No way. Wouldn't it be bad if I did? I was only thinking about what to have for dinner with everyone. Ha ha ha. It's so interesting to see this side of you, Khan. Yanwu smiled lightly as he watched Khan smooth out the situation with banter. As Yanwu gazed at the other participants, he began to wonder what the best time to attack them was. Yanwu's shadow had already flowed through the meeting area and been in contact with the others' shadows for a long time. As soon as he gave the signal, these shadows would instantly consume their own masters like hungry beasts. I'm going to take them over now. Yanwu made a decision as he looked at the crowd that had gathered. The high-level officials had appeared and were talking nonsense behind a podium. Yanwu had been expecting some valuable information since there had to be a good reason for everyone to risk this meeting, especially since they valued secrecy so much. However, the speaker only talked loudly and pompously as if his words were important, but they were nothing but bullshit. Something about the end of days, what happened at the beginning of time, how the Sea of Time would lead the future and all sorts of other nonsense. He didn't talk about any plans or next steps. It was almost like the gathering of a cult. Yanwu tried to listen to the end since their last contact with Brahm was when he reached this place. However, Yanwu soon concluded that it would be more efficient to just capture everyone and force them to speak. Besides, it seemed that no one else was coming. Yanwu mobilized the souls he had placed in each person's shadow. Wall of the Dead. As soon as the shadows below each attendee's feet swayed like haze. Bam! Suddenly, from behind, a hand landed on Yanwu's shoulder. Yanwu turned around to see who it was. Wait quietly. An urgent message rang in Yanwu's ear, one that Yanwu never thought he would hear in a place like this. It was Leonhardt's voice. Chapter 631, Time, 3. Chapter 631, Time, 3. You. Stunned to encounter someone unexpected, Yanwu almost inadvertently spoke out loud, but he gathered himself and used open speaking to communicate with Leonhardt. Why are you here? That's what I want to ask you. Why are you here? Leonhardt's voice was filled with bewilderment and impatience. It was only then that Yanwu recalled what he'd read a long time ago in his brother's diary. After I disappointed Leonhardt, he moved on to the Sea of Time. Of course, Yanwu had not forgotten this, although he'd pushed it deep inside his subconscious to avoid dealing with it directly. In many ways, Yanwu felt both affection and hatred for Leonhardt. He was aware that, like Valdebiche, Leonhardt had tried to maintain his loyalty to Zhongwu until the very end, only to leave from exhaustion. Later, Leonhardt even left the Sea of Time to create the Fantasy Regiment and avenge Zhongwu. However, when he thought of the fact that Leonhardt hadn't been there to protect his younger brother, Yanwu could not forgive him. As a result, Yanwu had avoided mixing with Leonhardt. However, things had changed now that they were coincidentally meeting here. Had Leonhardt not cut ties with the Sea of Time yet? Then I should consider him an enemy. Yanwu felt that he could not leave Leonhardt alone. Whoosh! Yanwu's shadows stretched out like tentacles along the ground and pierced into Leonhardt's shadow. Ugh! Leonhardt sharply inhaled as pain shot through his body. It was as though his very soul had been pierced by something invisible. Yanwu's awakened yin spirit art was based on his shadow, borrowing the physical location of the shadow to invade the idea within his opponent. The location of the shadow was a direct connection to one's being. The yin spirit art not only imprinted one's will over the microcosmos of another person's ego but also influenced the person's idea. This was the yin sword that Yanwu had learned in his new power. Unless one was at least at Yanwu's power level or possessed skills and talents that could counteract the effects of the yin sword, one could not avoid Yanwu's yin sword attack. Leonhardt was an outstanding high ranker who was a member of the new Nine Kings. If he honed his spirit power a little more, he would be able to seek exuviation even if transcendence was not possible. It was impossible for him not to sense the invisible hand that influenced his spirit. Leonhardt seemed bewildered that Yanwu possessed such a talent. It was something Leonhardt had never even thought of. What's going on? Sensing that things were strange, the attendee next to Leonhardt called out to him with an apprehensive gaze. Since the meeting was a secret one, everyone gathered was on the lookout for any suspicious behavior. The person standing next to Leonhardt immediately put his hand to his waist, ready to draw his sword if he discovered anything unusual. However, he couldn't do anything else because a branch extended from Yanwu's shadow and pierced his shadow. His body became as stiff as a log. The sound of his breathing faded, and his eyes grew unfocused. However, from outside, it was hard to tell the difference or even notice what was happening since everything was happening so discreetly and quickly. It did not end there. Whoosh! Black branches protruded from Yanwu's shadow and pierced the shadows of all the attendees. The end of days is coming soon, and he will come. The person who was passionately speaking on the podium froze in mid-sentence. In fact, as if time had stopped flowing, everyone also stood still and unmoving. The spring of death is operational. All functions of those exposed to the area have stopped. Wow! Leonhardt involuntarily exclaimed in admiration when he saw this unimaginable sight. It was amazing to him that Yanwu could toy with the players so easily. Though Leonhardt knew that Yanwu had defeated White Dragon without much difficulty and had taken over the tower, he was still shocked to see Yanwu appear out of nowhere after 2 years of absence with such an overbearing presence. Even though Leonhardt was a swordsman who possessed quite a bit of knowledge about the skills and powers within the tower, he could not understand the method that Yanwu had just employed. The yin sword that Yanwu had learned was a mysterious art that completely subverted conventional wisdom. Moreover, the yin soul based on the yin sword had a different foundation from the tower's system. Yanwu had taken control of his own thoughts, which meant that his legend was rooted in a unique foundation. First, let me ask you why you're here. Ignoring Leonhardt's shock, Yanwu asked coldly as he crossed his arms. Leonhardt finally came to his senses and slowly took off the hood that was covering his face. Yanwu's eyes widened. Leonhardt's face had been horribly injured and burned. With crossed arms, Khan silently looked at Yanwu and Leonhardt. He did not know what had happened between them, but he knew that he wasn't supposed to intervene. It's too hard for me to use my mouth to speak with my injuries. Let me continue communicating with you through open speaking. I hope you understand. From what Yanwu could tell, everything about Leonhardt was broken. His face was completely crushed. His skin was covered with burns, and his nose was smashed so flat that it almost connected to his mouth. One of his eyes was unfocused and blind, and his other eyelid was so torn that he could not close it properly. His vocal cords were also ruined, so with every breath, he made a screeching sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. Leonhardt's hands and feet were also bound under his cloak. It was clear he was a prisoner. What the hell had happened? Leonhardt did not look like this 2 years ago. For a moment, Yanwu felt his heart pounding in his chest. However, he did not show his surprise. He asked bluntly, "How did that happen?" "It's the price of betrayal." Betrayal. The Sea of Time never forgives betrayal. Is this because he left the Sea of Time? But when he created the fantasy regiment 2 years ago, he didn't look like this. Questions ran through Yanwu's mind for a moment, then he reached a conclusion. Were you a double agent? Something like that. Leonhardt smiled bitterly and nodded. Leonhardt's voice was filled with regret that he couldn't even express with his face. I never expected that the fantasy regiment would be a secret arm of the Sea of Time. After Leonhardt had left the Sea of Time and formed the fantasy regiment, they not only became one of the largest new clans, they also quickly rose up the ranks to join the top 8 clans. Yanwu had made a similar achievement, but someone starting from the bottom like Leonhardt would find it difficult to accomplish such a feat in a short period of time. However, if someone was supporting Leonhardt, it was a different story. If the Sea of Time was backing him, it would have been possible. Many of the various organizations that make up the Fantasy Regiment are related to the Sea of Time. Many of the attendees here are Sea of Time members. Yanwu did not know how Leonhardt managed to convince the Sea of Time to support him in establishing a separate clan. At the time, Leonhardt still believed that Yanwu was Cha Zhongwu, but the Sea of Time had probably already guessed Yanwu's true identity. If they helped Leonhardt, the Sea of Time would only benefit. Furthermore, the Sea of Time would have asked Leonhardt for a few favors and bits of information from time to time. The requests probably were to contact Yanwu, collude with him, and other actions like that. However, Leonhardt failed to carry out the Sea of Time's orders, he didn't even try. Otherwise, he would have tried to form an alliance with Arthea while Yanwu was away. However, Leonhardt had only focused on driving White Dragon to extinction. After some thought, Yanwu understood why Leonhardt had ended up in this condition. Did you deliberately mislead the Sea of Time about me and investigate the Sea of Time instead? Leonhardt had been toying with the Sea of Time. When he realized that they were strongly interested in Yanwu, Leonhardt had made sure that they could not obtain any information regarding Yanwu. I thought you joined the Sea of Time. I did. But I got out not too long after joining. That place wasn't my home. Everything was going wrong. Traders roamed free, trying to show that they were better than anyone else, large clans were hostile towards each other, and those who praised your name quickly forgot about you. I wanted to fix these things. I went undercover and gathered comrades one by one. Thanks to that, I realized too late how much you suffered. When Leonhardt had first revealed his identity as the leader of the fantasy regiment in front of Yanwu, he had happily conversed about different topics with Yanwu, as though he wanted to convey information to Yanwu. However, although normally, Yanwu would have read the signs and understood Leonhardt's message, at the time, he had been so overwhelmed with anger that he didn't read Leonhardt's intent. Now, they had arrived at this situation. Those in the Sea of Time weren't fools, they realized that Leonhardt was doing his best to block their efforts, which was why Leonhardt looked as he did now. Yanwu felt his heart breaking at the thought that he was responsible for this. He had despised Leonhardt without knowing his true intentions. All the while, Leonhardt remained steadfast in protecting Yanwu despite such punishment and humiliation. I tried to find out some information, but I wasn't successful at all. However, rather than feeling entitled or sorry for himself, Leonhardt apologized to Yanwu that he couldn't find anything about the Sea of Time. I hadn't been climbing the tower very long when I met Leonhardt. The tower was still unfamiliar and full of people tense with nervousness, but I saw him crouching in a corner watching ants march by. He couldn't have made a stranger first impression. Yanwu wanted to apologize to Leonhardt. However, the words didn't leave his mouth easily. Yanwu wondered if he was even in a position to apologize. Then, you're here because my leadership position in the fantasy regiment was stripped from me, so I can only live as a prisoner. The Sea of Time ordered me to manage the meetings, and then I saw you. It was a coincidence that they'd found each other here, which meant that Leonhardt was speaking the truth. Yanwu's draconic eyes and the shadow that came into contact with Leonhardt were telling Yanwu that there wasn't a single falsehood in Leonhardt's words. SSS. Yanwu quietly removed the part of his shadow connected to Leonhardt's shadow. Soon, Leonhardt realized that the invisible presence had disappeared, so his eyes grew wide as he wondered why. He'd never seen Yanwu retreat from a path that he'd chosen. It grew more difficult for Yanwu to say something. What if he and Leonhardt hadn't met? Would Leonhardt continue living this way? Yanwu had no idea. What is the point of the meeting? So, Yanwu changed the topic. Leonhardt was still unsure of Yanwu's sudden change of attitude, but he settled himself when the conversation moved on to a more important point. They're preparing to replace Alforoni. What? Leonhardt's response was so unexpected that Yanwu's eyes widened. We're preparing to make a new incarnation for the tower system to take over Alforoni's position. Something flashed through Yanwu's mind, the event that had shaken the heavenly world 2 years ago. Are you going to choose that new incarnation from among the gods who are suffering from heavenly demon disease? Chapter 632, Time, 4. Chapter 632, Time, 4. Making a new incarnation for the tower system? Yanwu had no idea how the Sea of Time was planning to pull this off. However, if what Leonhardt said was true, there weren't many options available to replace Alforoni. You know about that, too? It seems you also know about Alforoni's true identity too. Leonhardt was surprised that a lower world being who was still developing his skills and powers like Yanwu would know Alforoni's true identity as an incarnation of the tower system, which only a few high-level beings knew. Leonhardt himself had only stumbled upon this information after being with the Sea of Time for a long time and piecing together fragments of clues. Leonhardt was known as the sword strategist for a reason. In Arthea, he had been the political strategist, and he had been the chief strategist for the fantasy regiment. This was why the Sea of Time hadn't killed him even after discovering his duplicity and only punished him severely. Leonhardt was too useful. You're right. It has to be a combination of heavenly demon disease and being a supreme or creator god. Those are the key. Yuanwu was stunned. I'm not sure if you know that the Sea of Time has been holding Alforoni back for a long time now. The Martial King tried to overcome the system and the Summer Queen prepared to break past the 77th floor, but the Sea of Time has always plotted against Alforoni from the shadows. Although no one knew why, the Sea of Time had prevented Alforoni from entering the lower world, an achievement that sealed their reputation. Of course, the Sea of Time only stopped Alforoni and couldn't eliminate him. Leonhardt's eyes narrowed. Which is why the masterminds of the clan have come up with this new approach. A thought crossed Yuanwu's mind. Does the system's source code have any connection to the heavenly demon disease? You've already reached that conclusion? It took me a long time to get to that point. The quality of the information that I'm able to access is different from yours. Are you an apostle of a progenitor god or conceptual god? What? If not, then how can you access such information? Of course, Leonhardt was confused by Yuanwu's knowledge. No matter how much Leonhardt achieved, he was just a player. It was difficult for him to imagine the journey Yuanwu had made and the heights Yuanwu had reached. If I mention that I'm Olympus' supreme god, Leonhardt will probably foam at the mouth. Yuanwu had only been interacting with heavenly world beings recently, and Leonhardt's reaction was refreshing. Even though there was no reason for Yuanwu to satisfy Leonhardt's curiosity and questions. However, I'm not sure of all the details. Although Leonhardt was suspicious about the methods Yuanwu used to gain so much information on Alforoni, Leonhardt did not avoid Yuanwu's question about the source code. He said discreetly with open speaking. The heavenly demon disease is a malicious code, like a virus. The malicious code devours the infected being and eventually destroys its existence. However, the malicious code also contains a part of the source code of the heavenly demon, who is the only being who can access the system. Yuanwu quickly analyzed what Leonhardt told him. The heavenly demon had built the tower and created the tower system, which meant that he could access the tower system. If the disease contained part of the heavenly demon's data, it meant that those infected could access the system to a certain degree. The heavenly demon disease allows you to connect to the source code. If one utilizes the heavenly demon disease to create another incarnation, then one could possibly switch the system's incarnation. Of course, although this was workable in theory, it was another matter in reality. There's no way that the heavenly demon could allow someone to access the tower system so easily. However, the Sea of Time was willing to take a gamble. Also, the supreme gods who received the Sea of Time's proposal had nothing to lose. If they sat around and did nothing, they would slowly lose their divinity. It was better to try to become the next Alforoni. If they could achieve this, they would be able to control the restrictive system which they hated so much and rule the tower, essentially reaching an emperor level of power. What is the point of this gathering? Even if we can gain access to the tower system through the heavenly demon disease, extracting the source code is an entirely different matter. Do you know how they plan to do this? No. Leonhardt seemed to relax now that he possessed a bit of information that Yuanwu didn't. No ordinary being has the ability to extract or modify the source code, and there are various security measures throughout the system that one must overcome. Leonhardt continued in a deeper voice. The High Guardians. Yuanwu's eyes gleamed as he understood what Leonhardt was implying. The 12 Zodiacs. That's right. Leonhardt was referring to the 12 High Guardians, including Ivilka, the rat. They were the system's security measures. Another thought appeared in Yuanwu's mind. What about those events that happened in the demonic sea? The rabbit, Laplace, not only received the power of an otherworld god, but also awakened to become a player. Additionally, Loopy the pig had died, and Tarnek the sheep had sustained severe injuries. What if all of that was just to break down the system's security measures? A chill ran down Yuanwu's spine. The reason for the 12 positions was probably to prevent one individual from accessing the entire source code. However, that isn't foolproof. If any one of the 12 consolidated power, that being would wield control over the tower system. Did the Zodiacs fight among themselves? That's right. One of them joined hands with the Sea of Time and started a rebellion. Yuanwu now understood Laplace's actions. The rebellion was successful. I'm not sure how many were injured or died, but I do know that the Sea of Time has taken over the Central Bureau. So, this gathering here. Leonhardt took in a breath before finishing. It's a meeting to discuss how to gather forces and to round up the High Guardian who escaped. Yuanwu's eyes widened. A High Guardian was still alive? I need to bring him to my side. Based on how events were progressing, the Sea of Time would soon be able to modify the tower system. The Sea of Time had to be stopped at all cost. Even after comprehending the Yin Sword, there's still no guarantee that I can challenge Alforoni. But if the Sea of Time is successful... Damn it, I don't even want to think about it. Yuanwu started to feel impatient. However, he knew that he had to keep his cool during times like this. The Sea of Time had already made their move, and it was now Yuanwu's turn to flip everything over. If he acted too hastily, he would only attract suspicion from the Sea of Time. Yuanwu felt that he needed to find out Leonhardt's intentions first. What were you planning to do about this situation? A tinge of bitterness could be heard in Leonhardt's deep voice. Observe and wait. What? Even though I'm a prisoner, shouldn't I still try and find out what they're up to? The only reason I know so much is that I've constantly tried to dig into their plans, hoping to find a weakness. Leonhardt bit his lips before making a self-mocking expression. But I couldn't find any weak spots at all. And even if I did, I wouldn't be able to exploit it. The system and Alforoni are like stories from another world to me. Yuanwu nodded heavily. Even if Leonhardt managed to grasp the whole situation with his unique, insightful mind, he wouldn't be able to do anything with his discoveries. It had to be frustrating not to have the power to act against the Sea of Time. Doing anything would be suicide. From the past to the present, Leonhardt never had the ability to change anything. He was always being used, and his continuous failures had probably caused his self-esteem and confidence to sink to their lowest. When Yuanwu looked at Leonhardt, he could sense utter helplessness. Hey, Leonhardt! What? Yuanwu hated to see Leonhardt so low. If you heard that Zhongwu was back, what would you do? What do you mean? Leonhardt's melancholy eyes widened slightly, his pupils shaking as he remembered his precious friend, the one he wanted to protect. Zhongwu's not alive but his vestige remains. He can express his intentions. However, I'm looking for a way to bring him back to life. And I think I'm close to achieving that goal. What do you mean? Leonhardt thought that Yuanwu was making fun of him and still resented him for leaving Zhongwu behind. However, Yuanwu's eyes were solemn. If there's a possibility of bringing Zhongwu back, would you join me? Leonhardt froze, his face trembling. What you're saying? Can it be done? His eyes trembled even though he didn't know how this could be possible. However, he wanted to believe it, and his eyes made it clear how much he wanted to. Instead of answering Leonhardt right away, Yuanwu called up someone who had been watching them from the start. Valdibish. Are you watching? Valdibish? Leonhardt looked at the spot beside Yuanwu and saw something slowly rise from his shadow. Valdibish appeared, his face a mixture of emotions. Leonhardt had lost contact with Valdibish a long time ago. Valdibish had grown taller and bigger, but Leonhardt could tell that he was looking at the true Valdibish once their eyes met. Why you? It's been a while, friend. Yuanwu uncrossed his arms as he watched the two reunite. Valdibish will be able to explain in more detail about Zhongwu. You can decide whether you want to join us or not after hearing his explanation. Yuanwu left the area so that the two could enjoy their reunion. When did you come out? Just now. Why didn't you tell me? Anyway, what are you going to do with those guys? Khan clucked his tongue as he looked around. Khan had mixed feelings about the attendees, who were all frozen in place. He had made so many preparations and gone through a lot of trouble to get this far, and his plans had become pointless in an instant. It makes no difference. Hey! Snap! Yanwu snapped his fingers. All those affected by your shadow will regain their faculties. The frozen attendees began moving again. And we shall await the day when the world will be engulfed in fear and purified. The speaker on the podium continued yelling out his speech, and the other participants continued to listen without noticing anything. Yanwu flicked his fingers again and paused time. The spring of death has been activated. Everyone exposed to your shadow has been paused. They're completely unaware of anything happening to them. If necessary, I can also manipulate their memories to some extent or plant a suggestion in their minds. Ugh! Khan let out an exasperated sigh. What kind of talent did Yanwu acquire during training to make this possible? Khan had expected some changes, but he didn't expect they would be so great and awe-inspiring. Yanwu did not spell out that the attendees had already become subordinates of his shadow, and he'd already placed their souls into his collection. They were technically dead and Yanwu's puppets now, and he planned to make good use of them. I need them to continue mingling with the Sea of Time and find out who the last High Guardian is. I'll have to steal the Guardian away from them. The key lay in accessing the tower's system. Brahm must have visited the 66th floor to find out all this information. Zhongwu must have also figured it out after following in Brahm's steps. It was as though pieces of a puzzle were finally coming together. Perhaps Brahm and his brother were near the last High Guardian. Even if they weren't, Yanwu was sure he'd find a clue about their whereabouts if he utilized the souls under his control. The key is avoiding their eyes. Since the Sea of Time possessed the psychic medium's eyes, it was possible that they were reading Yanwu's every move. However, the Sea of Time seemed to be focused on rounding up the survivors of the rebellion, so it did not seem like they had noticed Yanwu. At that moment, Leonhardt finished talking with Valdibish and walked towards Yanwu. His eyes were filled with a sense of determination. You've made your decision. Leonhardt nodded. I will work together with you. Please allow me to atone for my past. Great. Let's get you treated first. You're not going to be of much help in your current condition. Is there a way for me to recover? Leonhardt's eyes widened in surprise. Yanwu smiled. It's easy. How? You just need to die and come back to life. Leonhardt instinctively backed away, but Yanwu's hand moved much more quickly. Chapter 633, Time, 5. Chapter 633, Time, 5. Ah! 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 Leonhardt cleared his throat a few times. Though his voice had gotten hoarse from lack of use, it still sounded like his voice before he was injured. His physical body had returned to its condition before the Sea of Time punished him. In fact, all the waste and restrictions on his body were now gone, and he felt that parts of his body had even been strengthened. He was even creating magic power at maximum efficiency. Are you satisfied? Yanwu looked at Leonhardt with a smile. As he looked at his own reflection in Yanwu's eyes, Leonhardt slowly nodded as if he were in a stupor. Yanwu had not only reconstructed Leonhardt's body but also cleansed his soul after Leonhardt made a contract with him as a believer. A god's responsibility is to save believers who are in despair. Have you become a god? Leonhardt looked at Yanwu with disbelief. The things that had happened to him did not make any sense. It's similar. The only word Leonhardt could use to describe the situation was miracle. Players who existed in the lower world could never achieve these feats. It was like being touched by the hand of a god. Yanwu advised Leonhardt to live a new life and to devote himself to Olympus after asking him to be a believer. If Leonhardt accepted his proposal, he would give him new opportunities. Leonhardt had answered yes, and this was the result. Leonhardt had never had a special affiliation with a higher being before, but he now felt a huge presence supporting him. He realized that Olympus, one of the largest societies in the heavenly world, was now protecting him. The loneliness he felt in the past was now gone, and he had a place to rely on and provide him with a sense of stability. Leonhardt had never expected that a simple contract could give him so much comfort. At the same time, Yanwu had grown too distant and awe-inspiring now, a god that he should worship. It would have been better if you hadn't joked about me having to die first. Leonhardt's heart had fluttered when Yanwu had talked about his death. When he thought about it, even though it was a joke, Yanwu had terrified him. What is the price for this? Leonhardt was certain that there were strings attached since Yanwu hated him so much. Besides, Leonhardt could not shake off the guilt that he carried. Everything he had done was to atone for his past. Nothing. And nothing. You'll keep working on behalf of Zhongwu, what else do I need? Leonhardt was speechless. If you want to do more, Yanwu's eyes narrowed. After we're done with this, take back control of the Fantasy Regiment. Separate the Fantasy Regiment from the Sea of Time and build a holy temple for Olympus. That should be enough. You can also nurture some crusaders and paladins as well. The larger an organization under the name of a god and the stronger their forces were, the higher a god's level would become. The change in its mission meant that Arthea was now carrying out actions on Yanwu's behalf, which meant that Yanwu's prestige in the lower world had risen. These all became Yanwu's legends. I will do so. Strength returned to Leonhardt's eyes, which regained a sense of purpose and faith after being immersed in disappointment and despair for so long. Zeal brewed in his eyes, making him seem like a fanatic. Khan looked at Leonhardt with an expression of pity as though he were thinking that someone else had been reeled in hook, line, and sinker. Aside from that, Yanwu said, interrupting Leonhardt's thoughts. You mentioned that this meeting is about capturing the High Guardian who escaped, right? That's right. We received information that the surviving High Guardian ran off to the 66th floor. Everyone attending this meeting is embedded in fairly high positions within their respective clans, and we felt that it would be best to cast a net around the escapee. Yanwu nodded. If the Sea of Time also mobilized the resources and capabilities of all the clans that they had influence over, it would be easier to capture the High Guardian. Then I'll have to mix in with this crowd. Yanwu searched for a person in a leadership position who looked the most inconspicuous. Finally, he saw someone, the person who'd tried to stop Leonhardt when he'd called out to Yanwu. That guy will do. Wine of the dead. As soon as Yanwu reached out with his hand. Whoosh! Like sand swept away by waves, the person turned into fine particles and collapsed to the ground. His shadow crawled towards Yanwu, creeping up through his toes. A grey haze rose up and enveloped Yanwu's torso. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking and crunching, Yanwu's face and body changed drastically. Soon, his appearance was that of the person who had disappeared. Yanwu created this disguise by removing the vestige of the soul he had absorbed. This allowed Yanwu to have the man's aura, and no one would be able to tell the difference. Leonhardt looked at Yanwu calmly, as if nothing could surprise him. His name is Lars. He has the lowest rank among the leaders holding this meeting. He's the one who's keeping watch over me. Good. That means we can stay together without attracting attention. Yanwu nodded in satisfaction. I have a request. When this is over, can I have him? Why? He's the one who tormented me the most. Leonhardt's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned cold. Leonhardt had agreed to become a believer of Olympus, and fortunately, it was a society that didn't preach love and mercy. Yanwu smiled lightly and nodded in affirmation. As you wish. Thank you. All those affected by your shadow are regaining their faculties. The operation to intercept and capture the fleeing High Guardian began. The meeting participants started moving. Yanwu, Leonhardt, and Kong quietly mixed in with the crowd and listened to the proceedings. In a cave on the 66th floor, gate of the end of the Century City, Heiang cursed out loud, "Ah! That damn Ivilka! He put pressure on the wound in his midsection, which continued to drip white blood. He'd been the snake of the High Guardians and possessed a great deal of knowledge, and he was once known within the Central Bureau as the administrator who could best manage the tower's system. However, even Haang could not do anything to heal his wound, which festered with Gaia's curse, which Ivilka had inflicted on him as he'd run away. Where the hell did Ivilka get something like this? Wasn't Gaia's curse only used by Mother Earth? How did a High Guardian manage to use it? Haang racked his brain to come up with some possibilities, but he could not find any. Since he'd been on the run for so long, Haang did not know that Asgard had received Gaia's curse from the Sea of Time to eliminate the Martial King. Haang could only speculate that Ivilka had joined hands with some unknown power, and he regretted that he'd neglected his martial arts training in the past few years. Haang had believed that he would only have to rely on his brains as a High Guardian, and now the consequences of that decision had caught up to him. Of course, thanks to his brilliant mind, which had served him well in the Central Bureau, Haang managed to devise several schemes that helped him escape. Those pushed into a corner could only resent their shortcomings for landing them in such a situation. Please hold on a bit longer. If we can just get outside the tower, we'll be able to find a solution. Ananta supported Haang and repeatedly gave him words of encouragement. If they could make it to the One-Horned Tribe, they would find a safe place to heal his injury. This wasn't just wishful thinking. No matter how strong and powerful the Central Bureau was, it would still have difficulty doing anything to the One-Horned Tribe. Since the One-Horned Tribe members were descendants of Shea Haujintian, the Central Bureau, which claimed to be the successor of the Trinity Wonder, could not do as they wanted to the One-Horned Tribe. Ananta also thought that after the Martial King succumbed to Gaia's curse, the psychic medium might have done some research to come up with an antidote. The problem was that the Central Bureau, led by Ivilka and his crew, were doing whatever they pleased, and the Martial King, who had always prevented Ivilka and his allies from going overboard, was gone. Ananta thought it would be better for Haang to leave than stay in the tower, but it was difficult to escape since the Central Bureau's eyes were everywhere. The head elder had said that he would act as bait and buy them time, but how long would that last? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ananta could hear the pocket watch around her neck ticking. Ha ha ha. I sure look pitiful. As a High Guardian, I should be helping players, but you're helping me instead. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead by now. Haang coughed up blood. After 2 years of running, he had run out of stamina and magic power. His power was also damaged. Ananta looked at Haang with sad eyes. If only she and the others had found him a little sooner. Things would have ended this way. Don't give up now. I'm not giving up. Haang spoke with difficulty, but his voice was determined. His eyes, which others saw as cunning, burned with resolution. I can't die like this. I need to make sure what the director left behind. Haang grabbed the necklace hidden under his clothing. It was a key, the final security measure that would unlock the tower system's source code. It was an item that Klus had left to Haang after Ivilka's rebellion. Haang had escaped the Central Bureau's grasp with this key thanks to an emergency passage that he'd prepared a long time ago, just in case. After that initial escape, it had been a succession of close calls. In the meantime, Haang found out that the Sea of Time was behind Ivilka and his crew, and that their ultimate goal was to replace Alforoni. However, possessing this knowledge didn't change anything. There was nothing Haang could do on his own with his injuries. He didn't have a means to counterattack, and even if he did, he was too focused on not being caught by the Central Bureau. If Brahm had not appeared and saved him 2 years ago, he would have died. However, his life was still under threat from Gaia's curse. At that moment, they heard someone running urgently into the cave. Haang turned to see who was coming. Ananta looked, as well. The head elder appeared, drenched in blood. The lenses of the head elder's glasses, through which his wise eyes had looked, were now scratched and worn looking. The demonic dragon has appeared. I think we should escape from this place as soon as possible. Ananta's expression stiffened when she realized they had to run again. Realizing who was on their trail, Haang softly muttered a name, Diablo. It was the dragon. It was widely known that Diablo was the strongest among the High Guardians. Diablo was the first demonic dragon to appear in the world, and he was coming. Chapter 634, Time, 6. Chapter 634 Time, 6. Has he eaten anything? Did he say he wanted to eat something? Ice King smiled bitterly and shook his head at Twice's questions. I don't expect anything different this time around. Ah! Twice sighed. Their group wasn't anything special, but they were content. However, when Faceless visited 2 years ago, everything changed. Nocturne had followed Faceless somewhere, only to return and lock himself in his room without a word. It did not seem like Nocturne was eating anything, so Ice King tried several times to bring food and take care of him. However, Nocturne rejected all of Ice King's efforts, and Ice King had grown exhausted. Taking care of a person with no motivation only made one feel helpless. No matter how positive Ice King was, and even though he continued to be thoughtful and helpful towards Nocturne, it was difficult and frustrating. Nocturne also refused to explain what had happened to him. The only thing certain was that there had been a mishap in the One-Horned Tribe's village. Because of that, rumors circulated that the Martial King had gone missing, and Ice King could only speculate that the Martial King's recent disappearance had something to do with Nocturne's depression. Well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. Twice frowned, and eventually got up from his seat with a bag swung over his shoulder. Ice King scratched the back of his head. Have you decided to leave? You know how long I've been waiting. Don't you think it's enough? They were mercenaries, and mercenaries earned their living by selling their services, a life not much different from a salesman's. Twice had taken a break for 2 years over this situation, and Ice King knew better than anyone else that she had tried everything. He nodded heavily. Yeah, I guess so. Even though I'm retired, you're not. Grandpa, what are your plans? Are you going to stay with that bum? What else can I do? If I'm not around, he might just crumble and die. Twice puffed up her cheeks. If Grandpa keeps taking care of that bum, he'll continue acting like this. What else can I do? He may be terrifyingly powerful, but he's still an ignorant little child when it comes to worldly things. How many times are you going to say what else can I do? Why don't you just leave him here and come with me? What else can I do? Arg, forget it. Do whatever you want, Grandpa. I'm leaving. Dissatisfied, Twice angrily kicked a small stone on the ground before turning away. Ice King waved his hand while smiling good-naturedly. There had been many ups and downs during their time together, but Twice was still someone that Ice King cherished like a granddaughter. Ice King wished that she would have a good future, wherever she might end up. Twice possessed many talents and was smart, so Ice King had no doubt that she would do well enough. After walking for a while, Twice suddenly stopped and looked back at Ice King, her face full of regret. Are you really not going to come with me? Goodbye. Take care of yourself. Stay in touch. Call me from time to time. Arg. After her final offer was rejected, Twice kicked another pebble angrily. Damn it. You're making me the bad one. Twice huffed and puffed back towards Ice King. Ice King automatically burst out laughing at Twice's cute reaction. Ha ha ha. Don't laugh. Even when Twice shouted loudly, Ice King's laughter did not stop. Master, what should I do? This stupid disciple of yours doesn't know. I still don't know. Nocturne sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Although a couple of years had already passed, Nocturne could not erase the images that constantly flashed through his mind. He was troubled and wanted to find the Martial King, to understand what the message that the Martial King had left for him meant. He wanted to ask the Martial King what the meaning of life was. The attendees followed the leaders and moved quickly from one place to another. They left the subway station and were now at the outskirts of the city. After passing what appeared like a forest of concrete rubble, the group soon reached a clearing with withered trees and a barren plain. "Are there other meetings?" As time passed, the number of people in the group steadily increased. The leaders were constantly communicating with others, and it was clear that they were receiving orders. It's a typical encirclement around a target. We're located, approximately northwest. We seem to be on the leftmost tip of the encirclement formation. Where did all these people come from? There were at least 1,000 individuals with them, which startled Yanwu. When it came to the tower levels, the 66th floor was considered quite high. If they could mobilize so many people on this floor, it meant that the Sea of Time possessed a tremendous amount of power and reach. Yanwu had been keeping his senses on high alert after entering the 66th floor, but he frowned in frustration when he could not sense the target they were chasing. "I think it was fortunate that Kreutz decided to follow you?" As Yanwu scanned the surroundings, Leonhardt's abrupt remark drew his attention. Kreutz had once been a unit commander of the Fantasy Regiment, but he was now a leader of the Illusion Knightage, which was completely committed to serving Arthea. "I'm guessing Kreutz isn't a part of the Sea of Time?" Since there were many people around them, Leonhardt and Yanwu conversed through open speaking. Leonhardt licked his lips and pulled his hood down to avoid being recognized. "If he were a member of the Sea of Time, I wouldn't have kept him around. He's one of my most cherished friends. You sent him to me because you feared he might cross over to their side, right?" "Sort of. I also wanted to make a personal connection with you. However, things didn't work out that way?" Yanwu quietly nodded. He had never received any reports that Kreutz had anything to do with the Sea of Time. If he were a spy, Kreutz would have been caught in Doyle's investigative net by now. "How many people do the Sea of Time have?" "I'm not sure. I've only seen one small part of their operation. However, one thing is certain," Leonhardt continued speaking in a lower voice. "They are deceiving the people in the tower." Yanwu had no choice but to agree with Leonhardt's assessment. Considering that its influence extended from the lower world to the Central Bureau and the heavenly world, the Sea of Time was not a normal clan. Yanwu recalled that Ho Yi, who was part of Trinity Wonder, also belonged to the Sea of Time. In other words, the Tower system recognized the Sea of Time as a society of transcendence. With such a massive size, how did the Sea of Time exist so quietly without revealing much to the outside world? Some members must have lusted for power and domination at some point. It was surprising that the Sea of Time could maintain their secrecy for such a long time. "I need to find Harmonia and lure them out." Yanwu's eyes narrowed. The players who were part of the encirclement started making noise. A red portal had just opened, and 3 people appeared, each one strong enough to make Yanwu's skin tingle. "They're pretty strong." The black-haired man in the middle possessed so much power that Yanwu was unsure if he could defeat him. Thump! Yanwu's dragon heart shook violently. As if he sensed something off, the black-haired man opened his eyes wide and looked in Yanwu's direction. However, even though Yanwu could identify him, the black-haired man could not identify Yanwu. Before the black-haired man had turned his head, Yanwu had already pulled back his magic power and blended into the crowd. "What's the matter?" As the black-haired man wandered around as if looking for something, the young woman who accompanied him twirled her hair around her finger and cocked her head. The black-haired man asked with a stiff expression, "The 66th floor has been closed, right?" "What are you talking about? Weren't you the last one to confirm with the system that the floor was locked?" The young woman looked at the black-haired man with a puzzled expression. She could not understand why he was acting so strangely. The last of the 3 new arrivals looked suspicious. "What? Can you sense their presence?" The black-haired man looked around again with a frustrated expression, then shook his head. "No. I must have been mistaken." His dragon heart had suddenly resonated, which made him alert. However, it seemed like it was a false alarm. After all, there was no way he would find any kin in a place like this. The black-haired man scoffed at the absurdity of the thought. After the Summer Queen's downfall, the draconic species became fully extinct. He would have known if his people had moved because he was the first demonic dragon and the king of them all. If there was another being who was strong enough to stimulate him, that being's power and skills would be incredible. It was impossible that anyone like that could exist. He decided that it was just a mistake and had probably sensed Haiyang and the final key hidden somewhere on the 66th floor. However, he could not understand why his skin continued to tingle. The black-haired man frowned and gave the order for the troops to move. So, that's Diablo? Yanwu kept his eyes on the black-haired man as he stayed in the midst of the troops. Yanwu knew who he was, Diablo the dragon. Diablo and Clus the tiger were the strongest of the High Guardians. The other two who had appeared with him were also High Guardians, Lapis Lazuli the rooster and Rosinante the horse. Lapis Lazuli had existed since the early days of the tower, and she was also a great mage who invented the principles of modern-day magic. Although Rosinante appeared even-tempered and rational, as soon as he had a sword in his hand, he turned into a ruthless berserker. Even though they were not at Diablo's level, they were strong in their own right. The High Guardians are all beings who have risen to the top positions in the tower. Some were blocked by Alforoni while trying to complete their exuviation. The Central Bureau was one of the three major powers that maintained a balance within the tower along with the Heavenly World and Alforoni. Yanwu understood that he should not underestimate any of the High Guardians. But the Bureau eventually fell into the hands of the rebels, including Ivilca and Laplace. The Sea of Time is trying to use this opportunity to replace Alforoni. So, in essence, two of the three major powers have already fallen into their grasp. Yanwu's eyes narrowed. Are they going to wage a war with the Heavenly World? Or are they planning something else? Ivilca, what the hell are you thinking? Ivilca was known as the most secretive among the High Guardians, so it was much more challenging to understand his intentions. Yanwu had no clue at all and didn't even know where to begin. I'm missing something. At that moment, a word appeared in his mind, time. The Sea of Time recognized each other through time. However, it was not known exactly what time was or what it referred to. Yanwu had not thought about it until now. Ever since I got here, I've constantly heard the end of days and him. It hadn't occurred to Yanwu before just how familiar these phrases were. Leonhardt? What is it? When the Sea of Time speaks of time, what does that mean? Just in case, Yanwu asked Leonhardt. I don't know for sure, but I heard it's some sort of prophecy regarding the end of days. Yanwu recalled where he had heard something similar. The other world god. The crawling chaos had talked about the end of days multiple times. Do you think a mere mortal can bear an item that contains all the knowledge of the universe and the dimensions, the words of the great beginning and the holy oracles of the end, and the records of all space, time, and history? You must be crazy. How insolent, human. The underworld god spoke of the end of days as the time when the Father, the Black King, would open his eyes and destroy the world. Harmonia, Moonchild, was also a successor of the Black King. Then the time that they're referring to must be the Revelations. Just as Yanwu landed on this point, he sensed a familiar aura. They're coming. It was Ananta and the others. Chapter 635, Time, 7. Chapter 635 Time, 7. Their encirclement is closing in. We can't hide like this anymore. Let's make a run for it. Don't look back, just move forward. Dash. Ananta ran with Haiyang on her back. Because she possessed the blood of the draconic species, Ananta used her will to apply basic magic to increase her running speed and her strength and to set up multi-layered shields to protect them against external shocks. Of course, those efforts alone could not handle all the incoming attacks, and they couldn't even think of counterattacking. Fortunately, as the pocket watch around her neck started operating, the magic power of Cha Zhongwu's vestige flowed to Ananta and strengthened her magic. Zhongwu sometimes even manifested to defeat the enemies pursuing them. However, this wasn't sufficient, and Ananta had to keep running. She ran in a straight line, passing through all obstacles like hills, despite the approach of her pursuers. The head elder opened the path a short distance ahead, withstanding the powerful beings of the tower who were also the front-line forces of the Sea of Time. In fact, the head elder was even displaying his overwhelming power. Bam! With each step, several kilometers of ground sank, and blood-red thunderbolts rained non-stop from the sky, tearing the pursuers into pieces. Rumble! Each time the head elder brought out his power, he created a terrifying storm filled with thunderbolts, gusts of wind, and torrential rain that tore its targets apart. The blood-red philosopher had already destroyed the city on the 66th floor. Although the martial king's fame had overshadowed the head elder had also dominated the tower in the past. He was so powerful that he could casually talk about his possible exuviation and transcendence. Even if his pursuers appeared by the truckload, he would not bat an eye. Boom! 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 The head elder was a being that even the Central Bureau and the Sea of Time found difficult to contain. The reason that Haiyang hadn't been captured over the past 2 years wasn't his ability to hide. I thought the Martial King was the only monster, but it seems like that old fogey is pretty amazing as well. Cha Yongwu's vestige inside the pocket watch stopped assisting Ananta to look at the head elder's overwhelming power. Although Zhongwu had seen similar battle scenes dozens of times in the past year or so, his heart still beat faster at the sight of the being who tore the world apart with his blood-red thunderbolts. Unlike the martial king, who was like a god of war who overwhelmed his enemies with his martial arts prowess, the head elder was a natural-born fighter. When it came to combat, the head elder was head and shoulders above the martial king. It was enviable that the one-horned tribe produced not one but 2 such monsters. The more one thought about it, the more obvious how absurd the one-horned tribe was. I wonder what would happen if the head elder undergoes exuviation or transcendence. And if that happened, what would the result be? Rumble! 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 Boom! An impact powerful enough to smash the stage many times over swept through. Everyone trembled at the flashes of red light all over the stage. Crazy! How are we supposed to go through that? The players who had been lucky enough not to get swept away by the impact looked at head elder with fear in their eyes. Are there more? The head elder waved his hands in a beckoning motion as he looked back at their pursuers. He didn't seem tired in the least, and he only had a bit of soot on his hands. He was even holding his right hand behind his back as if to spite them. The pursuers did get angry at this, but they also grew even more fearful. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a loud roar of laughter rang out, and a powerful force spread out from the sky. All of the head elder's blood lightning smashed to the ground, raising up a cloud of dust that formed a hazy fog. In an instant, the wrinkles at the corners of the head elder's eyes deepened. It was an opponent that he did not want to face, Rosinante the horse. The craziest of the High Guardians had appeared. When Rosinante had first appeared with the other 2 High Guardians, he had a sensible, reserved expression. However, now, he looked anything but reserved. Arhut, head elder of the one-horned tribe. The Bureau has designated you as a dangerous person. We are now proceeding with your punishment. The system has designated player Arhut as a dangerous being by vote of the Central Bureau. The system's protection of Arhut has been weakened. Behind his old glasses, the head elder's eyes narrowed. Since when did the Bureau start taking sides? Hasn't it always been the Bureau's policy not to interfere with players as much as possible? Policies and actions are subject to change at any time. Well, the head elder smirked. That can go both ways. Whoosh! In an instant, a new aura spread, possessing a fighting spirit and intent that was nothing like what the head elder had previously shown. He was engulfed in a dazzling light that was different from the bright red color of the blood lightning. Rosinante's face twitched. Wait, you, maybe. I must open a path. Rocinante. Stop that bastard! Diablo urgently called out. Rocinante instinctively grabbed his sword and rushed forward. However, it was already too late. Player Arhut is attempting exuviation. When the light subsided, a new aura swept through composed of holy power. Boom! The head elder shot out like a cannonball towards Rocinante. Exuviation has been successful. Arhut has leveled up from player to demigod. Preparing for transcendence. The 66th floor has been declared a temporary holy territory for the demigod Arhut. Even though he had only become a demigod, the head elder already made the 66th floor stage his holy territory. This meant that his level and power overwhelmed the other beings on the stage. This new power was evident as he headed quickly towards Rocinante. Rocinante reflexively swung his sword. However, the head elder seemed to break the law of inertia and abruptly stopped to dodge the sword strike. He slammed his hand as quick as a thunderbolt on Rocinante's chest. Rocinante's chest plate was instantly crushed and smashed into pieces. The fragments spread through the air. A hole the size of a human head had appeared in the spot where the head elder's attack had landed. System error. System error. Data could not be restored due to an unknown impact. The High Guardians usually represented the will of the system, and even if they were injured, the system could heal them using data restoration. However, the head elder's holy power interfered with this process. Rocinante collapsed to the ground, his eyes unfocused. He had died instantly. Could a mere player or a demigod kill a High Guardian? Could this happen to High Guardians, whom even the transcendents in the heavenly world were afraid of? Most of the godly societies have fallen into shock. Most of the demonic societies are asking for a comprehensive review of the one-horned tribe. Whoosh! Breath poured down from the sky. Diablo had reverted back to his true form and ceaselessly poured out breath, not giving the head elder a moment's rest. High Guardian Rooster has bestowed blessings. The protection of the Central Bureau is being applied. The blessing of the Central Bureau is being applied. The status mania has been applied to those who have received protection and blessing. Lapis Lazuli cast a wide area of effect spell using the magic principles that made her known as a great mage. With the Central Bureau's authority and the tower's protection, her magic amplified several-fold. The eyes of the players who received the protection and blessing opened wide, burning with enthusiasm once more. The additional power made one feel like one could do anything. The unyielding confidence blinded them, and observing the change, the head elder drew in his holy power, which had been stretched out in all directions. He grasped the condensed aura and holy power in his clenched hand. It won't be easy this time. Although he managed to kill Rocinante after achieving exuviation, it would not be easy to deal with both Diablo and Lapis Lazuli at the same time. The system was also constantly trying to interfere with the head elder, and he had to clear the way for Ananta and Hayang. His hands were full. There was a saying that many hands triumphed over one, meaning that it was difficult for an individual to stand against others. For a fleeting moment, the head elder considered his options. Do I need to transcend too? It would not be too difficult for him to achieve transcendence. However, the problem was what would happen right after that. Would it be possible for him to defeat all the pursuers after he became a divine being? If not, what could he do next? And if he did defeat them, what would happen after? Would he continue to exist? For an unknown reason, Alforoni had abruptly stopped acting 2 years ago and remained silent on the 77th floor. The head elder was certain that Alforoni would not appear to stop him from transcending, but the head elder still had a duty and responsibility to protect the one-horned tribe until the Fanti had fully developed. Naturally, the head elder was reluctant to make a rash decision. However, it would be impossible to contend with Diablo otherwise, so the head elder decided to attempt transcendence. Only then would he be able to break free from the tower system's constraints, even for just a moment. An unknown force is encroaching on the stage. The message popped up above the heads of all the players and High Guardians. slash 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 SSS. Many of the players who were part of the encirclement around the head elder and Ananta suddenly became startled and started swinging their swords at their fellow comrades. Ugh! Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Wilson! What are you doing? Many of the players were either stabbed to death or seriously injured. The shadows of those in the encirclement shook ominously. An unknown force is attempting to dominate on all privileges and authority of the stage. The firewall has been destroyed due to an unknown cause. The stage's authority has been violated due to an unknown cause. Caution! A bug has occurred. Caution! A bug has occurred. The system's protection has been suspended due to the bug. All effects have been terminated. The blessing has been cancelled. The protection has been cancelled. The status mania has been downgraded to confusion. The area of effect magic has been cancelled. Penalties shall be applied. Ugh! Lapis Lazuli crumbled to the ground and vomited a lot of blood. Now that her system authority was blocked, all of the penalties crashed down on her. The large number was sure to cause such a terrible shock that her magic foundation would never recover, and her power would inevitably collapse. Crackle! Crackle! Lapis Lazuli's body made so much static that it seemed she would die at any moment. Lazuli! Diablo only just noticed his suffering comrade and stopped raining down breath. However, it was already too late to save Lazuli. The system repeatedly sent out messages about an unknown force and unknown causes, making a chill run down Diablo's spine. The responsible force was so unexpected and unknown that it immediately crashed the system and caused this tragedy, and the High Guardians hadn't done anything. Since he didn't really know what was going on, Diablo grew flustered. It's him. That being that I sensed in the crowd. Even though the being Diablo was referring to was not a High Guardian, anyone who could cut off a High Guardian's system authority would be a greater threat, because the beings meant that there was no longer a need for the Bureau. The being's existence also meant the Sea of Time now had an enemy. However, Diablo could not find the being who had brought all these misfortunes to them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow covered the ground and rose high into the air. Warning! An irregularity has appeared. Warning! An irregularity has appeared. Warning! An unknown force is exerting a powerful influence. An unknown force has dominated the stage. Chapter 636, Time, 8. Chapter 636 Time, 8. The yin sword that Yanwu had mastered was on a completely different level from the numerous skills and powers that existed within the tower. The tower's system recognized each player who entered as data. Whenever this piece of data achieved something, it would receive a commensurate award and its stats would be adjusted. This process strongly influenced a player's growth and made a player more dependent on the tower's system. This meant that the closer a player was to transcendence, the more that player would become exposed to their dependence on the tower's system. Yanwu wanted to tear this dependence relationship apart. However, his master the Martial King had never completely escaped from the system's influence during his lifetime, and in the end, the Martial King could not surpass Alforoni. Overcoming this dependency was not as easy as it sounded, and Yanwu had chosen to take a different approach. He would start all over from scratch. The Martial King had achieved a power level similar to an Emperor level through exuviation and transcendence, and yet could not overcome the system. That implied that it was impossible for players to become independent of the system through traditional means. Yanwu had to come up with a different method that entailed a complete departure from the system. In other words, the data recorded in the system's cloud would be deleted and a completely new being would be born. Yanwu had boldly dismantled and disposed of everything he had accomplished, his skills, powers, divinity, legends, as well as his own ego. Yanwu's cold and calculating personality, which made him see his own life as a tool to achieve a purpose, made him choose this drastic path. Of course, simply dismantling his achievements and identity without a plan to re-establish himself would have been meaningless. Thus, Yanwu had controlled his consciousness and made sure to leave his will intact. Although he had taken a huge risk, Yanwu succeeded, and once he achieved the Yin Soul, Yanwu succeeded in completely breaking away from the system. However, there was one caveat: if the tower system doesn't recognize one's data, it actively rejects the unrecognized data. Since the system operated according to certain rules, beings that did not fall under the system's categories had two options: forced subordination to the system or removal. When he achieved the Yin Soul, Yanwu also faced removal at the same time. The system saw him as an irregularity and deprived him of all qualifications and authority to stay within the system. If he were forcefully kicked out of the tower, then Yanwu wouldn't have a chance to overcome Alforoni. Even if he found a way to get back into the tower, Yanwu wouldn't be able to climb the floors, so his situation wouldn't change. Yanwu had to change his approach once more. Even if I am free from the constraints of the system, I need to keep one foot within the system. My data must not be completely erased. Yanwu had gotten a clue from Laplace, a king of the demonic sea, who had qualified as a player. The demonic sea originated from an otherworld god, so it possessed a property that the tower system would not allow. The crawling chaos tried to expand its influence within the tower, but in the end, Yanwu managed to block all of the crawling chaos efforts. However, Laplace had used an idiosyncratic approach to overcome the restriction, so Yanwu simply copied what Laplace had done. I must maintain my qualification as a player but free myself from the system's limitations whenever necessary. I need to be a being that can utilize either identity. Warning: the powers currently being used are based on data not recorded in the system. If the user utilizes a bug, the user may be penalized. Warning: the powers the user is currently using are based on a foundational model that is not recognized or allowed. It is a rule that irregularities are excluded from the system. The user is being warned to immediately stop utilizing these powers. Warning: the user. The system has designated the user as a bug and attempts removal. A patch has been activated. It has been confirmed that the user is a player. The patch has stopped. The system has designated the user as a bug. The patch has failed. The user has been identified as a bug user. The firewall system has temporarily been elevated to level 5. The patch has been forcibly activated. Access to the user has failed. Access to the user has failed. The patch has failed to remove the user. The system withholds judgment on the user. The user is not a player. New qualifications are given according to the features of the user. Abuser. The qualification of the user is abuser. With a classification never before seen in the tower, Yanwu spread his shadow filled with yin spirit art properties in all directions. Warning: an unknown force is attempting to take over the stage. The shadow undulated and covered the stage as if it were a tsunami. And no. Lapis Lazuli was fully exposed and she screamed out with a pale complexion. As a great mage, she immediately recognized how absurdly powerful and structurally unique the oncoming shadow was. Although she could not claim to have mastered all the knowledge in the world, she still held a vast amount of knowledge in her head. However, she could not even fully comprehend the elements of this shadow, which seemed to originate on an unknown foundational model. She had never seen anything like it before. Although others might have dismissed the shadow as a power, as a high guardian, she was aware the shadow was something that shouldn't have ever been established in the first place, and yet it was right in front of her eyes. Terror of the unknown was clear in her eyes. She tried with all her might to escape. If she were in her normal condition, she would have found a way to escape and save herself, but there was no way she could flee from Yanwu's grasp after suffering such severe penalties and serious injuries. Even if she could escape, the power Hades Spirit-Eating Sword has recognized a target. The power Hades Spirit-Eating Sword strikes with its sharp jagged teeth. If she encountered the cruel eyes of the beasts hidden in the dark shadows, her mind would break down, since they were the natural enemies of a high guardian who relied on the tower's system. In the end, Lapis Lazuli could not defend herself, and her body was ripped to pieces as though she were being devoured by wild dogs and disappeared. The dark shadow gradually raised itself above ground and approached Diablo, who was moving around in the sky. The 12 zodiacs are a pain in the ass for me, especially if they're cooperating with the Sea of Time. I should get rid of them when I can. Yanwu did not immediately come forward to help the head elder and Ananta because he was trying to find the right timing. He waited patiently for a critical moment to strike and found his opportunity when the High Guardians mobilized. SSS. Sharp tentacles soared endlessly from the black shadow. Diablo tried to attack the tentacles with his breath, but only the tentacles in his breath's path melted and the rest weren't damaged at all. Soon, Diablo fell to the ground, his body and wings riddled with holes. He, too, had been completely stunned by the sudden appearance of an irregularity. At that moment, Yanwu moved. The spring of death is operating. Bam! Yanwu appeared over the swaying black shadow with Vigrid in one hand and flew towards Diablo. It was the first time Yanwu had attempted unity with Vigrid after comprehending the yin sword. A violent aura raged out like a whirlwind. While he had the chance, Yanwu was dead set on eliminating Diablo, one of the strongest of the High Guardians. An unknown force has targeted the High Guardian Diablo for elimination. At that moment, Diablo quickly attempted to polymorph into his human form. After a flash of dark light, his form scattered into a magic mist. At the request of the High Guardian Diablo, the system has designated Diablo as a patch to remove the irregularity. Rumble. A fire spread in all directions. The entire stage trembled and rumbled. Ah! Ananta and the head elder were the only ones unaffected by the shadow tsunami, and they stared blankly at the sky where countless flames flickered. I guess my brother's back. At that moment, the pocket watch started operating, and Cha Zhongwu's vestige appeared with a gentle smile. Although they had been pursued for so long, Zhongwu no longer felt the need to keep running. He didn't believe that Yanwu would lose, neither did his father, who was with him. Boom! A loud explosion threw Yanwu back into the sea of black shadows. Yanwu's eyes narrowed when he saw the existence that had opened up a space right before Yanwu clashed with Diablo. Hoo! Long time no see. I didn't think you'd show up now to disturb me at a time like this. Hugh. Laplace smiled softly as he looked at Yanwu. It was their first face-to-face meeting since Laplace had taken the psychic medium's eyes. Yanwu did not move hastily. Facing Diablo was not very difficult, but facing both Diablo and Laplace would be too much for him to handle. I'll deal with him. Get out of the way. Diablo growled, covered in his own blood. Since his true body had been injured, his human form was also full of injuries. However, Diablo continued to glare at Laplace, even though Laplace had saved him. In Diablo's eyes, Laplace was interfering. Laplace laughed at Diablo's behavior. You talk so well while injured. Just shut up and listen to me. I said get out of the... This is Ivilka's order. Diablo's wrath instantly cooled. Laplace crossed his arms with a serious expression on his face. This is just too much. Why does everyone listen to Ivilka? Well, I guess I follow all of Ivilka's orders as well. Hugh. Ivilka was a huge figure to those who had pushed out the other High Guardians and taken over the Central Bureau. He was beyond a mere leader and was almost like a lord. There was no other choice but to follow the commands of an entity like him. Diablo ground his teeth to quench his wrath. As he glared at Yanwu, Diablo resolved to get back at the being who disgraced him on this day. Laplace pretended to be sympathetic and patted Diablo's shoulder before facing Yanwu. I'm sorry for disturbing you again, but it seems that our side is in a disadvantageous position, so we'll be going now. That makes us even, so there's no objection, right? Before Yanwu could reply, Laplace answered his own question and opened up a space to leave. However, although he didn't speak, Yanwu's answer came in the form of his actions. Draconic eyes. Fiery golden eyes. Black Gubatera philosopher's eyes. Yanwu searched for their weakness using his golden eyes. The spring of death is spinning at a furious speed. Many cogwheels are mashing together. Rumble. Taking advantage of the time the portal took to fully open behind Laplace, Yanwu materialized a sword thunder strike near Laplace and detonated it. The yin sword was an art that allowed the caster's will to affect the physical world. Yanwu no longer had to follow the laws of physics, and he could place his sword thunder anywhere he liked. A plane of blackish-red light flashed diagonally across Diablo's face. This time, Laplace did not even have a chance to react. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" The dead inside Hades' spirit-eating sword greedily devour the existence. The remnants of Diablo's soul were torn to pieces and sucked into the dark shadow. Hades' spirit-eating sword has successfully devoured the High Guardian, Diablo. "Do you think I'm going to let you go back so easily this time around?" Yanwu materialized another sword thunder strike and detonated it as Laplace stood with wide eyes. Chapter 637, Time, 9. Chapter 637 Time, 9. Boom. Laplace arced through the air before hitting the ground. Though the sword thunder explosion did not rip Laplace apart like it had Diablo, Laplace was covered in blood and suffered quite a few wounds. SSS. An emptiness opened in front of Laplace, and Yanwu appeared. Yanwu thrust Vigrid forward, its blade crackling with blackish-red thunderbolts. Rumble. Yanwu's 8 extremes of sword thunder had already reached the powerfully destructive 5th extreme. Laplace's face was filled with anger. The skinhead had always been full of smiles, but it seemed like he was finding it difficult to do so at the moment. "Since you're my benefactor and all, I was going to go easy on you." Laplace was serious because 3 High Guardians had succumbed to Yanwu. This was quite a loss for his side. In particular, even though Laplace was protecting Diablo, Yanwu still managed to kill him. It was a tragedy caused by Laplace's arrogance. "I'm so annoyed that it's hard to keep going easy on you." Before the sword thunder strike reached him, Laplace swelled up like a balloon and exploded. The powerful energy and aura of the explosion swirled around and expanded to become a huge shadow, a heteromorphic monster with dozens of blinking eyes and thousands of tentacles swarming through a black mist so dense that it was impossible to see. Laplace finally revealed his true body, a creation of chaos and disorder which seemed to exist only in an other world. Yanwu had only seen it once before in the demonic sea. Laplace slammed his tentacles on Yanwu. The impact that had struck and killed Loopy the pig in one strike collided with Yanwu's 5th extreme sword thunder strike. The resulting explosion spread out in all directions. Flickering lights appeared through the black mist like Christmas lights. "Why? VL. K. told me to go back. But I won't go easy on you." SSS. Laplace was trying to turn the stage into an environment similar to the demonic sea by spreading out a tremendous amount of his will and aura. At the request of the High Guardian, all environmental conditions of the 66th floor are changing. The illusory change of a king of the demonic sea already had a tremendous power, and coupled with the authority of a High Guardian, it made the entire stage quake violently. Although Yanwu had covered the entire stage with his shadow, the system still retained ultimate authority over the stage. Laplace used this to completely alter the stage's environment. The new surroundings looked like the demonic sea, a place full of demons. Roar! Roar! Each time the waves churned, a bizarre cry rang out. Bizarrely shaped monsters popped out of the sea one after another with only one thought: consume Yanwu. Each monster was already at a level where it could easily devour a divine being. Any being with murderous intent to our Lord deserves to die. The space behind Yanwu split as inferno sights appeared. Pockets of emptiness opened up in various places, and Yanwu's familiars started pouring out. Shannon, Han Ryeong, Rebecca, and all the beings who represented Yanwu. After Yanwu achieved his yin soul and took a step closer to his concept of death, his familiars took on a darker, more deathly aura. Yanwu's familiars jumped into the demonic sea without any hesitation. The sight of Yanwu's troops of death battling the demonic monsters was like a painting depicting the end of the world. It was surreal, intense, and even beautiful. The spring of death is spinning faster. Determined to catch Laplace, Yanwu accelerated the speed of the spring of death. Crank! Crank! Yanwu could hear the metallic sound of cogwheels mashing together. The interlocking cogwheels are rotating at a higher speed. More cogwheels are turning due to a chain reaction. Current number of cogwheel teeth engaged, 666. All the gods of death are with you. All the demons of death are with you. The concept of death is operating. Come here, Yanwu commanded. The cogwheel represented the gods and demons whose divinity came from death. Both the cogwheels and the spring formed a mechanism that represented a concept, and it was no exaggeration to say that Yanwu had become death itself. All the gods of death and demons who worshipped the Black King now accepted Yanwu as the representative of the Black King and not merely a successor. They volunteered to be his subjects. The cogwheels and springs that united around Yanwu formed a concept, filling Yanwu with enormous power. Sixth step: Dragon Body Awakening. Power fully unlocked. Crack! Crack! As Yanwu's skeleton twisted around, a pair of dragon wings combined with parts of his sky wings appeared on Yanwu's back. Furthermore, Yanwu's dragon scales, which reached up to his chin, glistened with darkness. As his eyes and scales glittered, Yanwu's aura not only shook the stage but the entire space, creating distortion fields everywhere. Whoosh! Have you awakened? The Black King. Laplace observed Yanwu's change with a twinkle in his eye. Dozens of his tentacles wrapped into bundles to form a giant hand, which swiped at Yanwu. Whoosh! Yanwu had not only dismantled and reassembled his data and ego, everything that was closely connected with him had also undergone the same process, including the castes of the Black King. The castes of the Black King had taught Yanwu the concept of death, emptiness, and darkness, and they had given him the ability to gather numerous familiars. Yanwu had reassembled this in his own way, learning a new attribute while attaching his yin soul to all the things associated with him. I was originally going to bring this out against Alforoni. SSS. The darkness energy and aura that surrounded Yanwu vibrated ominously. But I'll let you have a taste of it first. Death follows you. A part of the darkness that resides deep in the emptiness is revealed. Yanwu swung the darkness-coated vigrid. As the space tore apart, Laplace's tentacle hand was slashed into innumerable pieces, as if a sickle had reaped reeds. However, Laplace's attack did not stop there. Many more tentacles erupted from the cut section and rushed forward, and Laplace's black mist pushed through the bottom of Yanwu's shadow and raised a bunch of small and large eyeballs, hundreds of eyes opening up one by one. There was no way Laplace would not understand the significance of awakening the darkness even if it were a partial awakening. Laplace was the successor of an otherworld god who was once referred to as the military king of totalitarianism, and he knew that it entailed the rise of another totalitarian force. This can't continue. Laplace's annoyance at Yanwu had turned into an interest in him. Laplace was curious. How much had Yanwu changed in the last 2 years? I knew it. You really are interesting. Ha ha ha. Laplace's eerie laughter shook the stage over and over again. Haven't felt this in a while, right? It was around that time that Cronus' voice rang in Yanwu's ear. Cronus hadn't been able to converse with Yanwu during the closed training, so Cronus had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep. Now that he was stimulated by the power Yanwu brought into the unity, Cronus awakened, observing the battle between Yanwu and Laplace with great interest. Rumble! 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 When he first saw Laplace's bizarre body, Cronus had been appalled and disgusted. However, Cronus soon became very pleased with the powerful energy that transmitted to him through the spring. The spring went beyond operating with divinity and was now operating on concept, giving him a sensation that was like a drug. This was what it felt like to move the laws of the world. Rumble! That meant only one thing. The spring of death spins at an even fiercer speed. The speed at which the spring of death can spin has reached its limit. The spring of death has overloaded. The heat from the friction is wearing out the cogwheel's teeth. Caution! A critical point has been reached. Caution! A critical point has been reached. Maintenance work is being done to prevent damage to the spring of death. The spring of death has been strengthened into a new form. The spring of death is fully operational. The presence of the spring is expanding. The spring of death, which had once only supported Yanwu, was now the engine that drove the concept of death. Cronus had been the king of gods on par with the old gods and conceptual gods, and now he would finally recover his long-lost powers. As the spring of death takes on a new form, the grid transforms into a new true name, Cronus. Rumble! A sixth extreme sword thunder strike ripped away all the fog and tentacles that stood in front of Yanwu. Since the spring of time was not fully restored, Cronus had not yet reclaimed his true self. However, the power of death he now held meant that he had largely returned to his prime. The general flow of the world, which some called the heavenly flow, was slightly distorted by Yanwu's presence. This small distortion changed the heavenly flow's direction, which also greatly affected the natural laws. By expanding one's microcosmic inner world into the outer world, one could affect the flow of the world based on one's will. It was not simply implementing one's ideas into the world but visibly affecting the existing world. Yanwu had taken a step forward in controlling his consciousness. He's achieved the yin sword. If Cronus had knees, he would be slapping them silly right now. He had always believed that Xiahou Jintian, who developed an art that could alter the world without borrowing someone's power or divine position, had been amazing. And the martial king, who developed the art and delivered it to Yanwu. How can I not be a happy and proud father with such an outstanding youngest son? As Cronus laughed out loud, Yanwu let Cronus' words pass into one ear and out the other. Brother-in-law. Ananta looked at Yanwu and threw something. Yanwu caught the object and connected it with the chains that were wrapped around his wrist. Connected with the spring of time. The spring is very damaged. Many of the features are unavailable. Imbued with divine power, some of the spring's functions have been restored. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The hands of the clock spun rapidly. The clockwork is operational. Fast-forwarding at double speed. The speed of light has been achieved. Whoosh! Bam! Yanwu opened a space and passed through at once. He could see Laplace's giant eyes trembling in the thick black mist. Boom! The grid stabbed above those eyes. Yanwu's own eyes glittered fiercely through his bangs and the particles of darkness. Devour! With those simple words, the devouring process began. SSS. Hades' spirit-eating sword is attempting to devour the player, Laplace. The darkness that spread from the grid to Laplace's body greedily exposed its serrated teeth. Chapter 638, Time, 10. Chapter 638 Time, 10. Hades' spirit-eating sword, which had completely assimilated with the Black Shadow, was already beyond the scope of simple power. It seemed to possess its own instinct, revealing a strong sense of gluttony as it devoured Laplace's body with serrated teeth. However, perhaps because Laplace's body boasted such a huge size, Hades' spirit-eating sword took a considerable amount of time to fully devour Laplace. Moreover, screech! Screech! Terrifying and bizarre cries rang out from Laplace's body every time the serrated teeth devoured parts of him. Those were clearly cries of pain, but there were also hints of joyous laughter. Ha! Ha! Very fun! Laplace seemed to be truly laughing. Despite his existence being devoured, the joy in his loud laughter went beyond simple enjoyment and seemed closer to absolute bliss. His reaction was completely different from the others who had been devoured before. "Son, I think this guy has lost his marbles?" "I agree." Yanwu should have noticed right away from the time Laplace wore rabbit ears on his bald head and spoke nonsensical things in a low-pitched tone. Cronus, who could boast of seeing many crazy people throughout his long life, looked at Laplace tiredly. And if things kept up at the current speed, Yanwu felt that he would also turn crazy, so he pushed Vigrid deeper into Laplace's eye. "Hey! Stop pushing it deeper in. I can feel that terrifying bastard. Did anyone tell you that you need to keep your sword shape?" "What? You bastard!" Yanwu ignored Cronus' complaints, slashing with Vigrid once again. A sword thunder strike detonated once more. Dark red flames blazed across Laplace's huge body, creating elongated oval shapes. Yanwu did this to break Laplace up into smaller pieces, so that Hades' spirit-eating sword could quickly devour him as soon as possible. The spring of time is spinning faster. The current speed is 4x. The spring of time is spinning much faster. The current speed is 8x. An enormous amount of overload is being transmitted to your body. Boom! A foul-smelling bodily fluid spurted from the wide gap on Laplace's true body like a fountain. The fluid contained the nature of chaos, and it was so poisonous that it could melt one's existence upon contact. However, before the fluid could even reach Yanwu, it evaporated and disappeared from the tremendous heat that Yanwu emanated. Of course, with formless poison, Yanwu had nothing to worry about. Moreover, Yanwu's constitution was based on the yin soul. On the contrary, negative environmental factors may work to Yanwu's benefit. Ha! 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 Being shredded into pieces, Laplace still did not stop laughing and his tentacles constantly shot out. Along with his illusory change, he tried to disturb Yanwu with various attacks that raged like a storm. Unfortunately, his attacks couldn't pierce through the wall of the dead that surrounded and protected Yanwu. "Stop it, son!" Boom! 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 How can a son throw his own father into such a sticky, dark, and weird place? This is abuse. Are you trying to send me to my grave? Cronus' constant screams were a bonus. This feels nasty. Stop it. And then... slice. Once Vigrid finally pierced the last open eyeball, Yanwu could see a black rabbit-eared bald man surrounded by strange cells. "Oh ho! You've made it all the way here." With eyes wide open, Laplace clapped his hands together. Although he was on the verge of death, his lingering smile showed that he was truly enjoying this last moment. Thinking that no good could come by responding to such a pervert with a bizarre masochistic hobby, Yanwu swung Vigrid down on Laplace's head. "Stop!" Just then, Laplace suddenly raised his arms up. Wanting to know what Laplace had to say, Yanwu allowed Vigrid to stop right in front of Laplace's throat. "What? I surrender. So, how about you go easy on me?" Yanwu's brow twitched, since Laplace had fought and constantly interrupted Yanwu throughout all these years. This declaration of surrendering felt suspicious, at best. "I'll tell you everything you want to know, and I'll cooperate with you in good faith, so can you please put away your sword? If you see my cute ears and still want to harm me, that means you're a very bad person." As he spoke, Laplace's rabbit ears cutely twitched. At the same time, he put his hands together neatly to the corners of his mouth, and his eyes blinked like a certain cat in boots. Yanwu felt the urge to end Laplace's life immediately. If a black muscular man with copper-toned skin tried to show off his cute side with a low-pitched voice mixed with a nasal tone, it truly was a terrifying sight to behold. As he looked at such a being, Yanwu lowered Vigrid, which had been placed right in front of Laplace's neck. "All right. I'll let you off. Oh. Then. Instead, I have some conditions." What could those be? Yanwu smiled. First, you die. You have succeeded in devouring the player, Laplace. The concept of death has succeeded in being implemented onto Laplace. All gods of death are satisfied. All demons of death are pleased. Ugh, how could you do this to me, your close friend? How can you hold a sword in front of such a cute and adorable creature with innocent bunny ears? In your previous life, number must have been an evil and cold-hearted villain? Mumble. Mumble. Grumble. Grumble. Laplace, who woke up again as a spirit, squatted on the ground. He constantly muttered to himself as if he was a castaway sitting alone in the rain. Although he clearly expressed his intention to surrender, Laplace was dissatisfied that Yanwu chose to swing his sword. Of course, his appearance had not significantly changed. Yanwu had told Laplace to stop wearing such a weird outfit, but Laplace did not even consider those words. Laplace simply said something along the lines of his current appearance being his true identity. In the end, Yanwu had no choice but to let it be, as Laplace stubbornly argued like a child, stating that he would never cooperate if Yanwu did not let him remain in his current form. If he had his way, Yanwu would have long ago thrown Laplace into the purgatory furnace and burned him until all his evil karma was incinerated. But then, I'll be wasting time. The Sea of Time probably already noticed that Yanwu had finished his closed-door training and had started chasing after them. Right now, time was tight. Yanwu could not afford to waste time interrogating Laplace. This was also the reason why Yanwu had briefly paused when Laplace said he was going to surrender. Of course, Yanwu could not help but feel frustrated at constantly hearing Laplace's bickering. What the hell do you mean we're close friends? We have such a close relationship. With rippling muscles and sweat, we're best friends who can sympathize and understand each other. Have you already forgotten the fun times we had while holding hands? For a moment, Yanwu felt a strong urge to just throw Laplace into the purgatory furnace. Son? Cronus asked in a low voice. Is he your type? Though Cronus pretended to be serious, he was laughing himself silly on the inside. Father. What? Yanwu could not understand how Cronus could speak in such a serious, caring tone. He stated coldly, unless you want to spend time stuck in that pervert once more, please keep quiet. Cronus decided that nothing good would come about if he kept making fun of Yanwu, so he decided to take a step back. It seems I didn't give birth to a child but a monster? Cronus' gaze turned to the rabbit-eared macho man. Anyway, can't you do something to shut up that blubbering fool? I'm truly concerned that, if things continue, a scar will form in my ears. Yanwu frowned. As he was about to respond, Ananta and the head elder came to his side. They asked, "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. It seems you're somewhat useful now." The head elder put on his glasses and scanned Yanwu from head to toe. A twinkling light could be seen in the head elder's eyes, and he immediately noticed what Yanwu had achieved over the past couple years in closed training. He noticed that Yanwu's constitution seemed to be completely opposite to the sun-related nature of the one-horned tribe. "I'm guessing you've awakened the yin sword." "Yes." "Good. Good," the head elder quietly nodded in response to Yanwu's answer. His face was filled with many different emotions. He felt a release that someone had unlocked the secrets of the yin sword, something his tribe had been seeking an answer to for many years. Moreover, the person to achieve this feat was the disciple of the Martial King, whose dream was now fulfilled. Like the Martial King said, his legend won't disappear and will continue to live on through his disciple. The head elder mumbled while nodding softly. Soon, he cleared his thoughts and narrowed his eyes. "As you just saw, even though Neu and I went through the process of exuviation and transcendence, Alforoni did not show up. The reason is unknown, but the Sea of Time seems to be taking advantage of this opportunity to pursue something. It seems that Brahm is moving to stop them." Strength and focus returned to Yanwu's eyes. He asked, Did Brahm also go to the gathering of the supreme gods suffering from the heavenly demon disease? That's right. He said that if you want to catch a tiger, you have to go directly into the tiger's burrow. Yanwu let out a sigh. The Sea of Time. The reason why he jumped into plot scheming to replace Alforoni was probably because of his resentment, love, and hate towards Harmonia. It seemed that the next place Yanwu would have to go to would be the battlefield where all the supreme gods were gathered. At that time, it would be difficult for him to jump in as easily as he did here. Thus, knowing that the Sea of Time would do everything in their power to block him, Yanwu knew that it was important to find out what the Sea of Time was thinking. Laplace, what was your side planning? Everyone's gaze turned to Laplace, who grinned. To receive so much attention. As an attention seeker, I am very happy. If you keep spewing nonsense, I'll throw you into the purgatory furnace and never take you out. Phew. 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 Let me get one thing straight first. The Central Bureau under Ivilka hasn't exactly gone over to the Sea of Time. They're working together at the moment because their objectives aligned? Laplace continued to chatter excitedly. The two align in exactly one objective, disabling the tower's system. And the birth of a new system. A reset. That should make it clear? Reset. Yes. The system that Alforoni is representing is very different from the one pursued by Ivilka and the Sea of Time? What kind of system are they pursuing? For the first time, Laplace's eyes, which had been full of playfulness, sharply narrowed. What else can it be? They want to do away with the present order. Ivilka considers the triangular balance of power among Alforoni, the Central Bureau, and the heavenly world, as a fundamental evil that contributes to the constant stagnation of the Tower Society, which in his eyes, should be more dynamic. The collapse of the triangular balance of power. Yanwu finally felt that he had glimpsed into Ivilka's inner thoughts. As the first High Guardian and Director, Ivilka lived and observed the long history of the Tower. Thus, it was not all that strange that Ivilka held some opinions and ideas about the Tower. Yanwu then asked, then what about the Sea of Time? What the Sea of Time wants is much simpler than Ivilka's ideal. The Sea of Time wants to bring the end of days? Yanwu's eyes widened slightly. Because now, he knew exactly what those words meant. What the Sea of Time calls time. An apocalypse, the end of days. In other words, they intend to carry out the last part of the revelations. That only means one thing, for the being that the heavenly demon stuffed into the bottom of the tower to open his eyes. Only then will everything that happened in this world disappear as if it had all been a fleeting, short-lived dream. They're planning to resurrect the Black King. Chapter 639, Creator God, 1. Chapter 639 Creator God, 1. The Sea of Time was a group of people who worshipped and followed the Black King. Other than being mysterious and inclusive, they were similar to how the Devil Army revered the heavenly demon. However, unlike the Devil Army who abandoned their god after the heavenly demon's negligence, the Sea of Time planned on awakening the Black King themselves. Clearly, they intended to bring the end of things that was said to come at the end of the Revelations. It's said in the Revelations that space is a dream the Black King dreams during his sleep. And when he's awakened, everything in space will disappear like a phantom of a dream. According to this interpretation of the Revelations, all creatures that exist in this world are mere illusions. And for illusions to continue existing, they need to have a place by the awakened Black King's side. So they want to contribute to awakening the Black King for this? But it's hard to tell, since I don't know their exact beliefs. Yanwu's gaze darkened. They're crazed apocalyptics. They're even worse than the Devil Army, which didn't say any bullshit about destroying the world. Since the gods the Devil Army and Sea of Time worshipped were on opposing ends, their beliefs were completely different. The Sea of Time had non-secular tendencies, and wholeheartedly believed in carrying out their ideals, atoning for their sins, and clearing their minds in preparation for the day of judgment that would come when the world disappeared. On the other hand, the devil army was representative of free will and placed emphasis on repelling the darkness that was trying to cover the world. Even though the devil army's beliefs had become more extreme as the generations passed, causing all sorts of disturbances, they were nothing compared to the dangers of the Sea of Time. Although Yanwu had become the Black King's successor, he had only thought about using his power and not worshipping him. If the Black King ever interfered in his path to become stronger, Yanwu would instantly abandon him too. He only kept the Black King's power because the Black King was on par with the heavenly demon and Zhongwu's soul had returned to him. It was the same for Cronus, who had been the Black King's apostle. From his perspective, the Sea of Time's plan to awaken the slumbering Black King at the bottom of the tower wasn't favorable. But learning that the Central Bureau and the Sea of Time aren't in cahoots is enough. The fact that they were only working together out of necessity meant their relationship could be broken whenever, so Yanwu organized his thoughts. Then, Yanwu narrowed his eyes at Laplace. He now had a general grasp of the situation, but there were still some parts that he didn't understand. Then, what are you after? Laplace was born as a king of the demonic sea, had become a high guardian solely for amusement, and was now running toward the end of things after becoming a player. Since he was technically an otherworld god, he was also possibly a follower of the Black King and wished to wake him. However, Yanwu didn't think he was the type to do that. Yanwu then asked, "You seem to move separately from Ivalka's ideals, or the greater good that the Sea of Time believes in?" Laplace raised a corner of his mouth as if the answer was obvious. "I'm joining the ride for the fun of it. I can sit next to the victor and comfortably observe the changing world." His smile was so lunatic that he almost seemed innocent. "As long as I can watch from the side, I'm satisfied. I don't need to be the one making the changes. I just want to see history change." Needless to say, Laplace declared that he was fine with his current state because Yanwu was also one of the main characters who would change history. Yanwu thought Laplace definitely wasn't in his right mind, but he became certain of one thing. Laplace didn't have any loyalty to the Sea of Time or the Central Bureau. And as long as there was something to entertain him, Laplace was a crazy bastard who could be loyal to Yanwu himself. ******. Leonhardt was shocked speechless. Not only did he see the seemingly invincible High Guardians successively defeated, but Laplace, whom he had once seen in the Sea of Time, was chained and kept in check. He knew that Yanwu was equal to other divine beings and had become Olympus' supreme god, but only after personally seeing his power did it feel real. However, there was something else that surprised him the most. "Ugh, that damned guy! How much did he shake the pocket watch for me to feel exhausted?" The one whom Leonhardt had wanted to see for so long was there. "Wifey, punish him for me." You can't? Nah. He'll listen to you. Just then, Cha Zhongwu's vestige body that was complaining in front of Ananta turned upon feeling a gaze. He grinned after discovering it was Leonhardt. "Long time no see, Leon? Are you really Zhongwu? Can't you tell by looking at me? Yanwu told me that you were living well. What's up with your condition?" Listening to the cheeky tone and looking at that mischievous smile, Leonhardt moved toward Cha Zhongwu with trembling steps. Although he had heard from Valdibish, he couldn't help but doubt it. The closer he approached Zhongwu, the clearer Leonhardt could see the face he had missed so much. It was a stark contrast to Zhongwu's appearance when he had been poisoned and had successively been left behind by his comrades. This was the Zhongwu he had seen upon first meeting. He stretched his hand out and stroked Zhongwu's face. "Ah! I just got goosebumps on my arm." Cha Zhongwu stepped back, yelling in horror. Even his reactions were the same as before. "You bastard, you're not Leon. You must be an incarnation of the perverted bunny over there, or?" Cha Zhongwu's vestige body wasn't able to continue, because Leonhardt suddenly fell to the ground with his head hung low. Leonhardt said softly, "Sorry." "What?" "For everything I did in the past." I'm sorry I left you when you were already having a hard time. If I hadn't left back then. I left with some ridiculous excuse saying I needed to cool my head, but I honestly didn't even think about how difficult it must have been for you. I won't ask for forgiveness. I just wanted to tell you this someday. Leonhardt still had unresolved feelings. He didn't expect for things to return back to how they were, he merely wanted to apologize. If Cha Zhongwu had left behind a grave, Leonhardt would have visited it multiple times. However, there was no grave, and the world had forgotten about Cha Zhongwu. As the only person who remembered and honored him, Leonhardt had been unbearably lonely. He had also been insufferably regretful, so perhaps guilt was the factor that brought him to where he was today. But still, he was now able to be reunited with Zhongwu, whom he felt grateful for. Hey, don't cry. There's nothing more disgusting to watch than a guy crying. Cha Zhongwu grumbled with embarrassment, but his eyes were slightly red as well. Ananta pretended not to see anything and looked away. It seemed the two would have a lot to speak about. Ohio here, Ohio. Is that so? Then, are there now 3 High Guardians including myself? Just until yesterday, we had a majority, but the numbers have dropped like this. The High Guardian, Radivilka, shook his head after listening to a report from the dog Caleb. He was perplexed. However, contrary to his despondent words, he was smiling. Although 3 High Guardians had died, he didn't seem to think much of it. Caleb felt chills running down his spine as he watched Ivilka. We must be mere chess pieces for Ivilka. Caleb was loyal to Ivilka because he was influenced by Ivilka's ideals, and he was ready to sacrifice himself if necessary. Because he had lived a long and boring life, he had no attachments to his survival, and he thought going out with a bang would be reward enough. However, that didn't mean Caleb was going to force his values on others. He was just shocked by Ivilka's reaction because there had been some among the Guardians who followed Ivilka out of personal greed for power. At the same time, he also understood Ivilka's response. He looked at the bead spinning in Ivilka's palm like a top. As long as Ivilka had the system key, which was a combination of 11 keys, Ivilka didn't need to be concerned with how many High Guardians died. If he really wanted to, he could do everything without us anyway. Ivilka was someone who'd use everyone to his advantage if it meant he could accomplish his mission, even at the price of his own life. He reminds me of someone, now that I think about it. The guy who was as problematic as the Marshal King and had caused the Bureau trouble from a long while ago flashed through Caleb's head. That guy was someone who couldn't even be called a player anymore. What was it again? Abuser. Caleb recalled what the system called that guy. Since 2 similar beings have begun a game of chicken, it's a matter of who arrives at their destination first. Caleb swallowed as he thought about the unpredictable battle, then something else occurred to him. No. There are 2 other people at the starting line, I suppose. He knew that one of them was Harmonia, and the other was. Caleb slowly turned around, feeling a focused gaze on him. He noticed that Ivilka was already addressing the owner of the gaze. Ohio Hiohia. Why are you standing there? Come in. You seemed busy. Ohio Hia. That's the funniest thing a tactless person like you has ever said. When did you become so thoughtful? Ivilka spoke cynically, but the man who entered the room ignored it. The pale man had long, blonde hair resembling a lion's mane, and impressionable arrogant eyes. Sparks heated the air as he moved, and he exuded a suffocating pressure. He had no inclination of respecting others. It was how one would expect a king who never needed to respect anyone from birth to act. However, the arrogant attitude fit the blonde man well. I'll try to be tactful from now on. Ohio Hia. Of course. More importantly, the blonde man fixed a covetous look on the bead that was spinning on Ivilka's palm as if he didn't wish to continue the small talk any longer. Is that key the item you said you'd give me? Please speak the facts. This will only be given to you if you prove that you qualify to be the new creator god, correct? You aren't deceiving me, I hope. Did you already forget we pledged on the system? I want that now. No. We can't do that. You're younger than me, but you're already showing signs of memory loss. How can you prove to be qualified at this rate? If you spoke disrespectfully to me a long time ago, you would have died already. There's nothing more pathetic than people, who are stuck in the past, talking about their prime. Ohio. Caleb felt sweat drip down his back. When the two had a war of nerves, he felt like he was being beaten up in the middle. Ivilka aside, he didn't know why the blonde man was picking a fight. The man should have been trying to get on Ivilka's good side to obtain the key, and had learned that that probably wasn't enough. As Ivilka said, he also hadn't been awakened for that long, and was perhaps stuck in the past. If that was the case, then the possibility that the man was the system key's master was near zero. Alforoni couldn't be replaced so easily. Although he was once strong enough to bring down Cronus, who had been the king of gods, he had probably lost most of his powers after suffering from heavenly demon disease. Caleb didn't know what he was thinking. No. I guess there's no need to be concerned about that. Even if someone other than him is the replacement, it doesn't hurt us at all. However, Caleb guessed that the blonde man would become the replacement in the end. His instincts were telling him so, the senses that were trained over the long time he spent as a high guardian. He thought, under the arrogant mask, the blonde man would have a completely different side to him. Since he's a cruel and clever warrior who took the throne even though he was kicked out. Spark! Blinding yellow lights flashed as the blonde man smiled viciously. This will be the symbol that represents the new king. Protect it well. I'll kill the rebels who dare to claim themselves as kings and return soon. Under the monocle, Ivilka's unreadable eyes wrinkled as he smiled. Then I'll be waiting here, Zeus. Chapter 640, Creator God, 2. Chapter 640 Creator God, 2. I've come pretty far, now that I look at it. Brahm laughed wearily at the sight before him, where rays of light descended onto an endless green horizon. The god Odin has entered the instance stage garden of the gods. The god Jade Emperor has entered the instance stage garden of the gods. The Garden of the Gods was a name for the temporary stage that was created for the pledges to be carried out. It was rather flashy, for a location that would disappear once everything was finished. It must be because of their trifling pride. 2 conditions were required of those who attempted to enter this garden. The first condition was that they needed to have been afflicted with heavenly demon disease, and the second was that they needed to have been supreme gods or in positions at that level in their respective societies. Only those who could prove they were kings were able to stand here. And because they were beings at the pinnacle of all divine beings, their arrogance and confidence were towering. They believed that only they were true gods. They didn't acknowledge the beings they ruled over as equals. Brahm had left the heavenly world because he had detested this system, so he felt disgusted having to see it again. He believed that they were fish in a small pond who didn't know how vast the world truly was. Although quite a lot of time had passed since they were trapped in the tower, they looked ever the same. It was clear they still hadn't grasped reality. I guess I can't really say anything since I was once just like them. Brahm recalled the long ago past when he was Brahma in Mount Sumeru, and smiled wryly. Anyway, things will come to an end here. Is that it? Soon, the real creator god, the master of the combined system key, and Alforoni's replacement would be decided here. The chosen one will be the god who represents the godly societies and takes control of the tower, eventually standing against the heavenly demon. Brahm felt bitter as he continued to think, suddenly missing the cigarettes he had quit a long time ago. It wasn't good for his health, but it would alleviate his annoyance and emotions of feudalness. No. I guess it wouldn't matter if I smoked a few. The only reason why Brahm had quit was because she had said she didn't like the smell. Then, when she left, he hadn't even thought about touching it even after learning about Ananta's existence. He thought she had died, but she was actually alive. Not only that, but she had schemed the current situation at hand and had played them all this time. He wondered if there was still a need for him to refrain from smoking. Brahm opened up a subspace and pulled out a cigarette. His blood felt enlivened because it had been such a long while since he smelled this scent. He was just about to snap his fingers to light a fire when he remembered the youngster smiling at him. This is ridiculous. Perhaps because she resembled her grandmother, Sha always nagged the tribe members who smoked. And because of that, there had been a ban on smoking in the tribe for a while. Thus, if Brahm started smoking again, he would most likely be scolded. A lot. Brahm grinned cynically and dropped the cigarette on the ground, crushed it with his foot. Ha! Still, he felt his annoyance slightly dissipate after thinking of the adorable Shay. Just then, he lifted his head at the message that suddenly popped up in front of him. Zeus has entered the instance stage garden of the gods. Looks like everyone's here. Everyone who has made a pledge is here. All connections to the outside are blocked. It is expected that you refrain from actions that are against the rules while the pledge is being carried out. If the rules are broken, it is possible the system will penalize you. If anyone changed their mind, please announce it now. The countdown is beginning. 10, 9, 8, 1, 0. A total of 0 people have announced their departure. The pledge will begin. The scenario quest, Birth of the One and Only God, has been created. Scenario quest / Birth of the One and Only God. Description: in a far past that is no longer recorded, all the gods that dominated the universes and dimensions were confined to a tower because of a creature who suddenly appeared. The creature bound the gods from moving and put restraints on their power, stealing their freedom. The gods searched for ways to resist and escape the tower, but they were met with failure every time. Still, the mighty gods did not give up, and they licked their wounds over eons, waiting for the opportunity to strike back. And now, the opportunity has come. You have awakened with a pledge between the sea of time. The Central Bureau has combined the divided 12 system keys into one and promised to give it to you. The combined systems keys have become the only master key that can approach and edit the tower's source code. In addition, it is an all-powerful tool that has the powers of creation, harmony, and order. To obtain this key, you must prove you qualify. Now, verify that you are the rightful master of this master key. Conditions for success. 1. Commence a battle royale according to the pledge. However, the event does not matter. 2. Eliminate the qualifications of other competitors and steal their powers. 3. Remain as the final victor of the battle royale. Time limit. Qualifications. Rewards. 1. Master key. 2. Designation as the one and only God. Suddenly, intense energies began to whirl in the field and clash against each other. Do-do-do. The fields trembled, showing how great the pressure of the scenario quest was. However, it was what the gods had wanted all their lives. They had been divided into multiple societies and repeatedly fought before reconciling again and again. There was one thing the supreme gods all wanted, and that was the position as the one and only God. It was because of this particular desire that they alone wanted to be the most precious in the world, so that they could also bring down the emperors who tried to stand above them. If they had the system key in their hand, they had nothing to be afraid of. They could have the heavenly world, lower world, and even gods from other universes and other worlds at their feet. They probably intend to have the tower as their holy territory and not as a prison. Brahm scoffed as he sensed the hidden desire exuding from the murderous auras. No matter how much they boasted, in the end, they were no different from the power struggles mortals had. Now, he wondered if he had gotten rid of his cigarette prematurely with a frown. Who's this? If it isn't the half-god Brahma? Brahm turned toward the familiar voice with an expression void of emotion. It's been a while, Odin. He could see the leader of Asgard, Odin, standing there with a wide smirk on his face. The scenario quest had begun, but no one began to battle royale. They needed time to probe each other's powers, and they didn't want to step up first and become worn out from fighting first. What? Brahma? Why is he here? The supreme gods who heard Odin's voice stopped looking warily at each other and turned toward Brahm's direction. They knew him as a half-god who had thrown away his high position and descended to the lower world, a loser who had been the leader of a large society like Deva and had immense power but still left. It was what the heavenly world thought of Brahm, and Brahm himself couldn't help but feel annoyed. He hadn't wanted to attract their attention. It seemed Odin was trying to sacrifice the weakest out of all of them to speed up the battle royale. It was such an obvious scheme that it wasn't funny. Odin, thinking Brahm was feeling intimidated, smiled even wider. I heard you were left, am I wrong? No. You're right. Can't you tell? I've already almost died once, so it's difficult for me to even maintain my status as a mortal. Brahm decided to jump into things head first now that he was already caught, since his target was also the system key. Aha! And you decided to come here? Odin looked Brahm up and down, then burst out laughing. He thought Brahm might have had a hidden weapon since he had entered the garden, but it seemed he had overestimated him. Brahm was more pathetic than when he had first left the heavenly world. It seems he's completely lost his spiritual body and is using an artificial body. What is it called again? Homunculus? Ha! How pathetic! Odin thought Brahm was only dirtying the honor of the gods and laughed coldly. He had planned on treating Brahm generously for old time's sake, but there was no need for that anymore. To him, Brahm was now a mere insect that wasn't even worth dealing with. I should just get rid of him. A thought suddenly occurred to Odin. But you were never afflicted with heavenly demon disease. How did you enter this place? To enter the garden of the gods, one had to make a pledge. But to do that, one's data had to be infected with the source code. From what Odin knew, Brahm was the only one out of the supreme gods and creator gods to not be afflicted from heavenly demon disease. If Brahm had been sick, he would have been in a deep slumber like the rest of them. The only reason why they were able to escape the after effects of the heavenly demon disease was because of the pledge they had made with the Sea of Time in their dream. If it wasn't for that, they would have still been on their backs. But a half-god who didn't suffer from heavenly demon disease or have a spiritual body was here. Something was strange. The other gods nodded as they were curious as well. Brahm smirked as he met their gazes. It was a cynical laugh. You're all mistaken. I also suffered from it. What? Odin's eyes widened at the news he was hearing for the first time. The other supreme gods had the same response. I suppose it's only natural you don't know. I've never spoken about it anywhere. But if you get the chance, you should go ask Deva. They'll nod their heads in agreement. Odin thought something was strange. That half-god was afflicted with heavenly demon disease? When? Why didn't they know? There was only one reason Odin could think of. Brahm had been cured of heavenly demon disease before the other societies had learned of it, or he suffered from heavenly demon disease before we were trapped in the tower. Odin's thoughts could no longer continue past that point. A sudden powerful aura began to spin around Brahm. It was a magic power storm that was so strong that even Odin flinched. Meanwhile, the other supreme gods waiting for the chance to hunt Brahm turned stiff. Ah, so no one knew. Actually, the first supreme god to be trapped in this tower was me. Odin began to create sparks to deflect Brahm's aura. His only thought was that he needed to get rid of Brahm, whose entire body was radiating exuviation and transcendence. Brahm had left the heavenly world, but his divine power had been restored. He was also about to return to his past appearance. And the first opponent of the heavenly demon, who you all begged for mercy from. Whoosh! Do. Brahm, no, Brahma, the god who dealt with creation out of the three supreme gods of Deva and was in charge of the Saha world, was looking at them. He spoke in his god's voice. Was me? Chapter 641, Creator God, 3. Chapter 641 Creator God, 3. He transcended. Brahma has returned? That makes things a bit complicated. Was it possible for beings who left the heavenly world to regain their divinity? Although there were rumors that it had happened in the past, it had never happened since the tower was created. But Brahm had done it, so everyone was shocked. However, it could actually be said that Brahm's awakening of his abilities had only finally taken place. The soul of his master, Yanwu, had reached full maturity, and the other subordinates already gained divine positions. Bu/Faust was almost like an outer god now, while Brahm hadn't attempted to upgrade himself. Part of it was because Brahm almost never left the One-Horned tribe's village, taking care of Scha and also viewing his restoration of divinity in a negative light. Having once sat in the position of Deva's supreme god, he knew the jealousy and plotting that came with being a god. He knew just how bothersome it was. Needless to say, Brahm was sick of the heavenly world. No, it wasn't just the heavenly world, but of all earthly things themselves. However, after chasing Harmonia for the last 2 years and facing history again, Brahm realized that things couldn't return as they were. What he wanted was freedom, but there were limits to his freedom now that he had people to be responsible for. Still, that didn't mean he despised those limits as before. It was true they were still uncomfortable, but he was now having fun thinking about how to take care of his duties. I might have rebelled at the wrong time. In the legends, Brahma was characterized as Burm, the very basis of the universe. Burm was the seed that birthed the creation of the universe, taking on various forms over time. Brahma also appeared with different personalities and faces throughout time. And right now, Brahma's name was Brahm. He was not a supreme god concerned about the creation and order of the universe, but the head of a family who only wanted for his family to be healthy and safe. You're just a fool who was defeated by Agars, of all beings? Odin's face flushed at the fact that he had felt intimidated by Brahm's aura, and he began to raise electricity. Crash! Spark! Odin's lightning gathered and fell toward Brahm's head. The attack held a power that could crush most planets, but Brahm easily swept it aside with a single hand. Crash! The surroundings were swept away by the residual lightning. Everyone was shocked to see Brahm completely unharmed. I don't know if you are already aware, Brahm grinned. But your Asgard is ruined. Well, you probably would have left to take revenge if you were up to it. I suppose you're still here because you lack the courage? Of course, it seems like I'll be the one to end things. You dare? Odin expressed his rage as Brahm poked fun at his weakness. Not paying Odin any mind, Brahm pulled out a book and spread it open in the air. As the pages quickly turned, the various spells he'd recorded appeared. It was the new grimoire he had created with the information inspired by the Emerald Tablet, the knowledge he learned from speaking with the head elder, and the understanding he gained through conversing with Bu/Faust. Not only had Brahm regained his power from when he was Brahma, but he also learned the mysterious knowledge of the other world gods to pave his own path. Death is fertilizer for a new life. It's a cycle that repeats again and again. Brahm and the Book of Pluto shined so brilliantly that they emitted a blinding light. Return? The moment his command word was activated, a storm of intense holy power spun and swept their surroundings away. Boom! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was around then that Yanwu stiffened in surprise. He had a tight expression on his face. What's wrong, Hyung? Yanwu's companions were preparing to leave for where Brahm was, with Laplace leading the way. They all turned to look at him, wondering if the Sea of Time was suddenly attacking. If so, they'd have to fight a close battle again. However, Yanwu's reply was completely unexpected. Brahm attempted to transcend. Father-in-law? Father. Cha Zhongwu's vestige and Ananta spoke urgently at the same time. They knew how much Brahm despised divinity, so it was hard to believe that Brahm had restored it. To them, it meant he was in a situation where he had no other choice. Do you know why? I won't know if Brahm doesn't reveal it. Yanwu couldn't even read Brahm until now, so it would be harder to find out now that Brahm had restored his divinity. He wordlessly looked at Laplace, his eyes silently commanding Laplace to hurry up and guide them to where Brahm was located. Laplace's bunny ears eagerly folded and unfolded. It's not hard to give you the coordinates for the instance stage, since we created it with illusory change. But there's one problem. What is it? You cannot enter if you are not qualified? Qualified? You must have been afflicted by heavenly demon disease? Why? That's how it was made. It was approved by the system, so you must meet that condition? Is there a way for me to ignore that rule? What if I just break it? Laplace's smile widened. You can try. I don't. The power purgatory furnace has been activated. Yanwu stuck Laplace inside of the furnace, thinking he was hiding something. He then summoned Bu. Open these coordinates. My wish, is your command? Bu expelled his magic power. Small waves exuded from the tip of his finger, casting magic circles before disappearing. The orb in his left hand continually emitted a dark light. It was clear that things weren't going well. Is it not working? I apologize. Please, forgive me. Bu got on one knee and bowed. His voice was filled with guilt and frustration. What seems to be the problem? Security is too tight. The algorithm is complicated, and will take a while to interpret. I apologize. We can't break it. Bu remained silent. That was answer enough. Do I have to force my way in with the yin sword? Yanwu quickly expelled that thought. Even if he had the yin sword, as of now, he could only cause errors in the system. It was impossible for him to fully stop it from functioning. While Yanwu was deep in thought, Haiyang suddenly stepped forward with the head elder's assistance. I may be able to help you with that. He was pale, as if exhausted from being on the run for so long. No. There's something. Yanwu felt a familiar energy from Haiyang. Maybe. But his contemplation stopped there because Haiyang handed him something. Take this. Haiyang handed Yanwu a white bead. What is this? The sixth system key. It's what they so badly want from me. Why are you giving me this? Yanwu's eyes widened. He knew that Haiyang came close to death several times in order not to have this bead taken by Ivalka and the others. It was true that he had helped Haiyang, but he couldn't figure out why Haiyang would hand it over to him so easily. Bitterness flashed across Haiyang's face. You must have already realized what I'm suffering from, haven't you? I don't have much longer to live. If you didn't help me, I would have died sooner. And right now, I'm barely holding on. Haiyang's gaze was fixed on the system key. But I'm at my end now. It's too difficult to last any longer. I wish to rest now that I've endured for this long. Haiyang flashed in and out of existence as if he would disappear at any second. It's a relief that there's someone I can entrust the item to. Even though Haiyang didn't know Yanwu too well, he was certain that Yanwu would take good care of the system key. After all, Yanwu was someone Cha Zhongwu and Ananta trusted. That was enough. Eventually, Yanwu accepted the key with a nod. Haiyang was considered to be sly and wicked because he was the mastermind behind many events, but Yanwu thought that might have been a persona Haiyang took on to run the bureau more efficiently. Yanwu's attitude toward him changed. Thank you. I will accept it with graciousness. Thank you. Haiyang grinned. With that, you'll be able to move freely between all the floors except for the 100th floor. You can also travel to the hidden stages or instance stages. But of course, you'll be considered a guardian of the system and you won't be able to do the trials. Yanwu thought of the 98th floor where Olympus was and the floors beyond the 78th, where no one had ever stepped in due to Alforoni. But it won't be too late to think about this after rescuing Brahm and stealing the other system keys. Now that he had this system key, he'd have to continue to fight against the Central Bureau. Then, I'll leave it to Haiyang's smiling head slid down to the ground as his body scattered into dust as a result of Gaia's curse. Whoosh! Yanwu silently paid tribute to Haiyang. Then, he turned in the opposite direction and pulled Laplace out of the furnace. You must know how the system key works since you were also a High Guardian, right? Laplace looked exhausted after going through all of that pain. Ha! Ha! So, you obtained it. Of course I do. You want me to tell you how to use it, I'm sure? Yes. And you know what will happen if you attempt anything. Don't worry about that. As I said, I'm on team number. Yanwu wished Laplace would stop speaking in that playful tone because Laplace was losing credibility the more he spoke. Could I request something from you after I help you this time? Could you trap me in that furnace again? What? It was an unimaginable request, so Yanwu felt his mind go blank. Laplace covered his face with his copper-toned, muscled hands and fidgeted. He was like a person acting shy in front of a silly crush. The hot and sweaty heat. It's my style. Haha. I love this. Yanwu tightened his grip on Vigrid. It seemed he needed to get rid of that pervert first before leaving for Brahm. Hey. You're not thinking of stabbing that pervert with your father, are you? Hey. Stop. I said to stop. The faultless Cronus suffered between them before. Many beings of the heavenly world show interest. Chapter 642, Creator God, 4. Chapter 642 Creator God, 4. Son, my ass. You're going to be punished. You'll be punished, I tell you. Cronus had returned to his human form with a depressed face, and Cha Zhongwu's vestige came over to pat his shoulder. Cha Zhongwu said, Father, he's always been like that. You should be the bigger person. Why does his dirty temper seem to be getting worse? It's because he becomes more crooked every day. Just look at him. He looks like a sour old fogey. Yanwu looked flabbergasted, listening to his father and brother insult him right to his face. However, he just ignored them and turned around since he'd only be more offended if he argued. Ha! Ha! Working with you is great. But Yanwu found something even more horrid upon turning, seeing Laplace, who looked revolting with his cheeks flushed and exhausted panting. Yanwu felt like his eyes would rot at this rate, so he just simply stuffed Laplace back into the furnace. It was a relief that Laplace had already told him how to use the system keys. System key, Snake. Category, unknown. Rank, unknown. Conditions for use, 6th High Guardian. Description: this is the 6th part of the system key that has been divided into 12. The holder will have the authority to approach the 6th section of the system's settings. The holder can also do important tasks like backing up data and restoring information. This artifact is intended for guardians, not players. If someone other than a guardian possesses this artifact, they must report it to the Bureau immediately. If this rule is not adhered to, the player may be eliminated from their player status. The original owner, Snake, cannot be found in the vicinity. All functions are paused. Please report to the Bureau as soon as this key is found. The system key was now a dull color, contrary to its radiating appearance when it had been in Haiyang's hand. It looked so ordinary that it being a system key was almost unbelievable. Many beings of the heavenly world show interest. However, the message that kept on popping up in Yanwu's vision demonstrated how much everyone in the tower wanted the key. They've become quite patient. Yanwu smirked at the sky. From what he had experienced until now, beings of the heavenly world, especially the gods, were creatures who always attempted to take something they wanted upon making the decision. The godly society is carefully watching the movements of the other societies within the heavenly world. The supreme god's representative, Athena, warns they will take action once any unnecessary movement is caught. All gods of death observe the godly societies. All demons of death observe the demonic societies. Athena held an iron clutch over the heavenly world. In addition, the gods and demons of death were now loyal to Yanwu, so she kept a close eye to make sure no one could step up easily. For her and the other supreme gods, stepping up also probably meant they'd have to deal with Yanwu and his subordinates. However, Yanwu could tell that their patience wouldn't last long. The power of the system key was too great. He thought, being able to move freely between the stages and having some authority of the guardians, it'd be difficult to name a better item than this. Of course, there was the issue that only a high guardian with the position of snake could use it, but loopholes could always be found. The system key shook as Yanwu input his magic power inside of the system key, which didn't shine or absorb the magic power. It was as if it was refusing Yanwu's magic power. Warning! You do not meet the conditions to use this artifact. Warning! You do not meet the conditions to use this artifact. An unidentifiable power attempts to hack the artifact. The artifact has defended itself. The artifact has defended itself. The artifact has failed to defend itself. A part of the pre-existing data was damaged due to the hacking. The section Conditions for Use has been changed. A new sentence has been inserted to the section Conditions for Use. New condition, Abuser. A new trait has been added. Warning! You have damaged the artifact with your forbidden actions. Warning! The current action is strictly against the rules of the Bureau. Submit the artifact to the Bureau. Warning! The current action. The system continued to send warnings to stop Yanwu, who didn't care. The Central Bureau had probably realized what he did, but they weren't able to take action. Since they'd lost 3 high guardians at once, they would only suffer more damage if they tried to stop him. Moreover, the attention of the heavenly world was focused on him. Many beings of the heavenly world show interest. The godly society watches you closely. The godly society watches you closely. The gods of death observe them even more closely. It wouldn't be easy for the Central Bureau to jump in amid this situation. Thus, Yanwu focused more magic power into the system key. Ding! Unlike before, the system key let out a clear sound and began to activate. Suddenly, a screen that was as large as Yanwu appeared in front of him, and numbers began to blink on it. The godly society watches you closely. Then, the screen turned black. Oh Odin? Odin has been defeated. How? The holy power is moving? It revealed a battlefield that was turning into a desolate land. The godly society watches you closely. The godly society watches you closely. On the battlefield, Brahm emitted a fierce aura with a strange dotted black book. Odin tried to fight back but disappeared in an instant, and the black shadows that spread across the green fields like paint shocked the many supreme gods. The black lightning reminiscent of sword thunder that streaked across the sky clearly showed who was dominating the battlefield. The godly society watches you closely. The godly society is shocked at the return of their supreme god. The Lokapala that are ruling over have a heavy discussion. A few gods of Deva doubt the strength of Brahma. Deva was glad that their former supreme god had regained his divinity, but they were also confused. They could tell that Brahm's power was closer to death and destruction than creation. Brahm's previous divine powers had gone through changes after becoming Yanwu's subordinate and creating new legends. However, divine powers could alter vastly depending on how the god interpreted it. It wasn't strange that the new life that comes after death that Brahm had seen next to Yanwu had influenced these changes. Deva seemed to be confused because the powers were too different from their mission, but it had already been a long time since Brahm left them. All godly societies watch you closely. All gods observe the battlefield occurring in the hidden stage garden of the gods. Many gods are shocked at the unexpected sight. A few gods look away because it is too gruesome. A few gods watch on with fearful eyes. The godly society remains silent. The godly societies all held their breath. Although the gods had been absent for a long time because of heavenly demon disease, they were once kings whom many gods served. It was impossible to be unaffected watching such kings bleed and die. At the same time, the gods resented that the Sea of Time had created this stage and reduced the gods to entertainers of a comedy. Du-du-du. The sky trembled with the collective gazes of the gods. All demons watch with interest. The demonic society is glad. Vimalasitra enjoys the war in the garden of the gods. Sir Nunnos watches the war with unreadable eyes. On the other hand, the demons seemed to be happy that their opponents were losing manpower. But why are they not trying to interfere when their kings are dying? Yanwu was surprised that the gods weren't attempting to steal the system key. Just then, an explosion boomed beyond the screen, and the system key shook. Crash! The gods watching the Garden of the Gods are shocked. The demons enjoying the Garden of the Gods cheer. Yanwu turned his head to see, and Cronus spoke in a quavering voice for the first time. Could that child be? Brahm's storm had been sweeping the other supreme gods away when lightning suddenly divided it. The blinding gold light tore Brahm's holy power and shot towards him. Zeus? Cronus shouted upon realizing who the golden lightning belonged to. The gods of are greatly surprised by the appearance of their past king. Is taken aback. Your chief apostle Athena is silent. The apostle Ares is silent. The apostle Hercules is silent. Poseidon looks at his younger brother with wavering eyes. Although Yanwu held authority over Olympus, Zeus' influence couldn't be disregarded as most of the leading gods were Zeus' family. It was only natural the gods were surprised and confused. Yanwu's subordinate Brahm and the former king Zeus, if only one could survive, who did they need to support? Even Cronus was being shaken. This isn't good. Yanwu had expected to go through a lot of effort to get rid of Zeus' shadow once Zeus was found, but it seemed the process would be a lot more difficult than he thought. I need to interfere somehow. Yanwu clenched his teeth and boosted the system key. A gate has been created. You are attempting entrance into the instance stage Garden of the Gods. Just when Yanwu was about to step inside the gate, lightning suddenly fell from the sky and blocked his path. Crash! He stiffened because he knew exactly what this was. The gods watching the Garden of the Gods request that you do not interfere. Heavenly punishment is activated. Olympus and the other allied forces are on high alert. Yanwu's expression turned grim. Heavenly punishment could only be activated when 2/3 of either the godly societies or the demonic societies agreed. And because it was extremely difficult for the various societies to come to an agreement, it was almost never used. But the gods had come together as one to stop him from interfering. Olympus and the other allied forces stood warily against the other gods, but the other societies perceived it negatively. The gods watching the Garden of the Gods warn the allied forces that the heavenly punishment will continue if they continue to disrupt. The godly societies are at odds. All demons observe the godly societies with joy. A message has arrived from Erlang Shen of the allied forces. Message, Death King. We know very well what Brahma means to you and how intense your disapproval of the plot of the Sea of Time and the Central Bureau is. While the allied forces and the other godly societies faced off, the Chan sect secretly sent Yanwu a message. Death King was a name used to designate Yanwu since his name was still filtered by the system. Additionally, it was a sign of respect, since it meant Yanwu was the king of all death. A message has arrived from Erlang Shen. Message, however, I request this personally and officially as part of the allied forces. Please don't interfere in the holy ceremony and watch until the end. A message has arrived from Erlang Shen. Message, you may not understand why we call such an uncivilized act a holy ceremony, but I know the Sea of Time created this stage to mock us. This is very important to us. Appointing a one and only God is something we gods have only dreamed about. A message has arrived from Erlang Shen. Message, and I am certain this is no different in your Olympus as well. What? Yanwu's eyes slightly widened. A message has arrived from Erlang Shen. Message, I will await your wise decision. Erlang Shen had said he requested it of Yanwu, but in truth, he had subtly warned that if Yanwu jumped into the battle royale, the Chan sect could possibly leave the allied forces. Yanwu clenched his fists. Only then was he able to remember how much the gods had wanted a king of kings even during all their strife. Cronus had become closest to that position after becoming the king of gods, but after he was brought down by Zeus, no one was able to get that close again. However, if one god was able to come out of the supreme god's battle and take the Master King, it wouldn't be strange for him to call himself the one and only god, a king of kings. It was clear to see how much the Sea of Time had seen through the god's desires. But that didn't mean Yanwu could just stay still. The creation of such an existence wouldn't help him in the slightest, and he didn't like that they'd be playing things out as the Sea of Time wanted. No, even with that aside, if there was a victor, either Brahm or Zeus, or both of them, could die. That couldn't happen. Yanwu gripped the grid tighter. The gods watching the Garden of the Gods become wary of you. Just when it seemed as if heavenly punishment would drop from the sky again, a white pillar descended. Crash! An envoy of Michael descends. Michael spread his pure white wings apart as he smirked, just like when they first met. The left arm Yanwu had pulled out in the past was now regrown. I'm delivering the celestial scribe's words. Irrevocable problems can arise in godly societies if the standoff becomes worse. Malak hopes to arbitrate the situation and wishes for the representatives of each society and the Death King to negotiate. Michael's voice rang throughout the stage. This is an invitation to Eden in the heavenly world? Chapter 643, Creator God, 5. Chapter 643 Creator God, 5. An invitation. Yanwu had a look of indignation because he knew all this talk about negotiations was just an attempt to stop him. On the other hand, the gods and demons watching them seemed to be quite shocked. Many gods are taken aback by the announcement from. A few gods look at you with envy for being invited by. Many demons are surprised. Eden. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the legends of absolute good were most prevalent in the world, and Eden was a great holy territory that held an important part in those legends. It was known as the First Land, and was also famous for being the residence of many angels. Considering how Malak had a special status out of all the godly societies, being invited to such a place was a great honor. Only the greatest members of a society were invited, and they had to have some important reason to enter Eden. By inviting Yanwu to Eden, Malak essentially acknowledged him as not just a star prospect of the heavenly world but as a being on the same level as him. In a way, such treatment was unsurprising since Yanwu was now Olympus' supreme god. But he still had the soul of a mortal, so this came as a surprise. This was the first time a mortal was invited to Eden, except for the being in the past who had been exiled after committing a grave sin. The celestial scribe wishes to meet with you and have a lengthy conversation? Although Michael was speaking politely, his gaze hinted at his extreme amusement of the situation. If Yanwu refused the invitation, Michael could use that as a reason to start a colossal fight, and if he accepted, that was also amusing in its own way. Yanwu was about to tell Michael to stop speaking nonsense and go away when Brahm's voice was suddenly transmitted through their connection. Accept it. Yanwu spun to look toward the entrance of the gate. Do. Brahm was still in the midst of an intense battle with Zeus. Every time he flipped the pages of his book, various skills were activated, and Zeus created his lightning bolts to deflect the attacks. Are you all right? I'm more than all right. Don't treat me like I'm old. I'm still good? Ha ha ha. Brahm's laughter rang out and reached where Yanwu was. He looked at ease, being able to chuckle as he fought Zeus. Anyway, back to the subject at hand? Brahm continued to speak in a solemn tone. It's clear they have something in mind, but I think it would be best for you to visit now? Yanwu tried to look at the situation logically. Isn't it obvious they're trying to stop me from interfering in the battle royale by inviting me? So you should accept their invitation for now. Then, you'll be able to request something from them. A give and take needs to occur for a trade to take place? Request something. What? Don't forget our mission. Your resentment of the Sea of Time must be great, but we have something to take care of before that. Ah! Yanwu finally felt something flash across his mind. He could then hear Brahm laughing. You get it now? Yes. Payback is important, but you can do that anytime. Inheriting accomplishments is more important. These were his last wishes, weren't they? But what about you? You don't trust me? Yanwu sighed heavily at Brahm's question. Of course I do. Then trust me. I've leeched off of you all this time, so I should do something now, eh? Brahm laughed again. And now that I'm here, I want to do that one and only God thing before I leave. I have no attachments to fighting, but I want to explore new power. Yanwu had no choice but to be convinced by Brahm's sincere words. He said, Understood, sir. Then I'll return soon, so please be careful. You take care of yourself. You're going to be surrounded by beings who have been waiting for you to come? Yanwu laughed along with Brahm this time. All the better for me. I have no reason to refuse when they're stepping up to becoming fertilizer for Olympus themselves. What a temper! Haha. Well, I do like this side of you, which is different from Zhongwu. Brahm stopped talking, flipping the book to its final page. The shadows soared high like a tsunami and it whipped around Zeus. Yanwu decided not to interfere with Brahm's business anymore. If he stepped up here, he'd be hurting Brahm's pride instead of helping him. Maybe the reason why Brahm didn't contact anyone wasn't that he was in danger, but because he wanted to get to Harmonia with his own strength. It seemed Brahm wanted to see the end with Harmonia purely with his own abilities. That was probably the reason why he participated in the Battle Royale, since it meant he'd be able to reach Harmonia sooner. Yanwu turned back to look at the head elder. The Sea of Time might try something again. I'll leave this place to you, sir. All right. Be careful. Thank you. Yanwu bowed and strapped Vigrid on his back as he turned to Michael. Lead the way. ******. When Michael looked up at the sky, a massive column of light descended. It was the path to heaven that only prophets who were chosen in Malak's legends could climb. The light embraced Yanwu. The Godly Society has invited you to their great holy territory Eden. The territory is on the 98th floor. You do not meet the qualifications to enter. The system key, Snake, is activating. The qualifications are met, and you are being transported to Eden. When Yanwu opened his eyes to the bombardment of messages, he was standing atop a beautiful rainbow-colored cloud. This is the 98th floor, the gate of the heavenly world. Your current status is High Guardian. You cannot perform the trials of this floor. The cloud flew in the sky above vast fields. The land was so wide that it seemed to be as great as most continents, exuding immense holy power. Yanwu had experienced multiple holy territories, but no place had ever had energy this pure. He felt like he was being purified just by looking at it. That's Eden. It was also known as Mount Eden. The 4 rivers of Pishon, Gyan, Hiddekel, and Euphrates flowed throughout the land, and luxurious trees had grown with the water's nourishment. Yanwu heard the tree of life, and the tree that bore the fruit of good was also there. Just then, Michael pulled out a cane and struck the ground. A staircase headed to Eden was created. Please climb. Just then, a group of tens of beings descended down to Yanwu. We will escort you. They were the divine beings of Olympus led by Athena. It seemed they have come to protect Yanwu since he was their supreme god. Most of them were unfamiliar faces that Yanwu had never seen before. On the contrary, lots of familiar faces. When Cronus changed into his human form, everyone bowed towards the ground with shocked faces. Lord Cronus? Why, your majesty? Everyone knew Cronus was moving with Yanwu, but they felt their hearts thumping faster now that they were actually face to face with him. It's nice to see everyone. Have you all been well? I know. It's difficult for you to answer that. All of you must have had a hard time because of me? But it's still nice to see everyone like this. Yanwu laughed inwardly as he watched. He found it slightly strange to see his father being so grave when he'd only seen his father be imperfect all this time. But he knew that his father showed up to try showing him his legitimate right to the throne. Most of the beings in that crowd probably still doubted Yanwu, who was a supreme god who couldn't ascend to the heavenly world. Some might ask how a king who couldn't even sit on his throne could be a king. However, the only reason why no one had been able to argue was that Athena and the others were too intimidating, and it was purely Yanwu's strength that had seized Olympus back from the Titans and Gigantes. But now, the missing Zeus had appeared again. Thus, it was understandable that the divine beings would try to weigh which side was more beneficial for themselves. Although Yanwu had sat on the throne of the King of Gods, there was no reason for Zeus to be disqualified from the position. Poseidon and the others had lost Olympus, but Zeus had only been afflicted with the heavenly demon disease. Additionally, now that Zeus was demonstrating his prowess in the battle royale, Yanwu could see some divine beings would support him. This would be the root of disorder within Olympus. Since the divine beings needed to decide who to side with, they had probably all come over to see Yanwu for themselves. And now, Cronus had appeared and was supporting Yanwu, so the balance was tilted toward Yanwu again. Even though Cronus was kicked out as he vanquished, there were still many people waiting for him. If he wished to gather people, there would probably be a large number of beings who would follow him. Cronus' reputation was still intact, after all. Athena watched the battle of wits with a worried expression. She thought everything had ended after defeating the Titans and Gigantes, but she now faced another struggle. The two beings on opposing sides happened to be her father and favorite uncle. "It's all right?" As if comforting Athena, Yanwu's message quietly arrived. "Flinch?" Athena jumped. "Do as you wish. I won't resent you for whatever decision you make. What you've already done for me has been a huge help for Zhongwu and myself." Yanwu's words made Athena even more at odds with her feelings. "I've received news from above. They say there are limits to how many people can come with you, so you can't enter with all these members?" The gods of Olympus stiffened. "He is our king. We can't let security be so lax where our king goes. Olympus thinks of Malak as a dangerous entity." "Can I think that?" Michael lifted a corner of his mouth. Red flames wrapped around him and disappeared, emitting a clear fighting spirit. The divine being who had shouted took a step back. "That's enough. I'll leave for Eden with Athena." "That's fine." Michael smiled lightly and stepped back. Meanwhile, the god of Olympus had extremely red faces, but nothing good would come out of arguing with Michael here. After the gods left one by one, Yanwu and Athena began to follow Michael up the stairs. While he climbed, Yanwu was able to see countless islands below him. Along the ocean filled with clouds, there were continents many times greater than Eden. Each island looked different. One island looked uninhabited, covered in grass, and another island had a single temple in the middle of a desert. There were also islands full of buildings, and some islands with castles and plants like Machu Picchu. The various environments and styles didn't suggest any unity. It was unrealistic, like seeing a broad world in a game. The bodies floating above the sea of clouds are godly societies. I heard the demonic societies aren't islands, but something else. I don't know the specifics. Athena saw where Yanwu's gaze was headed and spoke with a smile. She realized that this was his first time in the heavenly world. "They're all big." "They are, but they're small to us." "Very small." Yanwu nodded. Since they were once creatures who moved freely throughout the vast universes, the islands must have felt small to them. And since they needed to maintain their human form to ensure maximized space, it was no doubt uncomfortable. Based on how Eden is the only society on a higher level. Was the hierarchy of societies intentional? The holy power exuded by the island is calm and naturally makes you bow. Yuanwu felt like he understood Malak's philosophies. We've arrived? Yuanwu and Athena stopped. At the end of the stairs, there was a middle-aged man with wings who reached the ground. He was Metatron, with intellectual eyes. Welcome. Next to Metatron, there was another being. The man had dark black eyes. The black wings on his back showed that he was a demon and not an angel. He was a being who didn't belong in Mount Eden. Hello. We finally meet like this? He was the leader of the absolute evil El Infernal, Baal. Chapter 644, Creator God, 6. Chapter 644 Creator God, 6. An expanding black shadow and golden lightning divided the battlefield. Just when the battle to be the one and only God became a two-sided fight between Brahm and Zeus, blinding white light appeared on the battlefield. It was a third party that neither of them had expected. Crash! Sensing the light was sweeping away their holy power, Brahm and Zeus quickly retreated. If the light was in their path, their loss would be imminent. SSS. You two are having all the fun yourselves? Allow me to join? The two spun around to see a white-robed man wrapped in bright light. With his long hair braided above his head, he was the Jade Emperor. Looking at him, Brahm couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "This won't be easy." In the distant past, during Genesis, the Jade Emperor had been the strongest in Mount Sumeru. He had defeated countless kings and had even become an emperor, although he was eventually brought down by the heavenly demon who escaped the laws of reincarnation. The Jade Emperor had remained at the Three Gods Mountain to recover, but he was still weak when compared to his prime. However, even in this weak state, the Jade Emperor emanated an aura that overwhelmed the other supreme gods, who felt goosebumps crawling across their skin. Zeus knew how dangerous the smiling Jade Emperor was, so he didn't answer. He merely shot a lightning bolt toward the supreme god. Crash! And like that, the battle for the position of one and only god turned into a three-sided fight. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The cake is too sweet, and the tea is too bitter. Celestial scribe, did you change cafes? Or did your taste change? What a disappointment! Unfortunately, the cafe you're speaking about closed recently. What? They're one of the best cafes in the heavenly world. Why? They say this was a bad year for strawberries. Oh dear! That cafe's highlight was with their strawberry menus? Anyone who overheard their conversation regarding cake, strawberry, and other nonsense would think that they were at a tasting event. Yuanwu was flabbergasted as he watched Metatron and Baal speak solemnly about the food on the table in front of them. The same went for Athena, standing behind him. Who'd believe the two representatives of the absolute good and absolute evil societies would have such a conversation? Oh dear! It seems our small talk has become too lengthy for our guest. Number doesn't appear to understand us. Cake and tea are the only things that keep me going in this frustrating heavenly world. I won't compromise on this. Baal crossed his arms with a sniff. He looked quite annoyed. Metatron smiled faintly. Did you know Baal and I meet like this frequently? Somewhat. Yuanwu nodded. Conflicts between gods and demons were always going on, and Malak and El Infernal were always struggling to ensure the fight wouldn't become a full-scale war. Thus, it was easy to see why Metatron and Baal, the leaders of the societies, would have to meet often. So, even though Baal was in Malak, Yuanwu was only a little surprised. He didn't think it was strange. But when we meet so often, there are only so many things we can talk about. Still, since we need others to think we're doing our best and we have to keep ourselves entertained, both of us developed an interest for desserts. In other words, the two took an interest in desserts to maintain their reputation and kill time. Yuanwu scoffed. Metatron had a pretty appearance, looking rather androgynous. However, it was hard to imagine Baal, a macho man, fiddling with the strawberry cake on his plate. Baal was also quite different from the impression he had given off when he was vexed because of Agar's. However, this tea party wasn't something to look down on. As these two societies arbitrated issues, they clearly had a lot of influence among the gods and demons. The fact that the two societies' leaders met often also meant they shared opinions easily. They can decide what goes on in the entire heavenly world, and not just within the godly or demonic societies. This was where the true politics happened, an unthinkable place where the pullers of strings met. The leaders of each society might have caught on, but they can't do anything about it since they have no evidence. Who would be able to stop Malak and El Infernal if they worked together? Considering the fact that all societies were dependent on the two, whether they knew it or not, it wouldn't be easy to stand against them. Baal and Metatron likely wanted Yeonwoo to see this. It's good. Yeonwoo took a small bite of the strawberry cake, which was technically evidence of this political meeting, and grinned. He thought Eudora would like it if she tried some. I should ask for some to take back. Yeonwoo quietly set the fork back down. What is the reason you've invited me to this tea party that most gods don't even know about? I see you're quite sly. You already know the reason? Baal still looks strange, busily searching for the hidden strawberries in the cake as a large figure, and Metatron set down his teacup with a smile. You want to invite me as a member to this party? If a new member is added to this boring meeting with only 2 members, wouldn't the meetings be more exuberant? Yeonwoo could step foot into the behind-the-scenes politics. It definitely wasn't a bad offer, and it also meant he had become strong enough for these 2 leaders to keep careful watch on him. So the negotiations you spoke about were a lie to summon me here, as expected. There's no better justification? Yeonwoo raised a corner of his mouth. With this, he became certain. As I thought, Malak and El Infernal have no interest in the battle for the status of one and only god. He could clearly see the request he'd ask of them that Brahm had hinted about. I don't know if you already are aware, but the members of Malak call ourselves angels, not gods. We believe he will come in due time. So even if such a being is created with this battle, it will be heresy that Malak cannot acknowledge? Baal, who had finally found all the strawberries and eaten them, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and spoke up. Us as well. There's no reason for us to welcome a strong god? Then you won't interfere even if I enter the battle royale or gather all the system keys? Yes? Precisely? What do you want? Are you asking us even when you know the answer? Isn't it obvious? Yeonwoo smiled along with them. Time. You need the revelations. Metatron wet his lips with his red tongue, reminding Yeonwoo of the snake in the legends that had offered the fruit of good and evil to the first humans. Metatron said, no matter how much we collect, we always need more. Lemegidon, which the Sea of Time possesses. Or in other words, the revelations are thought to be a version that hasn't been discovered in the tower yet. If you happen to obtain it, we want you to share it with us. And the price? Clank. Baal put down his fork and smiled cynically. Wasn't the fruit of good and evil to your taste? It wasn't the price for what Yeonwoo had taken before. Baal was saying they could give him more of them. However, he probably wasn't giving a definite answer because he was more a politician than a demon. No matter what your stance is, we won't make any announcements. Then, the other societies will be hesitant? It meant no matter what Yeonwoo did, such as placing Brahm in the position of the one and only god, or disrupting the battle royale, the 2 societies wouldn't interfere and would keep the heavenly world silent. They would act as if they didn't care about anything else as long as they could get something out of it. It was the standard logic of those in power, but Yeonwoo preferred this to pretentious conversations. I can involve the entire heavenly world with this show the Sea of Time has created. Then, I'll be able to lead them in the direction I want. Yeonwoo quickly completed the big picture in his head and slowly spoke up, then, can I make an offer while I'm here? Oh ho! What is it? What? Metatron and Baal seemed greatly interested, since they had seen that Yanwu was skilled in schemes and plots from observing him all this time. Yanwu briefly explained his plans before the two burst out laughing with satisfaction. Ha! Has my scumbag son been divided into three? The state of this world, Cronus muttered in despair as he saw the three laugh wickedly, but of course, Yanwu ignored him. As you've seen so far, gods are unreasonable. They're arrogant creatures that go straight for what they want without thinking of anything other than their target. In reality, they're fearful beings who shudder to see you grow stronger or exuviate. They probably haven't learned anything from Asgard's destruction or the martial king's transcendence. Metatron continued with a frown. Leading such ignorant beings on the right path, I feel like my soul is becoming exhausted every day. When he turned back to Yanwu, Metatron was smiling brightly. But unlike those fools, I think it's a relief that you're reasonable and have deep thoughts so we can understand each other. It seems all the offers are finished, so I'll get up first. I feel like another crazy bastard will act up if I'm absent for too long. Baal left first. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Do. They're all annoying. Zeus had thought that he'd easily gain the title of one and only god to stand at the top, so he was now angry that there were multiple obstacles in his way. At this rate, he wouldn't get anywhere. Even if he won in the end, it wouldn't be without its losses, and he could be betrayed later on. He needed to display overwhelming strength that suited the name of Killer of the King of Gods. I have no other choice? Zeus decided to pull out the secret weapon he'd wanted to hide until the end. Brahm and the Jade Emperor attacks suddenly moved around Zeus and landed on the ground. The two looked at him warily, backs straightened. They noticed that Zeus' aura was different from a moment ago. He's done something. Brahm quickly layered the shadows and guarded himself, thinking Zeus had pulled out some tricks. On the other hand, the Jade Emperor, angry that Zeus had made him wary if only for a moment, instantly dashed in Zeus' direction. How dare you! Just then, Brahm could see that Zeus' eyes were faintly glinting with joy. No, to be exact, his left eye was shining like a jewel. Could that be a virtue stone? Brahm belatedly realized that Zeus held a piece of Lucille's soul stone. In the meantime, Zeus' jewel eye emitted a strange light and amplified his holy power. Brahm didn't know how Zeus had a virtue stone, but Zeus' lightning infused with the stone's energy before sweeping through the Jade Emperor. For better or for worse, the Jade Emperor had changed directions at the last minute and was barely alive. Half of his body had been sliced off. Zeus attempted to use the same skill on Brahm to end this battle. Hup! Brahm quickly scanned through the Book of Pluto to strengthen the barrier around him, but it seemed weak against Zeus' attack. Just before the golden lightning struck him, a space opened in front of Brahm to reveal Yanwu swinging the grid forwards. A new participant is entering. Crash! The golden lightning was scattered before it could even reach them. How dare you get in the way? Realizing the trespasser was Olympus' new king of gods, whom he had heard about from Ivilca, Zeus narrowed his eyes with anger. I know you're watching through the eye. Why don't you come on out? I know my disruption of this battle isn't something you want. Yanwu didn't even acknowledge Zeus, looking past him. Zeus shouted angrily, asking what Yanwu was trying to do when he suddenly felt a presence behind him. He widened his eyes and turned around, noticing that space had divided in the sky above the ruined fields to reveal emptiness. It was as if someone had poured black paint. Harmonia looked at them from the abyss. What is it you want to say? Brahm's gaze wavered at the appearance of the old lover he once thought dead. Meanwhile, Zeus stiffened upon seeing the being he had seen in his dream when he was afflicted with heavenly demon's disease. Regardless, Yanwu and Harmonia spoke calmly as if they were in their own world. Yanwu said, no matter who wins here, I have the final system key. You won't get what you want. We can just steal it. You think so? Harmonia just smiled in response without saying much. So? I'll give this to you. Yanwu pulled out the system key he had received from Haiyang. Looking at his system key, Greed flashed through Zeus' eyes, and Brahm stepped back with an unreadable look. However, Yanwu's attitude remained firm. Harmonia was momentarily silent as if trying to read Yanwu's thoughts. Then, she asked in a grave tone. And the price? A synchronized attack to catch Alforoni. How about it? Chapter 645, A Common Front, 1. Chapter 645 A Common Front, 1. Harmonia had a bemused expression. She couldn't help but laugh now that the person who had busied himself with trying to catch her was suddenly offering her an alliance. You want to put aside our issues until we catch Alforoni, is that it? She then turned toward Brahm with her eyes, noticing that Brahm was looking at her without any expression. However, having been his partner for a long time, she knew that Brahm's eyes were full of various emotions at this moment. She looked away because she didn't think she should look at him with her real eyes. Yanwu continued, you and I share the same goals. Do you know what my goals are? Isn't it to bring down Alforoni? Yes, although I have a greater purpose. Alforoni is only a means to reach it. Same for me. So, after we eliminate Alforoni, we can call off our alliance. I apologize, but the reason why Alforoni hasn't shown any movement recently is a result of our efforts. We were also the ones to provide beings to replace him. It seems you're only trying to sponge off of us? Don't you want the last key a bit too much to say I'm simply sponging off of you? Harmonia smiled faintly. She would get nowhere trying to argue with Yanwu. How about you just enter our clan? If you wish, we can give you clans to command and even a leadership position? No. I don't think so. You've also received the baptism of darkness. In the future, you'll have to kick aside this burdensome tower and focus on waking him, don't you think? You already know my answer. I see you're a non-believer who doesn't follow this path even after seeing and experiencing his grace and his miracles. Harmonia nodded her massive head. Yanwu's words were quite blasphemous to say in front of the leader of a clan that worshipped the Black King, but Yanwu strangely got the impression that Harmonia was satisfied with his reply. Then, my reply is simple as well? No. What will you do if that's the case? You're not the only one I can make an offer to. Yanwu turned to the right, saying, Ivilka, what do you think? Ohiohia. You're too cruel, number. How can you so blatantly try to create internal strife between us when both of us are present? Space opened as a monocle-wearing goblin appeared. He seemed beyond amused by the situation. Yanwu was making the same offer he made to Harmonia to the Central Bureau. Since the Central Bureau were the ones who needed the system keys, Yanwu's plans could succeed if he gave it to them too. Haha! Harmonia chuckled lightly at how blatantly Yanwu was trying to pick sides. Ivilka adjusted his monocle as he began to speak again. Number, there's something I want to know. May I ask a question? What is it? Of the current divine abilities you possess, is there anything related to incitement, fraud, or temper? Many demons nod in agreement. A few demons await your response. Very few demons look at you with sparkling eyes. The reactions of the demons got on his nerves, but Yanwu just crossed his arms with a scoff. There's nothing like that. That's a shame. If you did, you would have become an emperor already. Ohiohia. Ohio. Anyway, as for your offer. Just when Ivilka was about to reply, Zeus, who had been watching their conversation, raised golden lightning with an enraged expression. You trifling beings dare to leave me out? He was the one participating in the battle royale, but he was being ignored. Golden stems that connected the sky to the ground spread out, crackling as if they were going to explode any moment. His jewel eye shone brighter than before. Zeus owned the stone of Caritas, which was the direct opposite of Yanwu's stone of Superbia. Caritas was the power that shared and gave. In other words, meeting stronger opponents would allow him to use an increasingly amplified amount of holy power. Yanwu opened his draconic divine eyes and gripped Vigrid. As the yin sword was activated, darkness spread around him. He could strike Zeus any second. Vigrid trembled. SSSS. Darkness surged above Vigrid before Cronus' upper torso appeared. He looked at Zeus sadly. Zeus? I heard you returned, but I can't believe you really did. All the more reason to tear you apart? Crash! Thunder boomed and lightning fell right above Yanwu's head. It was at that moment when Ivalka snapped his fingers, extinguishing the light from Zeus' shining left eye. The golden lightning that was on the verge of exploding scattered like it was never there. Keg. You? Zeus coughed up blood due to his attacks being deflected. He glared at Ivalka. Ivalka just smiled. Ohiohia. You must not forget, Zeus, who the stone of Caritas belongs to. I was still speaking with number, isn't that so? HS piece must remember its place. Crunch. Zeus clenched his teeth at Ivalka, who treated him like a mere chess piece. Ivalka simply smiled, acting like he didn't care if Zeus left or not. However, Zeus couldn't bring himself to take out the jewel eye, which entranced him with its sheer power. Instead, he turned around and disappeared, containing his fury. Zeus? Cronus looked after Zeus sadly. Then, he turned back to Yanwu, who released Cronus from their combined state. Cronus' eyes were filled with gratitude as he followed after Zeus. Ohiohia. He's quite shy. Now shall we finish our conversation? Ivalka adjusted his monocle as he looked between Yanwu and Harmonia. His sharp teeth were shining brighter than usual as he grinned. Asterisk. The scenario quest, Birth of the One and Only God, has been paused. Because no one has completed the quest, rewards will be given according to contribution and participation. The mid-calculations are beginning. Current quest ranking. Tied first place, Brahm, Zeus, Jade Emperor. Fourth place, none. Fifth place, none. Many of the godly societies express discontent with the quest. Many gods file a complaint with the quest. A few gods claim a new quest should be created. Some gods request to intervene. The godly society refuses the quest, saying this quest has been decided under the agreement of the supreme gods and that they have no right to interfere. The demonic society looks at the godly societies with greedy eyes. The many gods become silent. The few gods become silent. The High Guardian Ivalka has uploaded announcements to the 98th floor. Announcement 1. It's been a while since I've said hello like this, hasn't it? Ohiohia. We know very well many of you are unhappy with this scenario quest. The Bureau is overwhelmed with inquiries and complaints at the moment. Announcement 2. We are in discussion of a follow-up quest that satisfies your desires. Please wait. And if you can't wait, you can deal with the consequences on your own. The rewards countermeasures for the paused scenario quest, Birth of the One and Only God, are currently underway. Please wait. The discussion is lasting longer than expected. Please wait. The discussion is lasting longer than expected. Please wait. According to the request of High Guardian Ivalka, the content of the scenario quest, Birth of the One and Only God, has been changed. The new quest, Liberation of the Heavenly World, has been created. Scenario quest / Liberation of the Heavenly World. Description: this quest has been urgently made to replace the scenario quest, Birth of the One and Only God. The throne of the One and Only God was an important position that all gods desired. Taking into consideration public opinion that the title shouldn't be given rashly, the Central Bureau has asked Malak and El Infernal to solve this problem. And after a long discussion, they came to a simple result: Messiah. Not only have the gods and demons lived wrongfully trapped inside the tower, but they were also limited to the 98th floor. What the gods need is a charismatic leader and savior to guide them and to release them from oppression. For that to occur, the chains that are currently restricting their freedom must be cut first. Now, take action to cut the chains. The god who contributes the most will be given honor and rewards befitting of the accomplishment. Conditions for success. 1. Find and eliminate the chains tying the heavenly world, Vivasvat. 2. Depending on your contribution, rewards will be given to the society and supreme god. Additionally, you have the right to any spoils of the battle. 3. Have the highest score. Qualifications. Time limit. Rewards. 1. Master key. 2. Designation as one and only god. 3. Title of Messiah. After the modified quest was announced, the heavenly world was shaken. The Godly Society has announced their quest participation. The Godly Society has announced their quest participation. The Godly Society has announced their quest participation. All godly societies except have announced their quest participation. A majority of gods are happy, saying the time has finally come. Many gods are feeling competitive and wish to fight. A few gods who seek peace spill tears at the sacrifices that will soon take place. All demons observe the godly societies with interest. The heavenly world was shaken up, and the weight of the suddenly changed quest was heavy. The battle royale that began as choosing a one and only god was suddenly won for their liberation. The raid of Al-Foroni was the event that the heavenly world had attempted but failed multiple times. However, this time, the scale was different. It was a big event the Central Bureau was directly managing, and because they had the system keys, they could take counteraction against Al-Foroni's powers. And since the Sea of Time, and Yanwu and his subordinates, were participating as well, they thought it could be possible. Most importantly, it wasn't just the supreme gods who were fighting to have the title of one and only god. The title would be given to the one who contributed the most, so the gods couldn't help but be interested. While all the godly societies announced their participation, Yanwu nodded with satisfaction at the messages popping up in front of him. The parts about public opinion and consideration in the quest description are just to make it look nicer, but the current public opinion is more than good enough. The negotiations with the Sea of Time and the Central Bureau had gone smoother than expected. If they fought against each other, they'd be walking in circles, but if they fought together, the story changed. Yanwu pulled in 2 other groups into the negotiations. Metatron of nods satisfactorily at the results of the negotiations. Beowulf looks forward to the next tea party. Since the heavenly world is involved now, no one will be able to act rashly. Yanwu had made not only the Sea of Time and the Central Bureau target Al-Foroni, but the entire heavenly world as well. He had once treated some societies with hostility and others as allies to cause internal strife and prevent the heavenly world from working together. From that perspective, the current quest seemed like the direct opposite of his actions until now, but he wasn't too concerned. It's actually more likely they'll fight amongst each other during the raid. They'll never be able to accept anyone trying to stand above them. It'll be a relief if they don't stab each other in the back. Yanwu expected the combined efforts to not run smoothly because the societies would be wary of each other. They were already divided into groups that did or did not possess the revelations, groups who were in the allied forces, and groups split by their individual stances, so disagreements were bound to happen. If the Sea of Time and the Central Bureau both stepped up, and they used all their cards while Yanwu used his yin sword, subjugation of the 77th floor was possible. The Martial King's dream would finally be realized. And during this opportunity, Yanwu planned on carrying out his last goal. It was a goal he hadn't told anyone: the allied forces, his subordinates, and even Cronus and his brother. The moment this quest is over, I'll break not just the 77th floor, but the damned tower itself. Yanwu's eyes flashed. The scenario quest, Liberation of the Heavenly World, has begun. The Godly Society has entered the 77th floor. The Godly Society has entered the 77th floor. All Godly Societies excluding have entered the 77th floor. And like that, the final raid began. Chapter 646, A Common Front, 2. Chapter 646 A Common Front, 2. Are you all right? Yanwu asked Cronus, who returned with a gloomy face. Putting aside the raid for Alforoni, he felt pity that Cronus looked so down. It seemed Cronus had heard harsh words from Zeus just now. He looked miserable, like a dog stranded in the rain. Cronus hadn't recovered his relationship with the others, so closing the gap with Zeus would probably be even more difficult. Yanwu personally didn't care if he was on bad terms with Zeus and the rest of the gods since they didn't quite register as siblings in his mind, but that wasn't the case for Cronus. Yanwu had no idea how to comfort his father. I can't understand how such a loving father was able to torment his children like that, even if he was influenced by the demonism. The demonism's control over Cronus' mind likely played a major role, but it was probably more accurate to say the time he spent on Earth had really changed him. Yanwu could see a glimpse of how much his mother had transformed Cronus. It was a small indicator of how much she had loved her husband. Since I also resented him, I suppose I'm not too different from Zeus and the others. Cronus is a father dismissed by his children. Yanwu had a bittersweet smile. He was able to have a close relationship with his father after coincidentally seeing the truth. However, if that hadn't happened, he wouldn't have been too far off from how Zeus and the others were acting now. It seems Zhongwu was able to sympathize with father the most. They do say the relationship between a father and son is the closest, but also the farthest. Maybe later, I should find a way to help him. Yanwu didn't want to see Cronus struggling any longer. He hoped his father would always be confident and happy. Are you feeling better now? Wu. I only show you my bad sides? After slightly calming down, Cronus chuckled at Yanwu's question. He only had memories of them fighting on Earth during peaceful times back then, so he found it strange that they were able to understand each other in this battle-torn place. Still, he felt more at ease seeing his dependable son. Just then, Yanwu widened his eyes at the messages that suddenly appeared. Entrance to the 77th floor has been denied. The Godly Society is transported back to the 98th floor. The Godly Society is transported back to the 98th floor. All godly societies are surprised at this sudden turn of events. Is searching for the cause of this unexpected occurrence. Cronus looked up as if he sensed something as well. Vivasvat, the master of the great holy territory of the 77th floor, is strongly refusing the trespassing of outsiders. Currently, the entire 77th is closed off. Ha! Can he stop others since he has the talent of being able to reach anywhere? The gods, who had been prepared to start their onslaught of attacks, were flustered. They had to pay an immense amount of laws of causality just to leave the heavenly world, but all that had been for nothing since their entrance was being blocked. The Central Bureau attempts to change the settings of the 77th floor. It has failed. It has failed. The use of the system key has been denied. Even Ivalka's attempts weren't working, and this was an issue that Yanwu hadn't expected. It appeared that Alforoni had pulled out his hidden card. A message from Athena has arrived. Message: our attempts to descend are failing. At this rate, it'll be impossible to complete the quest. Can we search for another path? A message from Metatron has arrived. Message: I am searching for the reason with Baal, but it seems Alforoni has used his authority to close off the 77th like a hidden stage. Since he is the system's incarnation, he must know methods that cannot even be imagined. A message from Metatron has arrived. Message: this is something that can't be solved with the system key. Since Alforoni's authority is above the system keys, there's only one way to fix this: completing the master key. If you wish to continue the quest as we agreed, consider creating the master key now. Athena, Metatron, and Baal seemed taken aback. Although they were leaders in the heavenly world, their understanding of the system was lower than Alforoni's. However, unlike the flustered gods, Yanwu was able to become certain of victory with Alforoni's action. No. This is an opportunity. The Alforoni he knew was someone who'd directly face all the gods if they tried to step into the 77th floor. However, the fact that Alforoni had shut the doors and cut off communication with the outside world could only mean one thing. He is currently in some kind of danger. Yanwu didn't know if it had anything to do with the Sea of Time preventing Alforoni from moving, but this was an opportunity in his eyes. I'll be contradicting myself by creating the master key and handing it over now. I need to have the leash in my hands. If the door is closed, I'll have to use a dog hole. As Yanwu finished planning, Cronus returned to his sword form and slid into Yanwu's grip. They combined, and a long slit was left in the air to reveal emptiness. An unidentifiable power has attempted to hack the system. The hacking has failed. The hacking has failed. The hacking has succeeded. A strange phenomenon has occurred as a result of a system error. Emptiness has opened. It has been confirmed that someone abused the system. The abuser is designated as a bug, and the system's defenses have been raised to level 6. The patch is forcefully activated. Approach of the abuser has failed. Approach of the abuser has failed. The patch has failed to extract the abuser. The system's defenses have been neutralized. Many spaces appear and vanish along the emptiness. The system has failed to restore the emptiness. The system has failed to restore the emptiness. The system key, Snake, has activated and chosen unique coordinates within the emptiness. A shortcut to the 77th floor has been established. New information about the abuser has been added. The emptiness faded away before the white world of the 77th floor appeared. At that moment, all the supreme gods who had been on the instance stage turned toward Yanwu. Hey? He created a shortcut? Even if he used the system key, how was he able to? Abuser? What did he do? Did he ignore Alforoni's authority? Metatron of is very surprised at your achievement. Baal of is extremely interested in your new ability. The supreme gods were shocked by Yanwu, who had hacked into what the Central Bureau had been denied from and also created a system error to form a shortcut. It was already surprising that he had a system key that could change most settings, but he was able to hack the system itself as well. The Supreme God felt threatened by Yanwu's ability. They wanted to know what an abuser was, and how much authority the abuser had. However, as the gods of the heavenly world prepared to descend, the Supreme God's attention returned to the 77th floor. Many beings of the 98th floor attempt to re-enter the 77th floor. Do-do-do. The instance stage rumbled. Many stars began to shine in the bright sky, eventually becoming a massive galaxy that seemingly fell to the ground. The many stars within it slid toward the emptiness, and transformed into a meteor shower. The countless beings of the heavenly world were trying to descend to the 77th floor through the instance stage. Immense pressure is focused on the 77th floor. Warning! The pressure has exceeded its limit. If the pressure increases, the floor and the stages may be destroyed. Warning! Too many holy territories have been declared. The floor is overloaded. Beware of collapse. Warning! The durability of the 77th floor is decreasing rapidly. The Godly Society has completed all descents. The Godly Society has completed all descents. The Godly Society has completed all descents. Gifts all societies that have attempted to descend with blessings. As the Supreme Gods didn't stall any longer and tossed themselves toward the shortcut, Cronus watched and quietly muttered to himself. It's really beginning now? As someone who had also been sacrificed by Alforoni, he knew that he'd have to finish things with Alforoni someday, but he never imagined a bustling battle like this would take place. When Cronus was most active during his prime, there hadn't even been a tower, and the gods and demons had stuck to their own territories. It had been rare for them to come across each other. Even if they met, they would just look at each other warily and part ways. Although quite a long time had passed since he first entered the tower, he still found it interesting to see gods moving on a large scale like this. However, because he knew this was the real first step to finding his youngest son, Zhongwu's soul, Cronus contained his various emotions and assisted Yanwu. Zeus has descended on the 77th floor. For a moment, Cronus was silent. Through their combination, Yanwu was instantly able to realize his father was momentarily feeling many somber emotions. Cronus composed himself and found stability again as a sword. He would keep his private and official matters separate. Having once been in the seat of the King of Gods, he knew very well what he needed to do to help Yanwu. Yanwu tightened his hold on Vigrid. Then, I'll head in now. All right? Yanwu entered the stage that was flickering with innumerable stars. You are attempting entrance into the 77th floor. With the expiration of the previous quest, the instant stage garden of the gods is disappearing. Chapter 647, A Common Front, 3. Chapter 647 A Common Front, 3. Haha. Based on your expression, it looks like things aren't going your way. Count Ferenc laughed loudly at Alforoni, finding this situation to be rather entertaining. The world was so white, as if everything was covered with snow. However, for those living in it, it was a prison. Alforoni finished his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the laughing Count Ferenc, and he stayed silent. His expression was hidden by the blinding light, but he still tried not to show any emotion. However, Count Ferenc, who had watched Alforoni for a long time and continuously rebelled against him since being trapped in this world, knew that Alforoni was feeling defeated. He said, I saw that there are a lot of people attempting transcendence or excavation after looking through the screen. The king of the one-horned tribe who got on your nerves multiple times, and the one called the head elder, and the ones who seemingly hid from you have caught onto something. The one who worshipped your father just transcended too. Did you see? Count Ferenc didn't miss how Alforoni's breath caught. Although Alforoni was very indifferent to matters, and was even the one who caused the dragon massacre, Count Ferenc knew that Alforoni's weakness was his father. To Alforoni, his father was a symbol of both love and hate. Alforoni was grateful toward his father, who allowed him to be who he was today. But at the same time, he hated his father for forcing him to live this hell. What a shame! You did everything to stop it, and you forced yourself to do it at the cost of all those people's tears, but it will all go to waste. I would feel frustrated and mad too. Tisk. Count Ferenc's words of comfort were filled with laughter. So what are you going to do now? Alforoni still didn't say anything. He just sat there like a robot. Count Ferenc's sneer finally went away. Say something. You used to speak arrogantly all the time, so you should say something this time too. He became angry, showing the rage of a man who had been trapped here away from his wife and the rest of his family. However, even when he cursed and shouted until he was out of breath, panting roughly, Alforoni just looked at Count Ferenc silently. Count Ferenc realized that it would always be his loss if he continued to be angry. He thought that it was difficult to move that stone-hard human. Plopping to the ground, he quietly watched Alforoni. His mouth curved into a sneer again. You're reaping what you sow. From Cronus, who once bested you, multiple other gods, and number, what will you do then? Alforoni slowly began to speak in a low voice. His voice was scratchy, like he hadn't spoken in a while. We'll do the same as always? With that, Alforoni closed his eyes and started to meditate again. His consciousness fell deep within him. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a world filled with golden rays this time. Then, he stretched his arms out in front of him as if trying to grasp something. Creak, creak. The golden world was filled with various sized cogwheels and springs. It was similar to the inner mechanisms of a machine. This was the space where Alforoni's subconscious was synchronized with the place that was called the world's backend. Idea. All the small and large cogwheels spinning in this place were the laws that composed the world. They were physical and natural laws, as well as laws of concepts that led to the creation of civilizations. The gods and demons called the cogwheels conceptual gods or elder gods. The cogwheels were created with the universe, and they didn't have any ego over that long time of existence. They only remained as conceptual beings. Still, they were the ones who enabled the universe to continue expanding and developing. Mother Earth had also begun from a small cogwheel out of the many. Although she was now gone, this mammoth world wouldn't stop functioning just because a small part disappeared. The world was living and couldn't stop. Once it did, it would die. But Alforoni was holding the conceptual gods, and turned the necessary parts as he wished without anyone's assistance. Alone, he was demonstrating an impossible feat. Perhaps the heavenly demon had done something similar during the world's genesis. The fact that Alforoni was spinning the ideas himself was surprising enough to the gods and demons, but he was doing it alone. However, it did take a toll on him. A few days would have been fine, but even Alforoni would be exhausted doing it over all those years. Warning! The system is being overloaded with excessive data processing. Please remove yourself from the problematic area. Warning! Part of the system's functions is paused due to the unrestrained amount of information. It is advised the system is restarted. Warning! This location is not sufficient for the system's functions to. Warning messages continued to pop up, but Alforoni intentionally ignored them. From a few years ago, the conceptual gods and elder gods had awakened from their slumber and were attempting to descend to the heavenly world to turn the ideas. Alforoni didn't know exactly how they had woken up or had the desire to turn the ideas, but after the turn of events, Alforoni always had to focus 50% of his consciousness at this location to prevent their descent. And this was the reason why he hadn't been able to use his full strength when Yanwu escaped Persephone in Tartarus, or when he had tried to exuviate in the Chonggong library. But now, the situation was worse. It certainly didn't help that Alforoni was always kept busy here. Moreover, there were hindrances that tried to tie him to this place and exhaust his strength. Clatter, clank. Chains that flew out from black lumps in the air bound Alforoni's hands and feet. The chains became taut as they tried to pull Alforoni, but he resisted them. Darkness is coming. You must know better than anyone that light will be covered by such darkness, but will you continue repeating this meaningless struggle? Just then, one of the black lumps opened to reveal Harmonia's eye. The one who awakened the sleeping conceptual and elder gods, and wore him out with the chains after connecting to ideas, looked at him. You were the one who desired twilight the most, and this is an opportunity for you to let down that heavy burden, so why do you insist on staying here? Alforoni looked back at Harmonia's eye. Under the white light, although weary, his face was still void of emotion. That's my karma and duty? Didn't you detest and despise this duty more than anyone? Didn't you hate your life having to repeat the same actions that you didn't wish to do? If people neglected their duties because they didn't like it and turned their backs on it, the world would be filled with self-indulgent and reckless beings. There needs to be an idiotic fool like me for the world to function normally, don't you think? Harmonia almost felt nauseated from Alforoni's steady voice. Aren't you also steadily carrying out your duties without any complaint? Everyone is like that. Even if your burdens are ones that your father left behind after escaping from this life? My opinion doesn't change with that. It's difficult to understand you? There's nothing difficult about it. You and I are just walking the paths we believe in. Conflict that arises from it cannot be helped. Even if I become weary as you said, I won't stop walking this path. Isn't that what penance is? Harmonia smiled bitterly. You should have been born as a monk. Then you would have become a renowned ascetic and made the world a better place. You wouldn't be hated as you are now. From where I'm from, there's this saying. At that moment, Harmonia thought she saw Alforoni's eyes flash behind the light covering his face. If you meet Buddha on the road, kill him, and if you meet your teacher, kill him. Alforoni emphasized his words. If I don't go to hell, who will? As expected. You shouldn't have come to a place like this. Someone who can be a hero has dirtied his hands with blood. Harmonia's voice turned solemn. So, out of respect for you, I will lead you to sleep? That won't be easy. I am all for one. I am above all in everything. I am Vivasvat. The father of my mother, who is the mother of all humans, gave your name to you? Do. Ideas whirled around Alforoni and he roared. Who can stop me? Go ahead and try, if you'd like. Asterisk. This is the 77th floor, the Gate of Light. The trial of the 77th floor is beginning. Trial, the truth is nothing but the shadows of images. Everything has a universal appearance that cannot be changed, and the world also contains an invariant change. This place is an imitation of the world that contains that invariant change. You will not be able to feel any senses or discern things properly. Your consciousness must be looking toward the white light. Perceive the light and obtain the something that is beyond it. Then, your soul will also obtain something. When Yanwu entered through the shortcut, he saw a white world which was the location he had seen in Cronus memories. The world was purely filled with light. Once exposed to it, his soul was seemingly becoming purified and all complicated thoughts were disappearing. However, this displeased Yanwu. He was being forced to experience this sensation that he didn't want. This could be a strategy to relax anyone who entered the state. An unidentifiable power has cancelled the effects of the stage. The condition ataraxia has been aborted. Yanwu felt like he was abruptly awakened. Warning! This is player Vivasvat's great holy territory, where his power is in effect. Trespassers may be penalized. It is advised that you return. Warning! You are currently trespassing on someone else's great holy territory. Various debuffs are activated. Your immunity has decreased as a result of the debuffs. Your resistance has decreased as a result of the debuffs. The system key, Snake, has activated and cancelled the warning messages. Beyond the endless warning messages, Yanwu could see bursts of light exploding with sonic booms. Do. The gods of the heavenly god had all descended and were attacking the great holy territory, wanting to waste no time finding Alforoni's true body. The supreme gods who quickly entered the world of light shined the most. Son? Just then, Cronus spoke up. Before coming here, Cronus had asked Yanwu for a favor, to save Count Ferenc, who was trapped somewhere here. Count Ferenc was the savior who had helped Cronus when he was pulled here from the tutorial. Yanwu also knew that he wouldn't have met Cronus and ultimately gotten here if it wasn't for Count Ferenc, so he agreed to save him. Most importantly, he was the vampiric lord's husband. It's been a while since I've been here. SSSSSS. Black haze floated up behind Yanwu and gathered into a human shape. The vampiric Lord Bathory then looked at the world of light with narrowed eyes. All kinds of emotions wavered in her eyes. Chapter 648, A Common Front, 4. Chapter 648 A Common Front, 4. Mom, Mom! She jumped into Ananta's arms as soon as Ananta turned the corner into the village. Ananta stroked her daughter's hair lovingly, saying, "Did you obediently listen to everyone while I was gone?" "Of course. I am a good child," She started speaking confidently, but then her words trailed off as she looked in another direction. Ananta could see cold sweat beading on her forehead. What a horrible liar! Ananta barely held in her laughter and narrowed her eyes. She asked She, "You must have caused some trouble, didn't you?" "And no. Nothing. Do you want to tell Mom?" Yes. I told the boys to stop breaking my rubber band, but they didn't listen. And they kept on trying to lift the girls' skirts too, so you gave them a beating." "And no." She fidgeted uncomfortably. Ananta slightly grinned. "Then 5 beatings. What? Ha ha ha." Ananta burst out laughing. The One-Horn tribe members traditionally started learning martial arts when they were children. There were many cases when playing among children were actual fights, and they nearly always won fights with children from outside the village. But since she had disciplined such rough children, Ananta couldn't help but laugh. She knew that she ruled over the village's children with an iron fist, and it seemed like she had suppressed any children who didn't listen to her. Ananta wondered if this was because of Cha Zhongwu's blood or Brahm's teachings. It's probably because of Zhongwu. She's exactly like him when it comes to her competitive streak. If Zhongwu knew Ananta's thoughts, he'd deny it vehemently, but Ananta already knew the personalities of the Cha family too well. So Arsha punished the boys for all the girls. Yet, Sha brightened again upon realizing Ananta wouldn't scold her and nodded. But Mom? Yes. What about Dad and Brahm? Sha looked around, searching for her other family members. Ananta smiled wryly at her daughter. After saving Haiyang, the others had followed Yanwu to the 77th floor to catch Alforoni. Ananta knew that she would only get in their way, so she had returned. Part of it was also because she had left Sha alone for too long. Even though Sha had grown to be such a cheerful child, she still needed care from her parents. Ananta also thought she had been too irresponsible as a mother from the moment she fell asleep until now. She pulled Sha closer. Sha's eyes widened, not understanding the sudden change in her mother, but she still rubbed her face in Ananta's arms. As she giggled, Ananta stroked Sha's hair and looked up at the sky. Zhongwu, come back soon. Sha is waiting for you. Ananta just desperately hoped that Zhongwu could just return safely even if the subjugation of the 77th floor failed. The vampiric lord had kept to herself after making her home in Yanwu's shadow. It was difficult for her to roam the stages as she wished after her incomplete exuviation attempt, and she knew that she wouldn't be of much help to Yanwu. She was much stronger than Yanwu when they met in the demonic sea, but she was left in the dust after Yanwu came out of the Chonggong library. She was then embarrassed to call herself one of the kings of the demonic sea. Even Bu/Faust, who had been her rival during their younger days, had surpassed her a long time ago. It was why the vampiric lord had trained intensely inside of the shadow. Fortunately, Yanwu was a successor of darkness, something she had also once sought to become. When she was in his territory, she could receive the baptism of darkness, and she was also able to mature her soul with the glimpse of the revelations she saw in the Chonggong library. Her goal was simple: to become stronger. She completed the exuviation that she hadn't fully completed because of Alforoni, and even transcended in an attempt to become a divine being. And the moment Yanwu stepped into the 77th floor, saying this would be the final battle, the vampiric lord realized it was time for her to finally step up. Her husband, whom she had even missed in her dreams, was here. The vampiric lord always had a cynical expression, but her face was now slightly red with excitement. It seems you've become stronger. My promise to help you would become nothing if I only got in your way. I never make false statements. And I will save the count with my own hands. I also have to stab that Alforoni's heart with a knife. Seeing the vampiric lord's blazing eyes, Yanwu could see that she definitely wouldn't get in his way. Her complete divinity seemed to be one of the strongest out of the kings in the demonic sea. Even though she might not be as strong as Laplace, she could probably have the title of third king or fourth king. The head elder also came through the portal after the vampiric lord. So this is the 77th floor. Back in my day, Red Dragon had trouble just getting through the 76th floor. You really have to live long to see things. Light scattered around him as he adjusted his glasses. His aura was different from before. He subconsciously made the atmosphere around him feel heavier. Clearly, he had also transcended. Upon seeing this, Yanwu was certain there were few in the heavenly world who'd be able to face the head elder now. SSSSS. Yanwu's shadow expanded, and his subordinates appeared one by one. There was Shannon, who was in high spirits that they were finally facing Alforoni, and Han Rui-Yang, who was sharpening his swords with an indifferent expression. Rebecca, who had silently transformed into wind and breezed around Yanwu, was also present. Lam, who was assembling the line of soldiers, was also there with Valdibish, who excitedly roared with the other giants and looked forward to the upcoming battle. Then, there were Kalidas and the Summer Queen, who let their anger boil to avenge their dead race as they flew above the world of light. Bu/Faust, who cast hundreds of magic circles in the sky as his inferno sights blazed behind Yanwu, as well as Khan and Leonhardt, who watched the other subordinates, were here too. After them, the portal opened to reveal Laputa. "Damn you! You should have called me if you knew an amusing event like this would occur." Fanti's voice rang out through Laputa's voice amplifier. At Laputa's entrance stood Fanti, Edora, Doyle, the other Arthea members, and even Arthea's subordinate clans. All of their faces were tense with nervousness. After all, they were facing off against a stronger player in the one-man clan, Alforoni. However, many of them also felt enlivened at the fact that they were standing in a place where history would be newly written. "Let's begin." As soon as Yanwu's words fell, the first to move was the Summer Queen. Boom! Crash! She stretched her head back and began to spew breath. When the element of death was added to her already existing element of fire, as well as darkness, her breath was even more powerful than before. Not only did her fire pierce through the light into its deepest depths, but it also spread like a wildfire and swept away anything in its path. Kray! Kalidas roared as he plunged down, activating magic and slashing apart the world of light. To the two dragons of death, Alforoni was a mortal enemy who led their race to extinction after causing the two dragon massacres. It was only natural that they moved first, since they had finally reached their destination after a long wait. The players who were watching began to think the battle was evenly matched, and the dragons of death definitely stood a chance. Laputa moved again, and the players jumped onto the stage after casting buff spells onto themselves. The world was so full of light it was impossible to tell where the sky ended and the ground began, but their fighting spirit blinded them. "Many will die out?" Cronus clicked his tongue as he watched the moths flying toward the light, but Yanwu replied nonchalantly, "I never forced them to. If they die, they can be reused again, so our forces won't decrease." Cronus momentarily felt a sense of disharmony. Although he was a god for longer and had spent a short time living as a human, he felt pity for the humans who were about to die. However, his son, who was still human, had responded with such a cold answer that it seemed out of place. It was true Yanwu was close with death, and dying from battle was the fate of players who entered the tower, but Yanwu saw the players as mere resources and not humans. However, at the same time, Cronus understood his son. "You still haven't forgiven this world of the tower." Others would think that Yanwu's revenge was over once the 8 clans and the 9 kings died, but it wasn't. The driving force behind Zhongwu's death wasn't the 8 clans or the 9 kings, but the bystanders and their intentional neglect. They had shown interest when Heavenwing and Arthea had been successful, but when their help was truly needed, they turned their backs. Everyone had been responsible. Of course, Yanwu didn't massacre all the players since it wasn't possible to do so. But Yanwu only viewed the groups of people who followed his clan for their success as tools. He'd never liked them. Crash, crash, crash. Explosions big and small spread through the battlefield, and Shannon and the rest of the subordinates led Dis Pluto to attempt landing on the ground. The spring of death spins rapidly. The subordinates are blessed with fight and death. The march of death begins. Yanwu looked at the breaking world of light, and pulled out the pocket watch to connect it to his chains. Clatter. "You have been connected to the spring of time. The spring is very damaged. You cannot use a majority of its functions. Holy power is being input to restore a part of its functions." Click, click. The needles of the watch spun rapidly. The spring of time is activated. Time is sped up by 2x. Flash. Yanwu became the light as he cleared through the path his subordinates had made him. Gripping the grid, he combined with it as he cut down everything in his way. The spring of death spins at intense speeds. The countless cogwheels are spinning in synchronization. Currently geared cogwheels, 666. The concept of death is activated. The world of light shook after recognizing Yanwu's presence. The great holy territory has recognized the presence of a dangerous being. The strongest barrier wall is activated. When the thousands of rays exuding from the world of light all transformed into something else, Yanwu's face stiffened. The light had turned into dragons, which had been massacred by Alforoni in their attempt to surpass the 77th floor. They have become Alforoni's subordinates. Vivasvat. Until the end? Naturally, the Summer Queen lost all reasoning to her anger and her breath became more intense. Kalidas' roar also boomed throughout the stage. In the meantime, the players who hadn't been able to clear the 76th floor because of the Summer Queen froze. They faced the flood of dragons. Amid the chaotic situation, 6 ancient-level dragons gathered to spew their breath at Yanwu, who was about to sweep them away with his sword thunder. After all, it wouldn't be easy to ignore them when black lightning suddenly fell in front of him. The Allied forces Niflheim has announced their participation. Hell descends. Boom. Hell appeared with her striking form and got rid of all the breath with a powerful thrust of her hand. How dare you try to touch number's body with your dirty hands? Even I haven't been able. I mean, anyway. As the president of the third term fan club, I can never accept this, so go away. Chapter 649, A Common Front, 5. Chapter 649 A Common Front, 5. Hell. Yanwu's eyes widened at Hell's unexpected appearance. Hell suddenly trembled like she had been electrified. Then, she looked back at Yanwu with a flushed face. For some reason, her breathing was rough. Can you say my name again? Hell. Yanwu had the impression that Hell's bold attitude had suddenly disappeared, but he heeded her request with a flabbergasted expression since she had helped him. Kya? Number said my name. Hell. Hell has no regrets even if she dies today. Hell jumped up and down with glee. Her sparkling eyes almost seemed dangerous, causing Yanwu to subconsciously take a step back. Number. Just as Hell was about to run into Yanwu's arm. Hell. What are you doing this time? Tisk. That annoying nagger is back again? Hell grumbled with annoyance, looking at a distant figure who spoke to her from above. Hormungandr descends. Fenrir descends. A massive snake and a tiny puppy, Hormungandr and Fenrir, appeared with black lightning. They were next to Hell. Woof. On top of the tail-wagging Fenrir was the child Agars, like always. Who? How have you been? Agars descends. Yanwu had no idea why Agars of the East Demon Army appeared with Fenrir and the others, but his arrival meant Yanwu would have more powerful forces on his side. However, Yanwu didn't know if he could trust Agars. Anyhow, is it because it's been a while since I've seen you? There's a very nice scent coming from you. Agars looked at Yanwu with greed. He seemed to be particularly fixated on the chains and the pocket watch as if he smelled a new scent. He licked his lips with his red tongue. A scent that's familiar yet tasty? SSSS. The pocket watch trembled before Cha Zhongwu's vestige body slowly appeared with white wings that directly contrasted Agar's black ones. Long time no see, Agars? I knew it. It's you. You. Ahaha. Agars burst out laughing maniacally, unbefitting of his 5-year-old appearance. Then, he suddenly stopped with a smirk. It's quite nice to see brothers next to each other like this. Yes. Very nice. You still haven't given up? Give up? Why? I've always said that you brothers are mine. No one can ever take your souls from me. The reason why you're doing this isn't that you want our souls but because of St. Peter's? Shut up. Cha Zhongwu, even if it's you, I'll rip your mouth apart if you speak further. Agars cut Cha Zhongwu off mid-sentence and growled. Suddenly, the maniac aura around him turned into one of fury and heated up the atmosphere, but the bitterness on Cha Zhongwu's face didn't disappear. Yanwu realized that there was another reason he didn't know regarding Agar's lunatic obsessiveness. Agars glared not at Cha Zhongwu's vestige body, but at the pocket watch. The greed that had been present until a moment ago was now a mad obsession, and his desire to have it could be felt by Yanwu. It seemed like Agars was ready to bolt for the pocket watch, but he wasn't able to. I want to punish you, Cha Zhongwu, for saying that impudent nonsense, but... Swoosh! The dragons of light were rushing toward them again. I'll have to think about it after getting rid of those annoying things. Agars thrust his tens of pairs of black wings and darkened the sky as he soared up. On Agar's request, the East Demon Army will advent. The Allied forces has declared their participation. Agar's black wings seemed to disperse, and demons exuding demonic energy appeared between them to simultaneously hunt the dragons of light. Woof! Woof woof! Fenrir transformed into a large wolf and tore apart the dragons of light's necks near him. He clawed at the dragons appearing behind him and slashed their heads. Meanwhile, Hormungandr and Hel busily got to work, and messages saying the demons of Nibelheim had descended popped up with bursts of black light. Young? Yet. Let's hurry. Tick, tock. The speed of the spring of time has sped up. The current speed is 4x. Yanwu slowed the surrounding world as much as he could and moved to the center of the stage again. The spring of time is running as fast as possible. The current speed of 8x. The spring of death is being sped up. The two springs are activated at the same time. Your body is overloaded. Warning! The cogwheels may be more damaged and worn if the speed of the two springs is too fast. Warning! The speed of the two springs is too fast and your divine powers may be harmed. Yanwu's body was overburdened because the springs were wound simultaneously. Even if his soul had matured, his body was mortal, and he hadn't exoviated yet. The only reason why he had lasted until now was that he had a unique giant demonic divine dragon body. However, he paid no mind to the pressure on his body. Warning! The speed of the two springs is too fast. The durability of your body is decreasing rapidly. Please be cautious. Warning! The damage to the spring of time has exceeded the expected amount. It is advised you stop. The collective use of the two springs has strengthened the concept of death. An unidentifiable power has been strengthened through the concept. Rather than stopping, Yanwu entirely focused the released strength into Vigrid and let loose the 8 extremes of sword thunder with his yin sword. Crash, crash, rumble. Boom. Every time he swung Vigrid, sword thunder crashed down onto the world of light with the concept of death. The dragons of light chasing after him were swept away. An unidentifiable strength wishes to dismember the great holy territory of light. It has failed. An unidentifiable strength wishes to dismember the great holy territory of light. It has failed. The world of light tried to endure Yanwu's brutal attacks, but it wasn't easy. An unidentifiable strength has successfully implanted death within the great holy territory of light. The durability of the great holy territory of light decreases dramatically. All graces have been paused. All blessings have been paused. All functions have been paused. When Yanwu reached the 5th extreme, the great holy territory began to let down, and the wall of defense on the 6th extreme completely collapsed. An unidentifiable strength has successfully taken apart a part of the barrier. Yanwu landed beyond the broken barrier, reaching a world that was so wide it almost seemed to be waiting for him. A prison, it was what Count Ferenc had called this place in Cronus Memories. Count! Where are you, Count? Just then, the vampiric lord who followed after Yanwu, called for Count Ferenc desperately. She had always acted with dignity, but right now, the anguish on her face was plain to see. Count! However, it wasn't easy to find the inmates because the prison was wider than outside the barrier. Just when Yanwu was about to open his fiery golden eyes, he heard Count Ferenc's voice from far away. Bathory! I'm here, Bathory! Where? Count Ferenc's voice was now close, but they didn't see him. They wondered if they were listening to a hallucination that Alforoni had created. Or perhaps. Then, Yanwu brought down Vigrid midair at the thought that suddenly occurred to him. What he attempted to cut wasn't this prison, but the system beyond it. An unidentifiable strength has immobilized the defenses set up in the holy territory. The defense system illusion has been paused. SSSS. As if the white curtains on a stage were pulled back, the light retreated from the world, revealing countless people. Count Bathory? Is it truly you? Count Ferenc and the vampiric lord, who had never forgotten each other for the last hundreds of years, stroked each other's cheeks as they looked into each other's eyes. They felt and sniffed each other as if to confirm the person in front of them was real. Then, they tightly embraced each other. Summon of the dead has been activated. Who would you like to summon? Lana. Swish. And when Yanwu summoned their daughter, Lana, the reunited family let out a flood of tears. The parents and daughter had finally met and seemingly achieved the impossible. Count Ferenc was heartbroken that Lana could only return as a soul. Because he could only helplessly watch as his daughter had died, he felt even more in pain. However, even though they were crying, they didn't lose their rationality. They couldn't lose this opportunity because of these momentary emotions. Crow, NOS. Count Ferenc patted his wife and daughter's backs as he turned back to Yanwu. Cronus had descended and was smiling at him. I kept my promise from back then? When Cronus was planning to escape this prison with Count Ferenc's fang, he had casually asked the Count what he wished for. My wish? Ha ha ha. I'm happy just thinking about it. The fact that we can hope for such things when we don't even know if we'll be successful. So tell me. Thoughts are a precious treasure that no one can take from you. Would you wish to leave this place or learn where your family is? If I am granted a wish. Ahem. You must have a wish. So what is it? I wish to see my family. You don't want to escape? I don't want anything more. If only I could hold my wife and daughter's hands. If I can do that one last time before dying, I would want nothing else. Back then, Count Ferenc had just smiled sadly, as if he thought it wouldn't be possible. He had forgotten about it, but Cronus had remembered it to this day and really granted him that wish. The Count was so grateful that he looked at Cronus and Yanwu with a wavering gaze. Then, with determined eyes, he slowly kneeled and bowed on the ground. I, follower of darkness, Nadesti Chachet Ferenc, do solemnly swear. My body and soul will forever follow during my life and after death. After him, the vampiric lord and Lana also kneeled. I, follower of darkness, Ursabet Bathory, also solemnly swear. I, follower of darkness, Lana Ferenc, also solemnly swear. A new follower has pledged their allegiance. A new follower has pledged their allegiance. The amount of faith in you has exceeded the limit. You have gained more properties of darkness. You have gained more properties of darkness. The concept of death has been strengthened. Obtain more followers who worshipped you. The greater the faith in you, the more you can use darkness. The Black King has sensed your presence for the first time. Chapter 650, A Common Front, 6. Chapter 650 A Common Front, 6. SSSSS. Darkness bloomed around Yanwu and wrapped around him, creating a spine-chilling sight. Yanwu felt as if the concept of death around him was stronger. The spring was more controlled after being combined with the 666 cogwheels. This was probably the meaning of that message saying that he had gained more properties of darkness. However, there was another message that stood out to him, that the Black King had noticed his presence. This was no trifling matter. Does this mean, the Black King is slowly waking up? Or did he sense my presence in his subconscious? This was the first time Yanwu had received this kind of message. According to the heavenly demon, the Black King was tightly sealed beneath the tower, and he had fallen into a long slumber due to the shock. The world's minus or negatives, concepts such as antimatter, disorder, dreams, and death, and chaos were created at the time. And because the Black King was closer to a conceptual being, he didn't have any particular consciousness or ego, which was why it was said he fell into a deep slumber. The fact that sensed was used in the message held many meanings. Yanwu didn't know if that would benefit or harm him. Since he was borrowing the Black King's power, it would most likely be a source of greater power, but that meant that Yanwu would be more bound to the Black King. Moreover, as long as other successors like Harmonia existed, he couldn't use the Black King's power with ease. It was possible the Black King was trying to have Yanwu and Harmonia compete against each other. Whatever his intent was, it resulted in Yanwu becoming warier. If the Black King was truly slowly waking up, as Harmonia and the Sea of Time proclaimed, it wasn't something Yanwu could disregard. However, that was that, and the most important thing now was focusing on killing Alforoni. Yanwu looked down at Count Ferenc's family, who had sworn to worship him as a god. By having others worship me as a divine being, it's the best way to collect lots of faith, and quality faith at that. The gods and demons of death had already pledged to serve him as their master. However, that was only the allegiance of subjects to their king, not as worshippers of a god. Although kings and gods were similar because they were both obeyed as authority figures, they were completely different. Obeying a king meant the king had an aptitude to lead. It was almost an exchange since people obeyed kings hoping they'd rule in their favor. Meanwhile, obeying a god meant you sincerely submitted to the god and followed them unconditionally. There weren't any calculations or exchanges that were involved, since their beliefs were unwavering. They purely gave their hearts and they didn't resent the gods even if the gods didn't care about them. At times, the worship of a god became pure madness, or it became paranoia, and this caused harm to others. The Devil Army and the Sea of Time were prime examples. However, most people who followed a religion were able to fulfill the want that all humans had, so excluding a few rare cases, religion usually had positive effects. The gods and demons served Yanwu, they didn't worship him. Their worship was only for the Black King. If Yanwu gave up the position of the Black King's successor, the gods and demons of death would turn their backs on him without looking back. They'd point their swords at him saying he was a traitor. But they're different. Yanwu smiled as he watched Count Ferenc's family, who had all sought darkness and gained strength that was powerful enough to hold the mighty Alforoni down. And they had all pledged their submission to him, not the Black King, but Yanwu himself. Because Count Ferenc's family were all pretty much divine gods, the faith they offered stacked up inside of Yanwu. He felt as if his soul, which didn't have space to grow fuller, had filled up. He was already worshipped as the king of the ghost giants and controlled the dragons of death, but this was an entirely new feeling. It was what Yanwu had wanted all along, raising the amount of faith in him, and focusing all the faith below the 77th floor to him. Alforoni's raid would be an important key to opening that door, after all. Yanwu didn't say anything to their oath of submission. From experience, he knew that silence could carry a weight that got his point across. Instead, he looked at the other beings in the prison. Part of the reason why Yanwu invaded the prison first was due to Cronus' request to keep Count Ferenc's promise, but he had another target in mind too. Eek! The inmates, who were carefully peeking at Count Ferenc's family, quickly looked away when they met Yanwu's gaze. They looked like thieves who were caught in the job. Strangely, they all seemed discouraged. Yanwu could even feel their fear as they glanced at him. If they were beings who Alforoni forced here, they must have been quite powerful. Now, it was like their souls were defeated. Count. Yes, sir. What happened? Yanwu didn't speak formally to the Count as Cronus did. Since they had chosen to worship him as a god, he needed to establish a suitable hierarchy. At times, speech was the prime factor that determined relationships. Fortunately, Count Ferenc seemed to think it was only natural. Although Yanwu didn't specify the nature of his question, the Count understood him perfectly. Their invisible connection of faith allowed him to assume what Yanwu meant. Restricted freedom and eons of time can dull even the sharpest minds. Are you saying they're rusted? Yes. Yanwu narrowed his eyes. It meant all the inmates in this prison had lost their determination to fight against Alforoni. They were once ambitious, skilled beings who represented players and rankers and even attempted to bring down Alforoni's fortress. They seemed the same as they were in Cronus' memories. At the time, the only one who had shown interest in the captured Cronus was Count Ferenc. The others were disinterested or only curious in the slightest. They were lethargic. Still, Yanwu couldn't believe that all of these powerful beings could lose their resolve no matter how long it had been. Maybe it was harder for them to recover after being defeated by an obstacle since they were always at the top. Or Alforoni tried to pull something. If anyone was exposed to the ataraxia that took effect upon entering the 77th floor, they'd continue to lose both strength and willpower. Count Ferenc was probably not as defeated because he'd entered the prison relatively recently. This won't do. Yanwu narrowed his eyes. He had planned on encouraging the inmates and using them to fight against Alforoni, as well as having them worship him like Count Ferenc's family to raise the amount of his faith. But he was met with an unexpected obstacle. However, that didn't mean he could just leave them be. It'll be a pain in the side if they become Alforoni's subordinates like the dead dragon race. Yanwu hardened his resolve and decided to be harsh. Even though Alforoni was busy handling the other divine beings, he'd soon realize Yanwu had invaded deep into his territory. Yanwu needed to finish everything before that. Swish! Yanwu released as much darkness as he could. Then, shadows began to spread along the untainted ground like ink stains. Shadow domain. What's this? Aok. The inmates retreated to escape the unfamiliar shadows, but they couldn't get away from it. The shadows instantly turned the prison to black. Clatter, clatter. The chains that soared from the shadows tightly bound the inmates' limbs. The inmates struggled to escape, but there was no way they could overcome the chains that even Mother Earth couldn't. Summon of the Dead has been activated. Who would you like to summon? Laplace. SSSS. You've called for me again. Ho ho ho. What can I do for you, Master? Block it. Yanwu felt like he heard something he shouldn't have, but his brain automatically filtered the words and allowed him to speak. Fortunately, Laplace immediately understood Yanwu's orders. He returned to his large true body and stretched his hand forward. At the same time, the inner light rays that the shadow wasn't able to reach extended toward Yanwu. Laplace touched those rays and they scattered into different directions. Looking at Laplace's half-broken hand, the inmates all felt chills running down their backs. What would have happened if they had been exposed to that light? They'd have died without leaving any trace behind. Alforoni is returning. As a High Guardian, there was something I was curious about. Laplace was looking at where the rays scattered in an attempt to form a human shape. The player Vivasvat is descending. There are already beings, the High Guardians, to restore and manage the system to ensure it works fine, but there's also a separate incarnation who even has an ego. And it's not like he works with us. I don't know why the Bureau is required. So the result I came to was simple. Laplace was larger than the titans Yanwu had seen in Tartarus, so he couldn't see his face. However, Yanwu felt like Laplace was smiling as he said this. I can learn the answer if I beat that incarnation up. Then, I'll see how the system responds. And right now, my master has created a nice opportunity for me. Laplace was a magical creature who had climbed up to the tower for amusement because he was bored in the demonic sea. Then, when the magical creature found another source of amusement, he swung his regenerated arm at Alforoni with a flushed face. Crash! Although Laplace only swung his arm, the space in the swing's trajectory was crushed. Part of the holy territory has permanently been damaged. Part of the holy territory has permanently been damaged. A new substance that has not been observed in the tower is contaminating the holy territory. Even if Laplace had gained the title of player, he was made of chaos and disorder. If he left for an other world, he'd easily be classified as an outer god. On the other hand, Alforoni was born from the heavenly demon, who had created the tower and had the properties of light, which represented balance and order. Of course Laplace would be a pain in Alforoni's side since they had polar opposite properties. Laplace wasn't bound to the tower's system like the players or transcendence that gave faith to Alforoni. He was one of the few who wasn't bound to Alforoni. Naturally, Laplace's attacks were critical to Alforoni. Crash! The clash between the two heavily influenced the stage. Cracks began to appear throughout the light-filled stage. Darkness stained the light like ink on clothes, and the prison that bound the countless inmates collapsed to pieces. Laplace burst out laughing. His maniacal laughter spread through the stage. All the gods and demons were looking at him. Clatter! Yanwu tightened the chains and asked the scared inmates a question. I'll give you one last chance. What will you choose between freedom and captivity? If they wanted freedom, they'd have to fight a painful battle, but death would follow if they wanted to be comfortable in captivity. Of course, if they chose the latter, Yanwu planned on forcing them into being his subordinates. If they had no will to fight, he could put reins on them and work them like cows. If they chose the former, he'd give them an opportunity to regain their willpower. Fight and death were both of his divine powers, so it didn't matter to Yanwu what choice they made. He just asked them out of courtesy what they wanted. We will fight. The answers that returned were the last of their passion to fight. Please, allow us to help. The inmates had seen a small glimpse of hope upon seeing Count Ferenc and the rest of the divine beings that surrounded the prison. A smile spread across Yanwu's face. I'll help you so you can. A new follower has pledged their allegiance. A new follower has pledged their allegiance. The amount of your faith is increasing rapidly. The amount of faith in you has exceeded the limit. You have gained more properties of darkness. You have gained more properties of darkness. Yanwu baptized the inmates with darkness, making them new followers. Suddenly, a halo floated above the followers. The sight of tens of light rays gathering as one was radiant but fearsome at the same time. Hidden within them were the energies of death and fighting. Crash! The divine ability of fight has been strengthened. Chapter 651, Scythe, 1. Chapter 651 Scythe, 1. The world illuminated by the dispersion of light was beautiful. Unlike the light of Alforoni, which forced all the beings it touched to submit, the lights the new believers produced showed a completely different temperament, a mixture of death and fight aura. More darkness properties have been acquired. The amount of faith is accumulating at a steep rate. Faith level has crossed the first threshold. As the qualifications and conditions have been met, some of the information on caste of the Black King, which had remained hidden and unknown, has been partially released. Please check the information window for details. The concept of death has been strengthened. The concept of death has been strengthened. The powers you possess have been strengthened. The gods of death's loyalty towards you have risen. The demons of death's loyalty towards you have risen. Your perceived presence by the Black King has grown stronger. The Black King is starting to exhibit a small interest in this dream. He offers you a present. Yanwu felt conflicted about the Black King's interest in him and his attempt to empower Yanwu with a gift. Although Yanwu was happy about gaining greater strength, he was also nervous about getting too entangled with the Black King. Compared to the Black King, Yanwu was still just a speck of sand. Yanwu knew that everything he had built up would disappear completely if the Black King made up his mind to dismiss him. Having thought this far, Yanwu felt it might be beneficial to curry favor with the Black King given this opportunity. Yet, at the same time. This dream. After listening to the Black King's message, Yanwu fixated on that one phrase. He wondered what the dream meant. Among the many concepts that the Black King possessed, Yanwu possessed the concept of death while Harmonia possessed the concept of dream. But more precisely, Harmonia swam in the dream world of others and directly invaded their unconscious at will, which allowed her to raise her power over the emptiness. However, the Black King's words seemed to carry a slightly different meaning. This dream, does that mean there are other dreams? Time difference. Yanwu tried to quickly organize his judgment in his fast-paced stream of consciousness. He felt he had a clue. Which version of me are you? Yanwu took a glimpse into Cronus' past. As a child, Cronus, under Uranus' order, had visited the Black Swamp with his other brothers. It actually became an abandoned section once the universe was created. At the place that was said to devour everything, whether it be good or bad, Cronus met demonism. That was the question demonism posed at the time. Furthermore, how many times have I spun through the cycle? Well, no matter. I can just do it again until it works. Demonism had also uttered these other words. Although Cronus had questions regarding these words, he could not keep up with his thoughts for a long time because he constantly suffered while fending off demonism. And after barely recovering, Cronus had forgotten all these words as if they had never happened. This did not mean Cronus' memory was erased. Cronus unconscious judged these memories and words to be insignificant and buried them in the deepest recesses of his memory swamp. When Yanwu reviewed Cronus' memories, he recalled this exchange and then asked Cronus if he knew anything about the Black King's words. No. I don't have a clue. As you already know, I was just an apostle of the Black King in name only. I didn't really know anything about him. Most of the time, I obtained my powers automatically through demonism. In the end, demonism knew all the details. Anyway, after bringing the tower down, I'll meet the Black King. I was thinking of going to the swamp someday as well. Then, I guess I'll find out eventually. Rather, Yanwu wondered what gift the Black King had in store for him. A message soon followed. The Black King has cut off one part of his left ring finger. Your gift from the Black King has arrived. Whoosh! A black marble landed on Yanwu's palm. It was a beautifully sparkling marble that seemed to have been pulled out from the darkness, and it was finely sculpted. Darkness Jade. Type, immeasurable. Class, immeasurable. Description, a holy relic given by the Black King. Description unknown until user comprehends the usage of the item. The explanation was too simple. Seeing that the type and grade were judged as immeasurable, it was clear to Yanwu that the tower system considered the item so great that it struggled to grasp it. The quantity and quality of darkness contained within it was also different from any other object he had ever seen. Even Yanwu, who had already reached a power level where most gods were beneath him, was reluctant to touch the darkness jade. The gods who are attacking the 77th floor sense the holy relic, darkness jade, and shudder in fear. Most of the gods look at darkness jade with astonishment on their faces. All demons are in great shock. Metatron, the leader of, is silent. Baal, leader of, is not providing a response. The heavenly world's reaction was no different. Even the gods who were busy dealing with Alforoni showed the same response. What was most shocking was the Black King cut off part of his ring finger. Compared to the overall power of the Black King, the marble was only a very small portion of the Black King's power. Based on the circumstances and explanation, it was clear that the darkness jade was an item created and sent after the Black King cut off a piece of his finger. If a piece of the Black King's finger possessed so much power, Yanwu could not imagine how powerful the Black King's true body would be. Moreover, the biggest problem for Yanwu was that it was impossible to guess the darkness jade's usage. If Yanwu could not figure out its purpose, it would inevitably become an unusable and unnecessary item. Essentially, it would be useless. I think I'm being teased. Yanwu wondered whether the Black King may have presented him with the gift to watch his reaction or to test him, as the Black King probably knew that Yanwu would be terrified over the gift. Fortunately, Yanwu's doubts did not last long. This? Cronus' reaction was unusual. Father, do you know what this is? Of course, I know. How can I not? Cronus said as he took a deep breath. It's Scythe's main core? Yanwu widened his eyes as he looked at the jet-black jade. He knew that Scythe was the divine weapon that Cronus had wielded during his days as the king of gods. Cronus had recommended Scythe to Yanwu as the only weapon that could cut through Alforoni's light. Thus, Yanwu had been planning to make Scythe someday. And now that the Alforoni raid started, along with the Yin sword, Yanwu needed Scythe. However, most of the adamantine, which was the most important material to make Scythe, was monopolized by the Sea of Time. Thus, Yanwu had paused on making Scythe. Originally, Yanwu was planning to enter Alforoni's world of light, save Count Ferenc, and then focus on making Scythe. It could be said that Yanwu's plans were too idealistic in a situation where he did not have any spare time. However, Yanwu could not help but delay his decision to make Scythe because of the drastically changing conditions that he currently faced, such as the Sea of Time's unusual movements, Malak and El Infernal's independent movements, and the Creator God fiasco. Still, even during this urgent time, Yanwu was not too concerned about making Scythe because he had already had a plan in mind. As long as they had the same goal, the Sea of Time would have no reason to continue monopolizing adamantine. However, Yanwu could not help but be surprised to receive a Scythe-related material from the Black King out of the blue. Of course, adamantine isn't the only material needed to make Scythe. To change the nature of the materials, other ingredients are needed, but I don't think you need to concern yourself with those other ingredients since Popo and Peppa said they'd get you them. But you've never mentioned the darkness jade to me before, right? That's because you had Vigrid. Although its quality has gone down, Vigrid itself is made of darkness jade, so it wouldn't have been very difficult to make Scythe with it. Simply put, if I proceeded as you described, I would have created a second-rate Scythe, right? Since you've strengthened the Spring of Death, I thought the gap could easily be filled. But? Cronus muttered in an exasperated voice. I never expected you'd receive such a darkness jade. In the past, Cronus had gone through countless quests to get his darkness jade, so he shook his head as he recalled his past days of hardship and Yanwu's tremendous luck. And yet, Cronus could not help but feel his soul tremble at the sudden development. Son, it seems the Black King knows everything that you're thinking, no? Yanwu nodded heavily, since making Scythe was a secret that he had not told anyone about. Even though the Black King had fallen into a deep slumber and lost awareness, the Black King seemed to know everything about Yanwu. It would have been weird if Yanwu did not feel a sense of fear. Is he testing you to see if you are worthy of being his successor? Yanwu nodded once more. Meanwhile, the darkness jade in his hand was still emitting a terrifying aura. He's probably also using me as a proxy to do his bidding. Considering that it was the heavenly demon that threw the Black King into the emptiness and considering that Alforoni was the son of the heavenly demon, it was a natural reaction for Black King to assist Yanwu. The Black King had no other choice but to hope that Yanwu and Harmonia, his successors, succeeded in raiding Alforoni. Only then could the Black King get back at the heavenly demon, and only then could the Black King consider how he could wake up from his slumber. Thus, it seemed that these reasons were why the Black King was lending his power to Yanwu. Perhaps the Black King offered a similar level of support for his other successor, Harmonia. I feel used. Not only did Yanwu feel that his plans had been fully exposed, but he also felt sick that he was being taken advantage of. This offering went beyond the level of support from the Black King. It was at the level of being harassed. The oppression one felt when a being boasted overwhelming power over another was simply annoying. Still, Yanwu decided that he needed to do the Black King's bidding. Once he made his decision, the previously slowed world returned to a normal flow of time. SSS. Yuanwu could see the prisoners, who had all turned into his followers, leap into the air. They were able to raise their morale and fighting spirit through the darkness blessing, and they demonstrated a powerful force as if releasing all the years of resentment that they had been suppressing until now. Count Ferenc and the vampiric lord stood at the forefront and quickly parried the light beams pouring out at them from all directions. Laplace was joyously making a big fuss. Ferenc, buy some more time. Athena and Olympus will be assisting us from outside the stage, so make sure you coordinate and cooperate with them as well. I shall follow your orders. Count Ferenc did not ask questions. He only showed blind faith and loyalty. For followers like him, this battle was a struggle against oppression and a holy war for the god who gave them new opportunities and a lease on life. Athena, Yuanwu's chief apostle, was carrying out a separate plan, so Ferenc and the others had to lead the battle accordingly. Olympus, ghost giants, dragons of death, Arthea. Yuanwu's followers from his holy territories. In addition to all these beings, there were also Yuanwu's familiars. Under the banner of marching to one's death, everyone was doing their part. On the 77th floor, where everything had been covered in light, darkness slowly started to spread out. Thus, everything has been set. As Yuanwu desired, various pieces had been set onto the chessboard, from those in the heavenly world and central bureau to the members of the Sea of Time. And now, all that was left was to eliminate the king. And to do that, Yuanwu needed a final paving stone. Scythe. Yuanwu closed his eyes. He went deep into his consciousness. The spring of death is fiercely spinning. The spring of time is slowly winding. The pocket watch around Yuanwu's neck started to slow down for the first time. Then, the whole world flowed very quietly as if it had been paused. I was wondering if you would come here. Seems you have? When Yuanwu reopened his eyes, he was in the abyss, the deepest place in his unconscious illusory world. From time immemorial to the present day, Harmonia still stood as gatekeeper in front of the huge, archetype gate where the knowledge and thoughts possessed by countless living beings and souls were united. Previously, Yuanwu had to swim countless hours to get to this place, but this time around, he was able to get to the gate easily because he had already been at the gate before. He momentarily looked at the gate behind Harmonia with curiosity, but he soon lost interest and looked at Harmonia. Putting aside all the pleasantries, let me get straight to the point. I need scythe. How much adamant do you have? Chapter 652, Scythe, 2. Chapter 652 Scythe, 2. The spring of time is wound very slowly. The divine ability is active. It is an unstable ability. The longer the spring is activated, the more severe the damage may be. Please be advised that the spring may be permanently damaged. While the spring is activated, the small wheel surrounding the tower slowly spins. The beings within the influence of the small wheel do not recognize it. The weight being applied to the spring of time from the small wheel becomes heavier. The spring of time is overheated. The Black King shows great interest in your actions. Along with death, the spring of time was what allowed Cronus to sit on the throne of the King of Gods in the past. With this, Cronus moved through the universe as he wished and led Olympus to its golden age. Depending on how it was used, it could be used as an omniscient tool that allowed the user to peek at the future and the past, or it could also be used to spin the wheel. But of course, spinning the wheel was something only emperor-level beings could do. It was because records of actions and desires that became laws of causality could be forcefully erased according to selfish desires. Even Cronus didn't attempt it often. There were also critical side effects that arose from it. However, that only applied to the big wheel that included the universe's entire history. The small wheel, which was a lot smaller, was vastly different. And if there were only a few parts you wanted to change, the cost would heavily be deflated. It was why Cronus used the spring of time very frequently during his prime. By slowing or speeding the wheel, Cronus could have the advantages in time, and occasionally, by pausing time, he collected deaths. Controlling time and space as you wished, there was no more omniscient power than this. Yanwu wanted to imitate Cronus' method. It was impossible to pause time since the spring of time wasn't completely restored, and there were limits to slowing the small wheel down. If it was permanently damaged, Zhongwu's vestige could be injured. Don't worry. I was eating away at the resources so I can earn my keep through this now. Cha Zhongwu pounded his chest as if to leave it to him. While I was in the pocket watch I practiced and studied how to wind the spring. Even you can't do better than me at this. So hurry on and come back quickly. Darkness can make up for what you don't have. And we have father too? Once the pocket watch and chains were connected to each other, the energy of darkness entered the spring. It was replenishing the power to spin the small wheel. I'll hold on however I can, but hurry up. No one knows how Alforoni might try to stop the spring of time if he catches on. So Yanwu entered the abyss after leaving things to his brother and father to finish scythe while they brought him time. Every second was precious. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Completing the weapon you need while slowing the small wheel down, it's definitely something you would think of. Just like before, Harmonia was huge. It was hard to believe she was the Summer Queen's twin because of how large she was. The color of her scales was dark and shining like obsidian. It was abnormal considering how the Summer Queen was a red dragon with fire properties. It was possible Harmonia's foundational properties had changed after becoming the successor of the Black King and creating the Sea of Time, since Yanwu had also become closer with darkness after resetting his soul. I don't have that much time. Just answer what I say. How much adamant do you have? It wasn't an exaggeration to say the entire 77th stage was Alforoni itself. Alforoni was being shaken as the heavenly world and lower world attacked him from all directions. However, as long as Alforoni was the system's incarnation, there was no way to defeat him if the fight went prolonged. Yanwu needed to finish his weapon before that. He didn't have any intention to waste time cracking jokes with Harmonia. I think it'd be best to talk face to face. SSSSS. Uncomfortable that she was looking down at Yanwu, Harmonia polymorphed into the form of a small girl. If she was holding a big teddy bear it wouldn't have looked strange at all. Yanwu subconsciously grimaced. Technically Yorscha's grandmother. Aren't you embarrassed to look like that? Everyone has different tastes. And wouldn't my granddaughter like this appearance? Since we can be on the same ground as we play together. A grandmother who's like a friend, isn't that nice? Yanwu clicked his tongue. He wanted to point out and ask many things, but this wasn't the time to be concerned with such matters. As promised, they had a temporary common front and it wouldn't be broken until Alforoni's raid was over. And Yanwu had no plans to break their alliance either. He would have thought about it if he could get something out of stabbing her in the back, but only chaos would ensue if he did now. I heard the Sea of Time took all the adamant in the tower and outside. It's true. We have a monopoly on it. Can you give me some? Don't you know the act of cornering the market? It'll be quite expensive. I'll give you as much as you want. I heard you're in close relations with the leader of By the Time. I suppose it was true. Yanwu didn't respond and narrowed his eyes. The relationship between Cronus and Frisia wasn't revealed to the public. How did she find out? Did it leak from the inside? But Yanwu hadn't told anyone about it, so it was even scarier. The information could have been leaked from By the Table, but considering how thorough their control on information was, it was still scary. Harmonia could learn all his plans for the future. Harmonia faintly smiled, as if she could read Yanwu's mind. I said so in the past. We exist everywhere and nowhere. But I don't know more than that. Since there are limits to this place. Could he trust her or not? How much could he trust her? How far did her lies go? Unfortunately, we have barely managed to collect what we have because we have use for it as well. We can't just give it to you. Yanwu's eyes flashed. They couldn't just give it to him? It meant she wasn't refusing his offer. She was willing to give it to him if he could meet her conditions. What do you want? A smile spread on Harmonia's mouth. Your goodwill. What? It was unexpected. Just then. Ding. A party has been created. The scenario quest, Black King's Ambition I, has been created. Scenario quest / Black King's Ambition I. Description: the Black King was critically injured by the heavenly demon and trapped in the deepest areas of emptiness by the traitor, but he has finally succeeded in choosing 2 successors after a long wait. The Black King planned on having his 2 successors compete and wait for the day he would awaken, but upon learning the blood relative of the one who injured him, the heavenly demon, existed in the tower, he changed his mind. He wishes for the successors of his power to eliminate the heavenly demon's blood relative and to see the heavenly demon in pain and despair. From now, accept the Black King's will and eliminate the heavenly demon's blood relative. If you bring him great victory, the Black King will reward you based on his satisfaction. Conditions for success. 1. Work with the other successor. Internal strife is not allowed while the quest is in progress. The Black King will be angered at any infighting. 2. Awake more of the power of darkness. 3. Eliminate the heavenly demon's blood relative and bring him a victory that he will be satisfied with. The greater the victory, the greater his satisfaction. Warning: this is a party quest. The rewards will differ based on your contribution. Qualifications: successor of the Black King. Time limit. Rewards: 1. 2. A scenario quest was created. This meant the Black King was further interested after beginning to sense the situation. Harmonia didn't seem to care about the quest window, although she must have received the message. I already know you don't follow him genuinely and have blasphemous thoughts toward him. However, his prophecy must be realized. And you will be standing next to the throne he will sit in. I'm saying we have no choice but to work together. Harmonia continued to speak. But it'll be difficult if you continue to not have any trust in me. So I wish to have your goodwill. How about it? I believe it isn't a bad offer for you. Yanwu was flabbergasted. When they first met in the abyss, she had said something strange about how it wasn't time and sent him flying away. And how was she able to say such brazen words after deceiving Shay, Ananta, and Brahm? He had no intentions of having goodwill toward Harmonia because he wanted to stay on guard against the Black King and didn't know what Harmonia's true desires were. But that didn't mean he'd refuse someone's goodwill toward him. It wouldn't be late to think about the Black King then. Fine. Let's do that. We've become a step closer to each other now. I'll give you as much adamant as you wish. The player, Harmonia, has given you X adamant. It is automatically bound to your subspace. Then can I make a few more requests? Do you still need something? A lot. As expected. You're very shameless. There's no reason to deny your goodwill. And the Black King told us to work together. Now that he had the Darkness Jade, the newly created scythe would have incomparably powerful functions compared to before. The more brilliant the materials that went into it were, scythe would be even better. Fortunately, the Sea of Time had also been secretly collecting what Yanwu requested. How do you know of these things? For the first time, the relaxed Harmonia seemed taken aback. I'm also a blacksmith with the title of Master Blacksmith. Yanwu decided to be more shameless since he was already here anyway. I've gotten most materials through by the table anyway, but the more the better. Is that it? Roughly. You're amazing. In more ways than one. Thank you. Ha. Yanwu put Harmonia's bitter sigh behind him and walked out. But before he left, he glanced at the iron door that was behind Harmonia. It was where the Black King might be. He didn't sense anything beyond the door. Oh well. Then the materials I need next are. Yanwu rubbed the cold cast of the Black King as he reviewed the remaining materials he needed. Oh, the information was updated, right? Check information window. Ding! A screen popped up in front of Yanwu. Chapter 653, Scythe, 3. Chapter 653 Scythe, 3. A majority of the information regarding the artifact has been changed. The artifact has significantly changed according to the newly edited information. Please read the description for more information. Regarding how common it was for the descriptions of artifacts to change, the descriptions didn't usually change unless the artifact was strengthened or the user went through additional training. It was rare for the description to change, because the information was firmly embedded in the system. Yanwu couldn't help but be surprised as a result of this modification, because he hadn't really done anything out of the ordinary to the cast of the Black King. It seemed it had changed because the Black King had sensed him, but Yanwu had no idea what the newly edited information would be. Just how much of it changed? Yanwu quickly scanned through the information window. Cast of the Black King. Category, Set. Rank, Unmeasurable. Description: They, the king and god of the supernatural beings who ruled over the civilizations and planets in all universes since the beginning of time, came to a realization one day. I am asleep. The Great Father continued to think, there are beings who put me to sleep. The Great Father trembled in fury from they who betrayed him, and he began to resent the heavenly demon for putting him in this pathetic state. Despair, grief, and fury are the emotions that now move the Great Father, who is preparing to awaken. The casts that he sent to his successors are all holy artifacts that symbolize him: the manacles his soul, the fetters his death, and the pillory his darkness. Soul Dominator. All souls that the user killed or died as a result of the user will be branded. The branded souls will be recognized as the user's possessions, and the user has authority over them. The souls cannot be free until the brand disappears, and even if the souls go through reincarnation, the user's influence will remain. Depending on the proficiency of the user, the amount of branded souls the user can possess will increase. At times, the user will be able to restore some of the soul's strength from when they were alive and give them free will. Blackening. An enhanced form of black hexagram. The bound souls can be used to transform magic power into properties of darkness. Darkness is a more fundamental property than blackness, and this was only able to be seen before the beginning of time. The user's affinity with the properties will increase with the number of souls the user uses. The magic power that is transformed during this time will buff allies and plant fear and horror into enemies. Then, a randomly chosen curse will enforce a great tragedy upon the enemies. Void Operation. A part of the void that belongs to the world's backend can be summoned to the current world. However, this emptiness that is filled with disorder and chaos can swallow its user, so the user must use it with care. This is a unique artifact. No other artifact like this exists in the tower, and it will be bound to its owner. It cannot be transferred or traded between players. Some of the abilities are sealed. You must meet the qualifications or conditions in order to lift the seals. Some information cannot be accessed. You must meet the qualifications or conditions in order to view the information. Currently collected, 3 of 3. Despair, you can dominate souls that are in despair. Grief, you can defy deaths filled with grief. Fury, you can control darkness shaken by fury. Currently connected artifacts, 2 of 2. Pocket Watch, connects to the spring of time that belonged to Cronus, an old apostle. Moves the small wheel. Vigrid, connects to the spring of death that belonged to Cronus, an old apostle. Strengthens influence over the concept of death. Everything has changed to first person, to the Black King's viewpoint. Aside from the significantly different information, the descriptions that had all been in third person were now directly stating the Great Father's emotions. Yanwu continued to think, that's what the other world gods called the Black King. Yanwu then wondered if they who betrayed the Black King were the other world gods, but that didn't make sense. I still don't know why the gods and demons of death reject the other world gods, who are also followers of the Black King. With the birth of the heavenly demon, the world was divided into order and disorder, as well as balance and chaos. Yuanwu assumed there had been a division among the Black King's followers during this time as well, but it was only an assumption. He wasn't certain of anything. It was why he didn't think they were the other world gods or the gods and demons of death. It could be a third party who wasn't revealed yet, or some conceptual gods and elder gods who hadn't shown themselves. Yuanwu was only certain that, if the Black King awoke and the world met its end, all these beings would be affected by it. From what Yuanwu had seen until now, the Black King wasn't someone to forget about a grudge. Although he was made up of only a concept, at his center was a blazing heap of emotions, just like the names of the three castes. This is probably evidence that the Black King is finally waking from his deep slumber and having consciousness. Yuanwu thought about how the information about the castes was enhanced, and how other things were omitted or combined. For example, the disappeared first spirit and summon of the soul options had likely been combined into the soul dominator option. Aside from that, the rank, which had been marked with question marks before, was now shown as unmeasurable. The quality of the souls he could take was now different as well. Before, he had to use a large number of souls to promote them to a spirit status, but there was no need to do that anymore. I don't know what the Sea of Time did, but it's now guaranteed that the Black King is slowly opening his eyes. After Alforoni was killed and the tower was crushed, Yuanwu knew that the Black King would fully awaken. With those thoughts in mind, Yuanwu arrived at the next location. You have arrived at the Fountain of Resentment. X Adamant has arrived from player number. It's really here. Smoke from Anastasia's pipe floated up in the air within a dark world. The child servants she always moved with were absent. Upon seeing the message pop up in front of her, she widened her eyes. With a brilliant glare of light, adamant appeared on the floor in front of her. There was so much of it that it was stacked taller than her. Anastasia knew how precious adamant was and handled it carefully, so she was quite surprised by the amount. Adamant was a mineral that was rare throughout the entire universe, so she wasn't sure if even by the table could obtain this much. She laughed in disbelief. The time she had spent the last hundreds of years sweating and searching to create adamantine nova felt futile, and she thought how such an act was fitting of Cronus' son. She knew Cronus' abilities well, having lived as Rhea's servant in Olympus, so in a way, it was only natural. Cronus' blood didn't go anywhere. And she had once suffered from Yuanwu too. But, Anastasia frowned. When are these messages going to stop? X black ore has arrived. XL rare muscovium has arrived. X platinum dite has arrived. X Valeria steel has arrived. Anastasia wondered just where Yuanwu had found all these minerals. The minerals that followed after adamant were all some of the rarest materials, and they were all of the highest quality. She truly thought that he had raided some storehouse or something. I shouldn't think too deeply about it. The more Anastasia thought about it, the greater her headache would become. She'd get nothing out of it anyway, so she decided to set her curiosities aside. Who did he threaten this time to get this much? Hanova, who was sitting opposite of Anastasia, looked astounded. However, he didn't say much and just stood up with his hammer. Before Yuanwu began his subjugation of the 77th floor, he'd contacted Anastasia and Hanova to prepare things for the creation of Scythe. Hanova didn't seem pleased that Yuanwu had been impossible to contact for 2 years, and the first thing he did after showing up was give him orders, but he grumbled and heeded Yuanwu's request. His eyes were blazing with passion. Helping Yuanwu and Cha Zhongwu was one thing, but he was happy that he could challenge himself again after making Kaini and the Philosopher's Stone. Scythe, Scythe. I never imagined I'd be able to create the very weapon that the King of the Gods used before the tower was built. Just then, a muscled man who was sitting next to Hanova gasped in excitement and clenched his fists. He was Maf, another one of the 4 great blacksmiths who had the title of Master Blacksmith. He rarely showed himself, but after hearing the news from Hanova, he had frantically come over. He seemed overjoyed that he'd be able to create a holy artifact with his own hands. "Master, what should I do?" Victoria stiffly looked at Anastasia. The most important thing that came down to making scythe was how much good adamantine nova they could make. She was beyond nervous, and the three Cyclops brothers next to her also nodded. All the master blacksmiths excluding Brahm and Yanwu and the greatest blacksmiths of the heavenly world were gathered here. Anastasia, who was appointed leader, began to speak. "As I said before, scythe isn't an item that can be created simply by smelting. It's like a machine that can only be made with the accurate assembly of each mineral and material. No one has any room for mistakes." Anastasia was the only one who had seen scythe being created, so she repeatedly urged them to be careful. Most thought scythe was a holy artifact that symbolized the king of gods, Cronus, but that was only part of the truth. To be more precise, scythe was like a creature which far exceeded that. It was a gift the gods of Olympus had personally created to sing the praises of the king of gods and express their absolute loyalty. All the holy artifacts and treasures Olympus had secured were gathered as one, connected to amplify each other's effects. It was finally completed after condensing all the items multiple times, becoming the greatest tool with the most holy power any weapon ever had. Although scythe didn't have any ego, its divinity was already that of a greater god. Thus, Zeus and his brothers had been afraid of scythe and had scattered its broken parts throughout the universe after it didn't accept its new owner. Since the blacksmiths were now trying to create a weapon that exceeded scythe, they couldn't help but feel nervous. At the same time, they were excited to be the creators of such a brilliant achievement. "Then let us begin." With Anastasia's shout, everyone moved to their positions and began their jobs. Each of their parts would become holy artifacts with Yanwu's holiness, and it would be centered around the grid to finally create scythe. If there was any problem on their part, the creation of scythe would be done for. It was unacceptable to their honor and pride. Whoosh! Yanwu's holy territory, where the blacksmiths were located, blazed with even more heat than ever. Chapter 654, Scythe, 4. Chapter 654 Scythe, 4. Damn it! This guy doesn't know what enough is. When will this stop? This isn't any different from the subjugation of the heavenly world? Countless divine beings released their powers in the glaringly white 77th floor. Lightning rained down and storms of ice spun rapidly. Holy power flurried so intensely that it was like the foretold end of the world was coming now. Even on the 98th floor, where the heavenly world was, a battle like this wouldn't occur. If it did, all the societies and the stage would have been destroyed. However, the divine beings relentlessly attacked with their full power, not minding whether or not the 77th floor would be destroyed. But of course, if the 77th floor was one to be destroyed so easily, it would have been cleared a lot earlier. The world of light quickly restored itself no matter the damage that it sustained, and it continued to counterattack. Rays of light clustered and flashed endlessly. Dragons of light flew at the divine beings and tried to bite at their arms and legs. They shot magic and released various powers. The debuffs and curses continued to prevent the divine beings from moving. Still, the divine beings forced themselves to move. The god Chandra has gained 130 contribution points. The god Mantu has gained 210 contribution points. The god Dunkao has gained 152 contribution points. The current highest contribution points is 25,500, and the record holder is Saul. It is advised you work harder. As the scores continued to pop up in front of them, the divine beings continued to feel motivated by the system set up by the Central Bureau. They already burned with the desire and greed to climb higher on the hierarchy, so they couldn't help but feel excited as they saw their efforts put into numbers. The quest was being given to all societies and ranks without bias. The honor of an individual gained here would have a strong influence on the other divine beings, and this would become faith. It was the prime opportunity to increase one's level. Whenever there was a large-scale war, there would always be a hero or two who arose from the less spotlighted beings. They could even become like Zeus and his brothers who brought down Cronus and sat on the throne of Olympus. Everyone was blazing with passion, but it didn't bring only positive results. Pow! How could you? Saul, who was focusing on her attacks so she could continue to have the highest score, spurted out blood with a sudden pain from her back. Right behind her was Dashbog, her comrade and lover, standing with a twisted smile. He had stabbed her in the back while she was busy fighting? I told you that you shouldn't leave your back open to others, didn't I? But I will not forget your sacrifice. Swish! Thwack! Saul has died in battle. Saul's contribution points are given to Dashbog. In blind spots, betrayals were occurring everywhere. It was difficult to subjugate Alforoni, but it was very easy to steal contribution points from a comrade who only focused on the battle. If a lower divine being suddenly started doing well, the threatened higher divine beings gathered and worked together to eliminate him. Just as Yanwu expected, the jealous, prideful, and hierarchical divine beings couldn't accept the fact that someone else was standing above them. Haha! What a shit show! Demons like Niflheim and the East Demon Army scoffed. However, it didn't end there. Splash! Saul's corpse powerlessly fell to the ground and into the shadows waiting at the bottom of the stage. It made a splashing noise, then gentle ripples of darkness appeared along the shadow. The power shadow domain is slowly invading the stage. Current invasion rate, 17.2%. The power Hades spirit eating sword whines saying this isn't enough. Digestion rate of Navadba, 72.7%. Digestion rate of Arashi, 68.4%. Digestion rate of Saul, 26.1%. The fruit of good and evil is being created in the shadow domain. While the divine beings were busy stabbing each other in the back, the properties of darkness were added to Yanwu's shadow and it covertly began to spread to the rest of the stage. SSSSSS. It was to weaken Alforoni's power on the stage and swallow dead gods like Saul. Goodness! There's no one more demonic than you when it comes to such things? Agars giggled at Yanwu's opportunistic actions. As expected. Number. I love your temper. It's so cute that I wanna die. Ha! Ha! Enough! Woof woof! Hell, Hormungandr and Fenrir were busy exclaiming or sighing at Yanwu's scheme. The leader of Malak Metatron looks down at the 77th floor with a satisfied face. The head of El Infernal Baal nods, saying the evil acts throughout the floor are as sweet as strawberry cake. Agar smirked as he saw the messages. You say all that stuff about absolute good and absolute evil, but you're not too different from the rest of us, hey? The leader of Malak Metatron says the heavenly world is filled with too many beings for its size. The leader of Malak Metatron says purification is necessary to protect the order of the heavenly world. Ha ha ha! Agars burst out laughing because he knew Metatron wasn't excusing himself, but he was being genuine. Metatron sought only good. There was no individual judgment or personal desire that went into it. He was filled with the ideology to seek only pure good and didn't care about the sacrifices. He wouldn't blink an eye no matter how many gods died or how many angels from Malak lost their wings. He was even ready to sacrifice himself if needed, using his life as a tool to fulfill his mission. I think I've seen this before. Agars thought it was only natural for these things to happen because the leader of the absolute good was like that. The world was going crazy. But it's only good for me. Ha ha ha. Agars laughed maniacally. The hostility and enmity filled the floors and continued to give him goosebumps. His own divine power swallowed all these emotions and helped him grow stronger. Demonic energy spun around him. Vimalasitra becomes excited at the energy whirling in the floor. Sir Nunos looks at the seventh floor with silent eyes. He hopes his apostle remains safe. Vimalasitra is enlivened at this large-scale event that could only happen once in 1,000 years. Vimalasitra loosens his lotus position and stands. Vimalasitra expresses his will to participate. Many demons watching Vimalasitra are shaken. The demonic society G sect becomes nervous at the appearance of the being who was once their leader. The demonic society Artishat looks toward Vimalasitra with fear-stricken eyes. Many gods become wary of Vimalasitra. A few gods quietly hide their presence from Vimalasitra. Vimalasitra scoffs and ignores all the gazes watching him. Vimalasitra attempts to descend. A distortion field has been created on the 77th floor, the Gate of Light. Please be advised of the shock. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. BRRR. BRRR. Crash. Thunder thrashed and lightning rained down on the clamorous battlefield. However, Brahm ignored all of it and was busily scanning the Book of Pluto. Flash. Harmonia. There's a lot we need to talk about. If not now, we won't be able to speak again. Brahm was attempting to find where Harmonia was. Although he knew the divine beings were releasing their powers to gain contribution points and the supreme gods were fighting to take the position of the throne of the only god, he didn't care. He knew that Yanwu had just approached the abyss to meet Harmonia. However, it was only their consciousness that had met. Brahm wanted to look her real body eye to eye and converse. Harmonia probably knew Brahm was chasing after her, but there was likely a reason why she wasn't meeting him. Either she was hiding something, or she didn't want to see him. If not that, she forgot about all of us, Brahm thought. Technically, his relationship with Harmonia at the beginning had only been for fun. He enjoyed learning knowledge that was no longer in this world, and Harmonia wanted material for research. Offspring between a god and a dragon was an experiment that had never taken place in the long history of the universe, so they couldn't help but feel curious. So, Ananta was born between them as the result of that experiment. The reason why Brahm had left without any attachments was that he had already obtained all the data he needed. But after time passed and he came to several realizations, he found Ananta and took care of Shi, whom Ananta left behind. He then met Cha Zhongwu and Yanwu to eventually get to where he was now. There was just one thing Brahm wanted to ask Harmonia. What were we to you? If she said they were just a part of her past, he'd be satisfied and leave it at that. He had no intention of trying to hold her back or persuade her. At first, he was curious why she faked her death, but now he thought she must have had her personal reasons for it. All he currently wanted was to know what her thoughts were. The accurate location of the player Harmonia is being calculated. The scan of the 77th floor is complete. Result: none. The scan of the 76th floor is complete. Result: none. The scan of the 75th floor. The scan of the 4th floor is complete. Result: present. The 4th floor. As soon as Harmonia's location was found, Brahm opened a portal for the coordinates. For all he knew, he was walking into a tiger's den, but he knew that there wouldn't be much effect since he was no longer a part of Yanwu's forces. With Cha Zhongwu and Ananta awake, Shi wouldn't be lonely anymore either. It's a bit of a shame I couldn't say bye to Shi, but number will take care of it. Smiling at the thought that he was taking revenge on Yanwu, who always left the subordinates to clean up after him, Brahm entered the portal. Crash! Suddenly, golden lightning fell behind Brahm and slashed his back. Lightning of heavens has destroyed the Book of Pluto. Keg! Zeus stood there with a cold smile. His jewel eye glinted with light. I made a mistake. Brahm hadn't seen the attack beforehand because he was too focused on searching all the floors with the Book of Pluto open. Where are you going? I don't think we're done talking. You didn't think I'd pleasantly accept the offer you guys made like an obedient dog, did you? Zeus quickly extended his right hand toward Brahm's head, and Brahm's vision blacked out. Chapter 655, Scythe, 5. Chapter 655 Scythe, 5. Brahm was still conscious. Before the Virtue Stone had released its full power, he had summoned the last of the destroyed Book of Pluto's magic power and exploded it. Sensed danger. Magic suitable for the current situation is being searched for. Wavering fire god. The Book of Pluto was a collection of the entirety of Brahm's knowledge, including the knowledge of the other world, so the magic emitted was a lot more powerful than what Zeus expected. Unlike the weak connotation of the word wavering, the magic Brahm created had the ferocity of continuous fiery storms that burned one to the soul. Large columns of fire that could crush several plants successively blazed towards Zeus. Realizing the situation was precarious, Zeus urgently put his hands together and established a thick shield around him. However, he had to continue creating shields as they kept on breaking down. Crash! When the seemingly endless firestorm finally settled down, Zeus spat out blood and released his black burnt shield. What a shame! I would have been able to swallow him if he was a bit closer. Zeus wet his lips with his red tongue. The portal that Brahm had opened was already closed, so he had successfully escaped. Even though it was regretful, Zeus wasn't worried. He felt Brahm's divinity being destroyed at his fingertips, so it didn't matter that Brahm had escaped. He won't be able to stop Gaia's curse, and I can always swallow him up after he loses all his strength. Dark lunacy glimmered from Zeus' jewel eye. The surviving consciousnesses of the supreme gods he had secretly devoured were shouting at him, but they would be quiet soon enough. Zeus turned his body in another direction. Now that he already chased Brahm away, who was one of the biggest obstacles alongside the Jade Emperor on his path to becoming the only god, it was time to swallow all the others. *******. You have been afflicted with Gaia's curse. Warning! Your legends are disappearing at a rapid pace. You need to be stabilized. It is advised you rest at a safe location. Warning! Your divinity is beyond ruined at a rapid pace. You need to find the cause and quickly eliminate it. It is advised you rest at a safe location. Warning! Your Holiness! What a state, slightly similar to walking on the edge. Number will start nagging me if he finds out. Brahm barely forced himself to walk, clutching his wounded chest. His stumbling steps were slow, and cracked pieces fell from the right side of his chest. Just as it was to all the divine beings and the martial king, Gaia's curse was critical to Brahm. Because it hadn't been that long since his divinity was restored, his legends and divine powers weren't stable yet, which made this injury even more threatening. Putting aside his curiosity for how the Sea of Time could possess so many of Gaia's curses, Brahm deliberated about what to do next. He wondered if he should enter the shadows and rest, or return to the one-horned tribe since it could be his last and Sischa and Ananta's face. Going to see Harmonia, after some contemplation, Brahm came to a decision. I should go. Brahm smiled wryly and didn't stop walking. Even if I can possibly guess her answer and she might not care about it as much as I do, it'll be different to hear it with my own ears. I should go and confirm it for myself. Brahm had complained about how stubborn Yanwu was, but it occurred to him that he wasn't much different. But where is this? Brahm looked around the dark forest and narrowed his eyes. He knew the fourth floor was closely associated with the ocean since Poseidon's key was the hidden piece, but this place was far from it. Were the coordinates messed up when the lightning touched the portal? Brahm knew for certain this was the fourth floor, but he couldn't figure out exactly where on the floor he was. Even if he tried to open a new portal after setting the coordinates again, it would be difficult since the Book of Pluto had been destroyed and his remaining holy power was being used to block Gaia's curse. Brahm began to feel anxious. He didn't know how Gaia's curse would act up, and if he died without being able to meet Harmonia, there wouldn't be a more futile death than his. Just then, a man's familiar voice rang out, "Is the preparation for the end going well?" "Of course. Haven't you seen that the prophecy was able to be carried out smoothly thanks to your efforts?" And the voice that responded was Harmonia's, but Brahm wasn't able to walk toward them. His instinct told him he shouldn't step up now, so he hid beneath a large tree to listen to their conversation a bit more. It was dark, and the grass grew up to his waist, so he wouldn't be seen. He quieted his holy power and hid it as well. He is also preparing to awaken. This war can be said to be the prelude for his waking. Then that's a relief. But are you planning to hide it even with the end nearing us? Hide what? Your purpose. Haha. Maybe. It was difficult to understand their conversation because Brahm had only listened from the middle. There were only a few words he knew. And he? Are they talking about the Black King? Seeing how Harmonia was discussing the Black King with another person, Brahm also guessed that the man was more of a comrade than a subordinate. He wondered who the man was, since the conversation was a private one. Just the two of them. Alone. Brahm felt something burst inside of him. It was a strange emotion, but he soon realized it was jealousy. To think I, who always stressed and prioritized logical thinking, would feel this kind of emotion. I suppose I really have changed. From a logical standpoint, Brahm needed to return to the shadows and heal himself. He could always create an opportunity like this in the future, but it would be hard to do so if he was dead. The fact that he had come here because of his emotional judgment was probably due to his personality changing during his time with Sha and Ananta. Gaia's curse is spreading at a faster pace. Brahm grasped his holy power that began to shake again. I still don't understand why an important subordinate of the heavenly demon is trying to help him. I told you. I want to take the tower out of this dry spell. And if that's not possible, the man trailed off and continued, anyway, it's not bad for the Black King to wake up either, even though I don't believe in the prophecy you saw. It'll be quite different from the end I see. All right. As long as you don't betray us, I won't ask any further. Good. That was what the Sea of Time wanted anyway, wasn't it? A world where everyone is equal under the God they served, where everyone's worth is the same. Everything in this dream is nothing more than an illusion that will disappear. Is that why you planned on using him as the egg? Yes. I can never become it. Harmonia's voice sounded sadly bitter. Well, if you say so. I suppose you took a liking to him. I've only clashed with him once, but when I both observed him through my apostle and with my own eyes, he reminded me of someone from the past. The sound of the man lifting something from the ground in preparation to leave echoed in the darkness. Then I'll be off. As we planned, we need to make preparations for the egg to awaken on time. The man turned and headed deeper within the forest. The grass rustled under his feet, and the light coming through the trees illuminated his face before it disappeared. It was only for a short moment, but Brahm instantly recognized who he was. Ho Yi. During the time when he was Brahma, he remembered seeing the moon god who protected the heavenly demon's side. Ho Yi had been the second in power of the Chan sect, and the teacher of the Chan sect's current 3 leaders. He was also a member of the Trinity Wonder who had opened the tower. And Ho Yi and Harmonia had been having a mysterious conversation. Brahm knew Ho Yi had been involved with the Sea of Time, but he was surprised because he didn't expect to suddenly see him like this. The egg they had been discussing was most definitely Yanwu, based on their circumstances. In addition to their plans of creating an only god to replace Alforoni, it meant they were trying to use Yanwu to awaken the Black King. Could it be? Then, a thought occurred to Brahm. He tensed and straightened his back. If his hypothesis was correct, it would be very bad. I have to let others know. Just as he started to feel more urgency, Gaia's curse shook his divinity. You have failed to control your holy power as a result of losing your focus. Gaia's curse shakes your divinity. Brahm quickly attempted to rein it back, but it was only after some of his holy power already leaked out. Ho Yi turned toward Brahm's direction, having sensed something. Brahm held his breath. Step. Step. He heard Ho Yi approaching him as if trying to find something. The grass quivered. What is it? Just now. Never mind. It's nothing. Ho Yi glanced around the grass and shook his head at Harmonia's voice. However, the suspicion didn't leave his eyes as he left. When Hou-Yi was gone, Harmonia smiled and spoke in the direction he had just been in. "Why don't you come out now, Brahm?" The grass rustled, and Brahm appeared from behind the tree. It could have been because of the darkness or Gaia's curse, but his dark face was stiffer than ever. "You knew from the beginning. And you still left me alone. Do you know I'm the one who hid your presence?" "Why?" "Since you're the father of my daughter and the grandfather of my granddaughter." Harmonia spoke as if it was obvious, and Brahm became speechless. Then, he squeezed out his voice. Gaia's curse was not completely out of his control and was up to his chin. His hands and feet were about to scatter as dust into the air. "If that's what you thought, why did you avoid me? No, why did you leave Ananta?" Brahm could somewhat understand why Harmonia had left him, but if she thought of Ananta as her daughter and not as the result of an experiment, she couldn't have left like that. But Harmonia was still composed, saying, "I never lied." "What? I really died?" "What? But I woke up again." Brahm understood Harmonia only partially, so Harmonia explained, "After being born again, all my connections to my past life were cut off, and there was only one thing that upheld my identity, that I was the successor to carry out his will. This time, I'll ask a question. Did you hear?" Brahm was so shocked that he couldn't reply, and Harmonia let out a deep sigh. "You did." Brahm stiffened and tried to muster the last of his holy power when suddenly, light penetrated Brahm from above. Ah! It was something that Harmonia hadn't expected, so she widened her eyes. For a short while, Brahm looked at Harmonia with bitter and sad eyes, then scattered into dust. SSSSS. Harmonia frantically turned in the direction the light had come from. She saw Hou-Yi standing on a branch with his bow pointed toward them. So he was here. "You." For the first time, rage appeared on Harmonia's face. Swish! An intense aura spun around her. "So you do know how to make that kind of expression? I thought you were a marionette without any emotions." Hou-Yi just returned his bow on his back and turned around as if his job was done. Now alone, Harmonia's gaze wavered. Chapter 656, Scythe, 6. Chapter 656 Scythe, 6. Vimalasatra descends. All gods gasped upon seeing the message pop up on the 77th floor. All gods are confused. All demons are nervous that they might get on Vimalasatra's bad side. The demons were speechless. Vimalasatra was like the Asura king from the demonic societies, rivaling the king of gods in the godly societies long before the tower had been created. Although there were legends that he had been defeated in a fight with one of Deva's strongest supreme gods, Indra, but at the time, he had only lost due to numbers, not individual strength. Furthermore, Vimalasatra had repeatedly pushed Indra near destruction, so when determining who was most threatening, no god in Deva could equal him. Recently, he had even stepped out of G-sect and was roaming the world alone. Now that the message of his reappearance in the world again popped up, many swallowed nervously. "It's been a while since I've breathed this air." An old man who had a sword taller than himself slowly opened his abnormal eyes, which flashed. "Is this the tower's lower world?" "Do-do-do." The old man had only opened his mouth to speak, but the stage trembled. "I like how fresh the air is. It's too musty up there now, so it's boring." Contrary to his statement, the current atmosphere of the 77th floor was far from fresh. The more intense the gods' attacks, the more magic power Alforoni released onto the stage. Space twisted and turned while the natural laws were crushed, leaving a ruined atmosphere. It was hot and displeasing, heavy and uncomfortable. All the rankers that had followed Yanwu into the 77th floor were feeling nauseated. They froze up, wondering what they were doing and where they were at. It was a battlefield where even the gods were having difficulty. But Vimalasatra described it as fresh. Although the Asura race had been combined with the G-sect because they were small in number, they were a group that was born to fight. And since Vimalasitra was the king of such a race and was praised as the king of kings, battlefields were like a safe haven for him. Peace came to the heavenly world after Malak and El Infernal made a pact and Lucifer's wings were clipped. No one messed up the order of the heavenly world any longer. Thus, these past years had been extremely boring and exhausting for Vimalasitra. However, this age of confusion centered around Yanwu made him feel alive again, and his frozen heart began to melt. Now, it had finally melted him into action. The raid of Al-Foroni, it was the greatest battlefield to be made after the gods and demons were trapped in the heavenly world. However, Vimalasitra wasn't interested in Al-Foroni or creator gods made anew. He wanted Yanwu. He needed to find the one who had called him here. His attention was focused entirely on the new king of gods. Many gods are astonished at the scale of divinity being exuded from Vimalasitra. A few gods stand tensely at Vimalasitra's appearance. And the way all these fools blabber on is the same as ever. Humph! Vimalasitra stopped breathing in the heated atmosphere of the battlefield and smiled twistedly. His tone was grave and scholarly, with a hint of certain arrogance. Even though he tried to ignore it, Vimalasitra felt countless gazes focused on him as soon as he descended. They were full of fear, wariness, horror, confusion, admiration, and many other emotions. He scoffed. "It would be best for you to look away before I pull those eyes out. I'm not interested in you idiots that are blinded by reputation and believe in strength in numbers." Many gods frantically look away. A few gods feel insulted at Vimalasitra's mockery. Very few gods express resistance toward Vimalasitra. They show hostility. Humph! Hostility! Vimalasitra stroked his chin with his hand and scoffed. "I suppose it would be best," Vimalasitra gripped the black handle on his back, "to pull out those foolish eyes that can't realize your opponent and judge your own strength." Vimalasitra brandished his sword. Although he had simply swung the sword in the air, the aftermath was far from simple. Crash! Do-do-do! Crash! Rumble! Like shooting stars, the stars illuminating the sky fell to the ground after an explosion. All the divine beings exposed to Vimalasitra's trajectory soared down in torn pieces. Black Gubatera has burst. The god Arte has been destroyed. The god Ratu has been destroyed. The god Alardi has been destroyed. Many gods fall. The gods near the fallen gods suffer from curses. Curses spread like a plague between the gods. Many gods are fearful. A few gods are shocked at Vimalasitra's newfound strength. The godly societies are shaken. The godly societies are in a confused state. The godly societies are in a horrified state. The leader of Malak Metatron takes precaution against Vimalasitra and warns him not to disrupt the raid of Al-Foroni. The head of El Infernal Baal clicks his tongue and tells the demons not to get involved with Vimalasitra. Sir Nunos continues to look at Vimalasitra with silent eyes. Vimalasitra smiled widely. He had worried that his sword-wielding skills would have diminished because he'd been training his mind and hadn't touched a sword for a while. However, it seemed his skills had improved if anything. "Is it because I've been enlightened recently?" Vimalasitra didn't know what it was, but it wasn't a bad thing. Now, he needed to get adjusted to this new feeling in holding the sword. And there was no better way to do that than spill some blood, and there just happened to be idiots glaring at him. Thump! Thump! Vimalasitra struck down his sword again, as if to get rid of everything in his path to clean his way to Yanwu. What kind of person is the new future king of gods? Is he different from what I saw from above? Vimalasitra was so curious that his heart blazed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is this the fountain of resentment? According to the legends, when the king of gods Cronus made Scythe, he had collected the universe's various treasures and minerals and dunked them in the fountain of resentment. There was nothing more known than that, so Yanwu was curious what the fountain of resentment was. Cronus had nonchalantly given a short explanation. "It's purely the legends I've achieved." Yanwu narrowed his eyes at the countless scenes and letters that surrounded him. There were so many scenes that he couldn't even begin to count them. One letter after another swam in the air, tightly filling up the space like a book. Recorded were the legends Cronus had built over eons and eons. Yanwu felt his body sink as if he was really inside a fountain. Adamant and darkness jade are required to create scythe, but there's something more important. What is it? Before Yanwu set his plans in motion, Cronus had explained the process in creating scythe to Yanwu. Restoring. Restoring? The springs must be restored to their original state. Yanwu immediately understood what Cronus meant. Scythe itself was an artifact with great divinity, and it was based on Cronus legends and divine ability. To restore its functions, Cronus roots, the two springs, needed to be fixed first. The spring of death was completely restored, even strengthened, after you climbed to the throne of death. The concept of death you have already exceeds anything I achieved during my prime. However, the time of spring isn't at that state. It's because the power of time is rare and precious, which makes it hard to find gods with this ability. That's why you don't know where to start to restore it, isn't it? And you can't just carelessly do what you want with it, since the spring of time has already been synchronized to Zhongwu's vestige. It's also quite different from what the Black King gave you, and from the path I walked to. The ability of time itself was removed from the Black King. The Black King was emptiness that had existed before the creation of the universe. He represented the condition of being paused, when the concept of time didn't exist. Considering how time was a moving concept, it was the direct opposite of the Black King. Despite that, Cronus had the ability of time while he was the Black King's apostle. It wasn't from the Black King, but it was a power that Uranus had left behind to save Cronus from the demonism. It would be best if we could summon your grandfather to learn, but that isn't possible. Yanwu could feel the sadness in Cronus' voice as he spoke. After all, if Yanwu could use Summon of the Dead on Uranus, Cronus would probably be the most overjoyed. But that doesn't mean there isn't a way. Enter my legends. Since you've already absorbed my true body, if we're united as well, there should be no problem in you going in. We've been synchronized once too. Meet your grandfather there and learn about the ability of time. It was a novel way of thinking to enter Cronus legends to learn the ability from someone they couldn't meet anymore. However, as Cronus said, it could have been the only way to fully restore the spring of time. And they didn't have much time now. Choose the legend you want to play from the following. 1. The Age with Gaia. 2. The Age of Quarrels. 3. The Age of a Lowly Adopted Son. 4. The Age of an Apostle. Warning. You are currently connected to a legend of an old being. The longer you are exposed to another's legends, the greater the threat of your ego disappearing. The time limit is marked. Current time limit, 12 hours. Finish all your tasks within the time limit. If you exceed the limit, your ego may be destroyed. The countdown begins. 12 hours. 11:59:59_99. 11:59:59_98. Yanwu didn't waste any time and chose the legend. The third option, the Age of a Lowly Adopted Son, has been chosen. The chosen legend is played. You will be given a part of Cronus memories for a smooth progression. Whoosh! Yanwu felt his body becoming lighter as he was embraced in the familiar light. At the same time, he was curious why Cronus legends were called the Fountain of Resentment. Will I be able to find out after experiencing this legend? With those thoughts, Yanwu slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 657, Scythe, 7. Chapter 657 Scythe, 7. 11:58:45_66. 11:58:45_65. Where is this? Upon opening his eyes, Yanwu tried to pin down his location. Since he had already played Cronus Legends before, accessing the time period he was in would allow for a smoother progression of events. A tent. However, Yeonwoo felt like he was in a vastly different Olympus than the one that had been present in most of Cronus' memories. Because Olympus had many gods who ruled over art, it was filled with marbled palaces with various sculptures and paintings. But he wasn't in such a place at all. He was in a large tent that one could probably see in an old battlefield of the past. Still, the tent was made of a luxurious material with beautiful patterns. Yeonwoo first released his holy power to search for Uranus. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a wave of heat, energy, and the remaining murderous auras on the battlefield. You have been heavily stimulated. The domain of fight quakes. Cronus legends are currently being played. The aforementioned domain has no relation to this legend, and it is forcefully cancelled. The domain of fight struggles to be let loose. The domain of fight trembles. What? Yeonwoo had never experienced such a thing before. The domain of fight was a legend he had built entirely with his own strength. It was almost never stimulated, no matter what happened, and it was easy to control as well. Surprised by its rough reaction, Yeonwoo quickly opened the tent and left, not able to grasp the time period he was in. Whoosh! At that moment, a pungent burnt smell pricked the end of his nose. Cough! It was such a pungent smell for even Yeonwoo, who had seen countless battles. Whoosh! His head hurt, and his chest felt constricted just from smelling it. His fingertips quivered, and his skin prickled. His heart thumped loudly. The domain of fight shakes turbulently. The domain of fight warns you that this is a dangerous place. The domain is cancelled because it has no relation to this legend. Beyond the ominous black-red sky filled with smoke, there was a vast blackness. It wasn't something Yeonwoo could explain. It was just black darkness that buried the presence of light. Like a blacked-out sphere, the dark thing filled the horizon and slowly moved in his direction, covering the sky, earth, and everything above it. Chills ran down Yeonwoo's back. Void? Abyss? No, it's darker than that. I can at least recognize those, but that's... What is that? Yeonwoo recalled Cronus legends he had experienced and went over the incidents he'd heard of from Cronus, but he had never seen or heard of such a thing. He wondered if there was a legend that had been omitted from Cronus, or if he had been connected to the wrong place. There was one thing that came to his mind. The swamp. Yeonwoo thought of the swamp of darkness where Cronus and the demonism had first met. Although they looked completely different, the aura they exuded felt similar. Still, this wasn't the area where he had first discovered the swamp, and it definitely hadn't acted like that. Why are you out? I told you not to come out until I send someone. Yeonwoo finally looked away from the darkness when he heard a scolding voice from behind. It was a reprimanding voice, but one with warmth and concern nevertheless. Standing there was someone he had seen many times in Cronus legends, Oceanus, who was the oldest of Cronus' siblings. After Uranus lost his power, Oceanus and Gaia fought against each other, leading to Olympus' civil war. However, Oceanus was a soft-tempered being who despised war and loved peace. When Cronus caused trouble, Oceanus was the first to defend him, and he understood Cronus' unfortunate situation. After Cronus became the Black King's apostle, Oceanus willingly gave up his position and announced his retirement. Father was apathetic when speaking about the other brothers, but he stressed that Oceanus is someone worthy of respect. Yeonwoo narrowed his eyes. But no one knows of his whereabouts after he retired during Cronus' rule and even during Zeus' age. Since all the gods of the universe were trapped in the tower, Oceanus had definitely been trapped along with them, but according to Athena, Oceanus had never appeared in Olympus even after that. No one knew if Oceanus had been destroyed after going through misfortune events or if he had left the heavenly world to live normally as a mortal. He was shrouded in mystery. But that was back in reality, and Yeonwoo didn't forget that he was currently in Cronus legends and was acting as a young Cronus. 11:45:23_31 11:45:23_30 Even now, the clock was ticking. It was frustrating to stay inside, Yanwu answered with something Cronus would say, and Oceanus sighed heavily before laughing wryly. Ha! Please, don't do that. If you cause trouble here, it won't be you who's scolded by father, but the people around you. Oceanus spoke like a benevolent older brother rebuking his troublesome youngest sibling. Yanwu paid no mind to it. Father! I see even a troublemaker like you is afraid of father. I guess it's understandable, since he said this time he'll crush your legs if you. Where is father? There's something I want to tell him. You. I'm in a hurry. Yanwu cut Oceanus off mid-sentence. Oceanus' expression turned solemn. You know father doesn't have time to deal with you. I mean, us. With the night running rampant right now, father and the elders are very irritable right now. Night seemed to be how they referred to darkness. Now, Yanwu wondered if Uranus was irritable because he was fighting that thing. Still, he said, I still have to go. Ha! Fine. Oceanus sighed again, as if there was nothing he could do to persuade Yanwu, and smiled tiredly. His youngest sibling had never listened to him. Since he could never know what Cronus was thinking, he just shrugged it over as another one of those cases. However, he felt like he'd also be beaten up because Uranus was already sensitive enough, so he planned to leave in the middle. 11:29:42_91 11:29:42_90. With Oceanus' help, Yanwu reached the center of the large military base. So you don't have any complaints if you die here? Uranus. Please. Please listen to us. Why is it only us who has to deal with the night? I don't understand. He's right. The other societies, demons and dragons are just watching on. My ears hurt. Okay. Are you done speaking your last words now? Uranus. Please. Splash. Uranus, with his long white hair flying in the wind, instantly slashed the throats of the pleading captives in front of him. Their blood spurted, and heads with horrified expressions rolled on the ground. Tisk! The blood got onto my shoes. I forgot to change into another pair. I really like these. Should I order another one? Even after accomplishing such a grotesque feat, Uranus didn't bat an eyelid. He was more concerned about his leather shoes. He's as gruff as I expected. So that's my grandfather. Yanwu remembered how Uranus punched Cronus mercilessly in the past and shook his head. His father's temper was definitely inherited from his grandfather. I'm the only one who's normal in this household, geez. I need to keep everyone in check. Shannon would have had a disgusted face if he heard what Yanwu was thinking as he approached Uranus. Oceanus had already left, saying he was busy after dropping Yanwu off. What is it? I'm sure I told you not to leave the tent until things are finished. Uranus frowned when he saw Yanwu. He acted as if he'd fillet Yanwu if he said he came out because he was curious. This place is. Fortunately, there was something Cronus told Yanwu to say during instances like this. Please allow me to learn. Please allow me to learn Numa's sky. What? Uranus widened his eyes with a stiff expression, as if he heard something he hadn't expected. Numa's sky? What's that? I don't know. What? I don't know either. A flashback of Yanwu's conversation with Cronus ran through his head. He remembered Cronus' uncaring expression. It's something your grandfather told me when I was learning about holy power and domains after he retired. He said this would be the spell if I or any of my descendants needed to meet his shadow. He said he'd listen to whatever request with these words. You, how did you? Uranus' gaze wavered. The gods and elders near him looked panicked. Why is it, your majesty? Has your youngest son caused trouble again? Cronus. What have you done this time for Lord Uranus to be like this? I thought things would go quietly this time. A few even growled at Yanwu, but Yanwu didn't have the time to care about them. 11:27:56_76 11:27:56_75. Time was still ticking. Please help me. I have no time. Although Yanwu didn't know what Numa's sky was, since it was something required to restore the spring of time, it could take a long time. Uranus composed himself after reading Yanwu's serious eyes and spoke to the elders around him. Everyone leave. But, please. Only then did the elders leave the two alone. Then, Uranus spoke with piercing eyes and a frigid voice. Who are you? Chapter 658, Scythe, 8. Chapter 658 Scythe, 8. Yanwu's eyes darkened. Uranus' eyes flashed coldly at him, saying, My youngest son doesn't know anything related to Numa's sky yet. But you already know it. You're just wearing the skin of my youngest son. You aren't him, so who are you? Yet. Yanwu didn't understand what Uranus meant by that, but he pretended not to know anything. He simply said, I don't know what you're talking about. Father, I just... You. Numa's sky is something I tell my son in the future. Do. The world quaked with Uranus' booming voice, as if on the verge of collapse. Even the expanding night momentarily paused. The domain of fight reacts to the intense stimulus. The domain is cancelled because it has no relation to this legend. Yanwu saw why Uranus was called the father of the heavens. Uranus had been the only being powerful enough to strike against Mother Earth before falling to Gaia's curse. His aura made Yanwu's skin prickle, truly fitting of the founder Olympus. Even so, Yanwu didn't miss the other emotions that wavered under Uranus' angry gaze. It was clear he was concerned that something had happened to his youngest son. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Yanwu's head. Should I just reveal my identity to ask for cooperation? From what Yanwu had seen from Cronus legends, although Uranus was rough on the outside, he was constantly worried over his children and had great love for his family on the inside. It was possible he could help Yanwu if Yanwu revealed he was Uranus' grandson. It was also the most optimal unfolding of events since Yanwu was rushed for time. However, he quickly put that idea away. I have no proof that I'm his grandson. If he thinks I'm lying and tries to capture me, things will become difficult. Although this was a world made of Cronus memories and legends, all the beings living inside it believed themselves to be real. Thus, if Yanwu told Uranus that he was his grandson from the future or that this world was fake, it was most likely Uranus would think he was crazy. However, since Uranus was suspicious of Yanwu still needed to come up with a plan to alleviate his doubt. I see. So that's what happened. Suddenly, the aura that twisted around Yanwu's neck was released. While Yanwu had been in contemplation, Uranus had come to his own conclusion. You are my grandson. Are you Cronus' child? Yanwu couldn't believe how Uranus had known. Surprised, he couldn't help but be surprised since he had given up on the plan to reveal his identity. Based on your expression, it seems I'm right. Then this world must be imaginary, and you've come here through my youngest son's legends. It seemed as if Uranus was a fortune-teller, accurately deducing everything. Yanwu didn't remember Uranus having any abilities relating to foresight or divination. He didn't. Father definitely said although the spring of time was from grandfather, he didn't have the domain of time. Then how? Unsure of how to interpret Uranus' observations and guesses, Yanwu simply asked, How did you know? I already told you. Numa's sky is something my future self tells my youngest son when I'm on my deathbed. You're talking about something that hasn't even happened, so how could I not notice? Yanwu still didn't understand, but one thing was for certain. Although Uranus couldn't foresee the future, he knew about the kinds of events that would occur far in the future. This blood-stained place isn't a place where I should be meeting my grandson for the first time. Let's move someplace else first. It seemed their conversation would be long. Even then, time was ticking. 11:20:41_06 11:20:41_05 ********* It's hard to believe. I never imagined that Troublemaker would have a child. There couldn't have been a greater burden than that. Who is this angel-like daughter-in-law who carried that burden and saved the Troublemaker? Uranus brought Yeonwoo inside of his tent. He ordered his subordinates not to let anyone approach them until he gave further orders. He observed Yeonwoo with wondering eyes. Even though Yeonwoo still looked like Cronus on the outside, Uranus was looking at him warmly. Yeonwoo then wondered, there's a big difference in how he looks at me and father. He questioned whether the love for one's son and the love for one's grandson were different. At the same time, Yeonwoo felt an unidentifiable emotion surging inside of him. He thought that, if he really had a grandfather, he would have gotten along with him well even though he had been on bad terms with his father. There were many things he wanted to talk about, but he continued to feel rushed. 11:14:25_98 11:14:25_97 It had already been an hour since Yeonwoo entered this world. He said, "Grandfather, I know. You must not have a lot of time. But it's enough for us to talk, so don't worry." Uranus smiled warmly as if he understood Yeonwoo. "But I'm really curious. May I ask what your mother's name is?" Uranus continued to speak as if he was talking to a fascinating creature, and although Yeonwoo was worried, he answered with composure, thinking Uranus must have his own plans. "It's Rhea." "What?" Uranus widened his eyes at the unexpected response. "Is this the Rhea I know?" "Yes. I heard you're also my maternal grandfather as well." "Ha! Ha 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 ha!" Uranus' booming laughter filled the tent. He seemed to find it quite riotous. "They attack each other like mortal enemies every day, but what? They're getting married? I suppose they've grown fond of each other after all that fighting." "Ha ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Yeonwoo just watched curiously. He thought it was possible Uranus would be displeased that his adopted children were married, but it appeared he didn't need to worry about such matters. Rather, he thought that Uranus seemed quite pleased. I suppose some of his worries are eased since the reason why he took in 6 adopted children was to unite Olympus. But Uranus seemed a bit too genuinely joyful to say it was because of the political benefits. Yeonwoo wanted to see him be happier, so he added, he eventually had 8 children. "What? 8? Ha 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 ha! What a loving couple! So loving! That means they must stick to each other all the time, no?" Yeonwoo hesitated to speak that number, but he had added Zhongwoo and himself to Zeus and the other siblings. Even though they were far apart, it was true they shared the same blood. What a relief! The long-standing strike between the Numa faction and the Quirinal family will end in your generation. You must be the fruit of their relationship. Yeonwoo's eyes flashed. The word he had been awaiting for, Numa, had finally appeared. "Have you heard anything about your father and mother's relationship?" "No, sir." "Is that so? It looks like your father didn't say anything about the resentment in the generations before him. I did hear they were on bad terms during their youth. It wasn't simply bad. They were mortal enemies. It's because of the resentment that was passed down from their forefathers." "No, from the beginning of time." Uranus' explanation was simple. The universe was opened at the beginning of time, and countless divine beings were born. There were many societies established and destroyed, so it was only natural that enemies would be made during that process. One of the prime examples was the Numa faction and the Quirinal family. It'll be a headache to dig too deeply into it, so put simply, the Numa faction was made of a group of lunatics who wanted to expand the universe. They would do anything for prosperity and victory. Uranus continued to explain, the family of Quirinal, on the other hand, put emphasis on honor and dignity. They were essentially a noble family that worshipped laws. Because they were complete opposites, they fought at the drop of a hat. The fact that both their history and tradition existed from the beginning made it more severe. Well, eventually, both of them were nothing in front of me. Yanwu felt like Uranus was showing off, but he pretended not to notice. However, the Numa family was already starting to fall before that. Each of them had such horrid tempers that they started fights wherever they went. Anyway, because of that, the remaining members of the faction felt threatened that the faction would be no more, and they did something that shouldn't have been done. Uranus smiled wryly. They gave a seed with their energy to Mother Earth, and had her birth a child. Yanwu instantly realized who it was, Cronus. Fortunately, I managed to rescue him, but as a result of that incident, the Numa faction was marked as a common enemy and completely collapsed. Uranus narrowed his eyes. Also, my youngest son doesn't know what Numa is. He lost his memory, and I never told him the truth. Yanwu's eyes widened. Then, Numa's sky is. It's their secret skill that Cronus should have received from his ancestors a long time ago. Yanwu finally began to understand the big picture. The method of using holy power that father learned from grandfather, must be Numa's sky. Thinking that must have been the core of Scythe, Yanwu began to wonder what kind of beings this forgotten group was, and how powerful their secret skill was to be Scythe's core.